amidst the shortages, Enron traders started to export power out of the state. When prices soared, they brought it back in.
Traders would stay after a 12-hour shift or Uber maps of the Western energy grid. What are the permutations and combinations of ways to move power around the West? And I think that's something that Enron do better than any other energy marketer in the country.
We know all of the California imports. We know all of the California road.
These are two traders, traders, is what they say. What we did was overbook the transmission line we had the rights on and said to California utilities, if you want to use the line, pay us. By the time they agreed to meet our price, rolling blackouts had already hit California and the price for electricity went through the roof. Did you have any knowledge that this was happening?
The only thing that I'm aware of, senators, there was a difference of opinion on the rules of the independent system operator was just set up. The rules weren't quite clear.
We have traders here from Enron who say that it's something wrong, but you don't see anything wrong. I have one last question, and then I am done.
Traders soon discovered that by shutting down power plants, they could create artificial shortages that would push prices even higher.
David up in Enron, there's not much demand for power at all. If we shut it down, can you bring it back up in 3 or 4 hours? Oh, yeah. Why don't you go ahead and shut it down? That's okay. When you see two energy companies with 30-35% of their entire capacity down for maintenance in a single day, and as a result, the price of electricity skyrocketed 300-400%, and then a week later, someone else does it. You begin to believe something that's not right. Once you guys do creative, okay, and come up with a reason to go down, like a forced outage type of thing. Right.
Those guys at the flip of a switch could just yank the California economy on its leash whenever they wanted to, and they did it, and they made so much money.
The heart of it is an industry who went for 100 years. Lazy Edison built the best electrical system in the world, sold the power at reasonable prices to consumers, and was very reliable, was all of a sudden turned into a casino.
These strategies made some money for Enron, but the real money was made by betting that the price of energy would go up. It did, and the West Coast traders made nearly $2 billion for Enron.
You can't treat electricity like you treat oranges. It's the lifeblood of society. You can't restore them. You can't turn these people loose and let them just have a quote free market, because a free market is goddamn expensive to cut.
There would be ample supply available at the right market price. It wasn't just Enron. Every company traded according to the rules that California put up there. So we're in the future of that.
We're talking about a commodity that normally trades in the $35 to $45 range. High prices are when it gets in the 50s. $1,000.
Forever.
Look at this athleticism right here. Some bitch. Where's the first bitch? Think she gives good head? Yeah, I think she was. Right here. Alright, okay. You done?
Lowe's get the lowest prices of the year on select appliances. And up to 45% off and save an extra $100 on every $800 you spend on select appliances. That is results in saving Americans on purchasing home exclusive appliance to Lowe's.com for weekends. This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Don't miss Lowe's 25 days of deals. Get 25% off select merchandise purchase free for Saturday and Sunday because Lowe's knows the deal every day. While supplies last, selection and availability vary by location. It's Alaska and Hawaii and store only by 12 through 12:30. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in low cost areas than anywhere else. So we can give you access to those potential customers who want cost effective business. Radio, video, podcasting, and social. We'd love to send you out iHeartMedia to work for you. When you sell, dial #250 and say keyword great results. That's #250 and say great results. It's complicated these days. That's how people even describe their relationship status. But when it comes to the latest complexities in your car, it's gotten really complicated. The experts at AMCO undergo the most rigorous training to stay on top of the latest car technologies, so there's nothing you can't fix. Well, except for that complicated relationship. When it comes to that, you're on your way. It's double A, MCO. Check engine light on, we'll check it for free. Did it pay $100 for groceries and getting something for eggs, orange juice, or paper bags? Then download the TRUMAN app. What's more important if you're ever going shopping and you wouldn't have a choice? Want to bring dinner to those groceries? Try them. One thing. The primary tool today is a $5 shift per dollar. Use invite code REDDROP777. That's invite code REDDROP777. The new connector between the 15 and 91 express lanes is now open. You can now access both express lanes from either direction for a seamless trip. All you need is a fast-track transfer. To open an account, visit 91expresslanes.com. You've got a bad back, and it is not good. I think it's about it. You got to tell me about it. Nobody's going to try to work things out. And I'm telling you, if you ignore your back, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. So this is really what I kind of call fun animal. Last week I went in to my freezer. I saw a bill that said, "Hey, here's a bite. Do you have a lot of it?" Well, she started freezing for pay less than penny, and now she's got a what? All about filtering. Using finally non-invasive breakthrough technology called non-surgical spinal decompression. You know, like spine apart and get all the pieces, you know, fresh off. No pills, no injections, no surgery, and no smoking, no drugs. So if you're suffering from herniated bulging discs, neck pain, sciatica, tingling, numbness down the legs, you've been called back surgery? No. Slide in there, find out, and we'll get rid of that one. Call them up at 844-640-PAIN. 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 Find out if these centers on top of your head. Can you get the preventive efficacy? Not a choice. And what is top is? Make a change by choosing treatment for your acne performance and health. Find proven treatment options at choosechangeca.org. Right now, African children and adolescents are struggling with mental health challenges, attacks on food. California is leading the way by creating a certified wellness-first profession. If you're looking for a new and remote career, helping children and adolescents enhance their overall mental, physical, and emotional well-being, this program might be for you. It's about hope. It's about purpose. It's about becoming a certified wellness coach. Because it's so much better wellness. Sponsors by California Department of Health Services and Prevention. The TRILLIONAIRE is committed to supporting families with anything like nature options. Groups like iHeartMedia and TRILLIONAIRE are contributing $50,000 to bringing this fundamental to bring books to communities throughout West Central. For more than 55 years, bringing this fundamental has worked to inspire joy and relief for children, starting them on a path with success, school and beyond. In partnership with the TRILLIONAIRE, we're helping to build a nation of lifelong neighbors. Learn more at RAS.org. When it comes to your healthcare, you don't want to accept another nationwide massive system. You deserve a partner with expertise, helping you make the right decision.
I forgot this. Mother and daughter used to do that.
Ag Medicine of U.S.
Oh,
eye specialist in Utah. They work with you to find the personalized solution you need. They don't think anything
get in their way. Here's medicine and strategy. Together, we learn from the list. The free Radio app is your home for the holidays. Open the app and turn on the holiday banner or search Live Art Holiday and start listening to Coast 103.5. Our stations playing all kinds of holiday music, Christmas classics, Christmas jazz, country, R&B, tons of playlists, even podcasts. Our gift to you, the perfect holiday soundtrack. Join the millions of listeners on the iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. More stimulating. Hey, thanks for joining us on the program today. It is a brisk, cool December Sunday morning, December 3rd, the first Sunday in December. The holiday season, it is in full bloom right now. I've got a couple of items on the gift guide for you in relation to holiday decor. There's the only two there. They're there primarily for you to give to gift to yourself if you want, or a loved one, so that you can get them in part of your decor this year. If not, you're going to get them the next time around stuff. They are good stuff. But here we are, starting off the top of today's ongoing list with number 6 on the gift guide. A made in, that's brand new, made in. Champagne sword. Have you ever seen a champagne sword? You know what a champagne sword is? Have you ever seen somebody during some fancy celebration or some memorable event actually slice open the top of a champagne bottle with a sword? The art of doing that is called sabra, and it is just seriously good. And I had to look into it and figure out what's going on with it because I was on the Made In website and I saw this on the front page, the landing page, and the ad is cool. I'm just going to figure out the gift guide. I am doing it for 2 reasons. Number one, because honestly, you got to celebrate life a little bit more intensely, got to make a little bit more magic in your life. Why not do it on those events? You got New Year's coming up, there's some really special Christmas days, and somebody's birthday, anniversary. Why not step up and make the most out of every single one of those moments? And if you have learned the art of sabra, and by the way, it's seafood, all you have to do basically is flip it down. All you have to do is have a good bottle of champagne, a good one, okay? And you have it really cold, all right? And then you hold the bottle firmly in one hand with the spoon off the
Old
end
school.
where the glass joins to itself. That spoon up, upright, okay? Up on top. And you're holding the bottle basically horizontally. And then you take a champagne sword, and you can do this just about you want. You know, just about any in Austin. It does not have to be sharp. By the way, the champagne sword is dull as rocks, okay? Looks really cool. It's a really cool sword, but it is not sharp. It's not made out of anything. And you undo the cage, there's the clip on that wire basket thing at the top. Undo that, put that out of the way, and then, while holding the bottle aloft, you place the blade along the throat neck of the bottle, and with one confident maneuver, slide it forward. Now, a champagne bottle is a little different than a wine bottle in one regard. Champagne bottle has a knuckle, a rim around it that underneath where the cork is. That rim is what the wire cage holds in, binds to hold the cork in place. It's that knuckle that you're sliding the blade up to until it hits it. And if you hit it nice and authoritatively, you will, in fact, pop the top 45-degree angle is a sight to behold. Everybody will cheer and applaud, and it's just a great way to make a memorable moment even more memorable. Now, the second reason why I have shared this with you, so that you remember, right? The second reason I'm bringing up the whole damn thing thing is has everything with the story. It has to do with this company. I initially went to the Navy website for to find a real estate square to the list. Instead, I took the campaign quote off. I want to tell you, if you have not seen major cookware, then you need to. I'm talking professional quality cookware. I mean, look at if you know names like Pixar or All Clad when it comes to cookware, then this is what I'm going to tell you. As good as, and if not better, I think in most cases better. Pixar All Clad, but for at least a third less. And that's because no one doesn't sell brick and mortar retail. They sell directly to you off of their website. So we've got several major pocket names around the house. We are so happy with them. We're never going back to the other brand because they're, we love them better than our all-clad brands. They are so much less expensive. They've got everything imaginable, a full set of everything. So, yeah, go to the Maven website and check out the campaign source, but also while you're there, if that's not your cup of tea, check out anything and everything that's there because I'm handing you a pearl here. Maven cookware is top-notch professional grade cookware, but they sell efficiently and they sell it for less. So there you go. And you know, very good. And if you do, let me know. I'll come over and we can do a little surprise, a celebratory comment with that. All right? Sound good? All right. When we return for from the 2023 Christmas holiday gift time, your home to eat fresh. Never get your house to eat.
Elections are in 43 days, and the two major Republican candidates are battling it out there with competing weekend events. ABC's Mary Alice Clark says DeSantis is making good on a promise, and Trump is increasing his advertising. With fewer than 50 days to go until the first in the nation Iowa caucuses, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis made good on his promise to visit all 99 counties in the state. Sharing stage with the state's popular governor, Kim Reynolds, in Georgia, DeSantis is all in on the state. Bragging to former president, he's still using the poll. Trump stepping up advertising in the state this week, holding his own event, saying that both DeSantis and Reynolds could have been more to him. Federal officials have confirmed that negotiation efforts with Hamas have completely stopped.
Gangster believes that the poll population left is somewhere in the neighborhood of about 140.
U.S. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says several of the hostages still being held in Gaza are Americans.
We don't have perfect visibility on where they all are. We certainly don't have perfect visibility on their physical or mental condition.
Kirby says the U.S. is prepared to put forth a constant effort for the negotiation between Israel and Hamas moving forward. A body has been found in the debris of a fire that heavily damaged three buildings in Stillmart. The LA Fire Department says crews responded to a home before 5 o'clock this morning. Two backhouses were also burning at that location. They say heavy ammunition was found at the scene and had to be picked off with help from LAPD bomb squad. Weapons were also recovered. The civilian traffic is likely delays on the 110 downtown LA.
Just some tours on the roadway. There's all the checking out, see what it is. Number 110 northbound at the 101. Get you downtown LA. Through the everyone there. That was the good break there. 2 minutes. So we get a stall. 2 south of lane, the 110 south of the 105. Let's not have too many problems there. The Diamond Bar pretty slow in the hands of 60 West of Diamond Bar Boulevard. So we'll be able to pass off to the side. KFI is counting on 6 faster. I like you know.
So that weather from KFI selfie with high peaks around 70 for beaches, mid-60s below 70 anyway. Right now it's 54 in San Selena and 65 in Oregon. We need local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Heather Fisher.
Hey, it's Team Shark. There is some potentially very serious weather ahead of us now. So let's talk about winter weather can't stop your favorite football team? Of course it does. So why should bad winter weather take down your exterior paint? That is, assuming it's the right exterior paint. With element guard from Benjamin Moore, your home will have the ultimate protection from Mother Nature's strongest offense. Element guard is your home's #1 exterior defense against paint-driven rain, excessive humidity, and of course, our famous Southern California winter sun. And locked into all that toughness, Benjamin Moore's legendary array of eye-catching surfaces. Get your home ready for the weather that lies ahead. Get Element Guard and the rest of the Benjamin Moore lineup only at your locally owned Benjamin Moore retailer. Find the one nearest you at BenjaminMoore.com. BenjaminMoore.com.
Extra cash? Coming right up. Happy Winter Day is on Winter Day to elevate your savings. Even a $12 certificate offered by Irene Credit. Smart free and straightforward. Irene offered a $12 certificate with 5.25 APY annual offers in the field with a low minimum deposit of $1,000. Funds are insured up to $250,000. That's it all. Anyone can try to join. Elevate your business today. Visit happymoney.com/Alliance. That's ALLIANC. The APY offer is a lifetime self-pay reserve offer. Focus on how to do it. See more than earn outcome. Pay money to drive the better.
What matters most. Call the monitoring center for your home or business security needs. No laser contract and monitoring rates starting only 33 cents per day. Peace of mind starting only 33 cents a day. Switch your security provider today to the monitoring center and get 6 months free. Switching to the monitoring center is easy. Call now for your free quote. Send to different plans. Now at Lowe's, get the lowest prices of the year on select appliances. Get up to 45% off and save an extra $100 on every $800 you spend on select appliances. Now if you're 12 cents savings very based on purchase amount.
Eat pretty raw.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
Get ready, California. It's right there annual enrollment period. So why not make enrollment easier with United Healthcare? Whether you choose our online tools or over the phone support, United Healthcare will help you compare options so you can choose a plan with confidence. This is Medicare made for California, trusted everywhere. Explore our wide range of plans by calling United Healthcare today at 1-855-UHC. That's 1-855-UHC. Annual enrollment begins October 15th and ends December 7th, so call today.
Celebrate the magic of Christmas. Visit OutletHome.com. OutletHome.com.
For some people, dating is tough. Maybe they're transgender, experiencing conservation, or neurodivergent, or have physical differences.
I feel like I look a little different when I walk and move, and a lot of things that I do are hard to
Find having people more successful in love. Listen to Worthy of Love on Sunday from 7 to 9 p.m.
Dr. Wendy Watts, Wednesdays at 7 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. AM 640 and live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Your home, the Deep Club, the House Whisper. Thanks for joining us on the program. We are doing our annual House Whisper holiday gift guide. Yesterday, or previous episode, if you were on that podcast only, and today, all gift guide, all there is for you to help you find just the right Christmas gift for that DIYer, that loved one in your life. That might be a description. And but lots of tools mixed in as well. For those who especially have a knack and a love for being a maker of things, a maintaining household, all of that good kind of stuff. Also, coming up after the next news break, we're going to go to the phone, as is our tradition. So, I want to know what's going on in your home today. The phone lines are open now. Now is the perfect time to give me a call. We got a little room on the board for you. 8332 is 833. The number to ask is 8332. Anything you want to talk about regarding your home, design, construction, DIY, anything else regarding your home. Go ahead. going to figure out what's going on with it. All right, back to holiday gifts. All right, no stores this time around. How about this? How about something very consensual, but different and awesome? And that is a Christmas. But not any Christmas, the right Christmas. I got one this year, earlier in the year, this year was it last year that I discovered the Black Widow tape measure TRUMAN. Justin has been making tape measures forever. They're one of the mainline, high quality tape measures. The tape measure I'm referring to is a 25 footer. I think they also make a 30 footer. And it is a rugged tape, rubberized tape, just everything you need in a great pro grade tape. Here's the difference with the Luxton's Black Widow. It is a black blade. It's not black. And the printing is kind of that fluorescent blue. Now, it's not glowing at all, but it's this kind of bright fluorescent sort of highlighter marker blue. What is the big deal with that? Well, something I discovered not long ago is that, man, it is so much easier to read. Don't you think so, too? It is so much easier. And it's not just its eye trouble or vision problems, it's easier to read. Those tape measures are light yellow. The blade is light yellow, which is kind of a harsh, glaring background to have tiny little black lines on. And you have to really sometimes zero in on like, okay, but you don't really realize it. Pictures screw up next to each other. You put one next to the other, you don't realize, wow, the yellow one is way bigger than the other. So this is a good possible breakthrough. So if somebody realizes a new tape measure, stocking stuff or what have you, I mean, it's a $29 tape measure. It's not cheap, nor is it very expensive item. So however you want to handle that. But check out the Luxton, that's Luxkain Black Widow tape measure here. It's seriously for this black tape blade with yellow lettering on it. It's just so pretty. It's just so easy to work with. I haven't thrown my other ones away. That would be that. But I'm telling you right now, when all the other ones break down, I'm going to hang on to the Luxton, and I will be replacing those other ones with that because I really love the black blade. It's so much to do. Okay. Next on the list, we have time for another one. Yes, I do. Another tool, okay? Never too out of cheap tool. The one particularly that I specified in the guide, I will explain it's about $500 purchase. But there are these kinds of things in a whole range of prices. And what I'm talking about is a miter saw. Now, for those of you who do not have experience with power tool saws, circular saws, I have always said that instead of stepping up to a handheld circular saw, skill saw, mill saw, instead of stepping up to that, the safer step for you as a homeowner, the one I'd rather you do, the one that's going to be more satisfying, is an actual good quality miter saw. Now, why is that? Well, miter saws, depending on the blade that you put on them, can handle any kind of cutting that pretty much that your handheld circular saw can. Except in a couple of those, obviously you can't hold it up and cut something off that's up on the wall already, or particularly rip a piece of lumber in two dimensions. But apart from that, everything from fine trim and molding all the way down to precise framing materials can be cut on a miter saw. The reason I recommend it as an introductory saw is because if you're just going to start out with a handheld circular saw, you've got to master a lot of things very quickly. Holding the board, securing the board so that they don't move, holding the saw, balancing it just right, being away from your other body part that you cut, and so on. And then after you're thinking about all of that, actually making a good cut. Whereas the tabletop miter saw just sits there. You can fix it to your workbench. You can set it on the floor if you need to. It's stable. It's firm. You don't have to worry about jangling a lot of weight or awkwardness. All you do is hold the lumber with one hand and then elevate the saw and bring it forward down onto the lumber and grain, which is the two ways to cut lumber or anything. So if you were going to buy one saw, just one saw, as a beginning DIY, then yeah, I would recommend you get a miter saw. Now, like I said, you don't have to lay out $500 for one, but there are varying degrees of miter saws out there. What I showed you here in the gift guide is one of the Rolls Royces of miter saws. So about $549 to $550 for a 5-pound miter saw. What that means is this thing does three things. Number one, the table itself turns in the miter cutting. So there's a 45 grams you have to cut up to 62 on this thing. So the table slides left and right with angle. Secondly, the head itself with the blade on it can tilt to 45 degree angles in both directions, and that means when cutting both an angle on the table and tilting the head, that's compound because you're cutting two angles at the same time. That's what it means in compound miter saw. In addition to that, it has a cross cut feature, which means it has this armature that reaches out and can pull the saw across the board and cut really big pieces of lumber that otherwise the blade would not be able to get all the way through by laying them out flat on the table. So that's three things that I love the box when it comes to this, because it's precise, it's so smooth, and the way its armature is set up, you can stack it right up on your workbench, right against the wall, and it never actually throws anything back behind it. It only moves forward as you operate it. So therefore, it can save a lot of space in your workshop. Whereas another kind of cross-cut saw with large slides, the slides have to push behind the saw, so usually it's photoporn behind the saw. It's not necessarily going to live permanently on a workshop. So anyway, really good reason to look into a miter saw, especially for people who are just getting started with sawing and with power tools. I'd rather train you on a miter saw, and then once you're confident on all those things, hand you a freehand saw that you have to hold and guide at the same time. It is much less necessary and confident you're making good cuts that way. All right, so much more of the gift guide as we roll it out this morning. Your home, the Food Shark, the house. So when you return, you are going to the phone. The number to reach me is 332. These are the house look for other different absolutely.
The body has been found in the debris of a fire that heavily damaged 3 buildings in Selmar. Palestinian civilians are seeking shelter as bombing intensifies in the Gaza Strip. At least 4 people have been killed and more than 50 others injured in an explosion at a Catholic mass in the Philippines. Let's go into traffic right now. We've got delays in the 110 south LA.
It's going to be on the northbound side of Harbor Freeway, the outbound at MLK. Both out here, stop and go from Boston. We've got a Shaw, we south LA on the left hand side. That's the 105. Looks like we're just about clearing that out. And we've got a contact vehicle in Torrance, 405 south of Normandy. Lately, looks like it's still blocking there. I'm clearing that as well. We have flying the sky. I'll get you there faster. I want you to. It's Holiday Home, you know, and Holiday Home, they just sponsored our live audience show on Holiday Show a couple of weeks back. Holiday Show might come experience Christmas like that before. And Miller's Amazing Christmas store for over 70 years. It is really strange. It's got a wonderful Christmas stuff and all high quality support direct from our warehouse. You want to decorate your grill? We've got to have it. We've got the furniture done with simply home decorated trees to inspire you. And the tree, let me tell you, Howard's a custom design their tree. Why? Because nothing else is good enough. These are the best trees in the country. If you know, this is not an exaggeration. They are head and shoulders above anything that you're going to find online or in the big boxes or anywhere. 70 sizes and styles in the tree line. Start shopping now. You can save 40% on those trees. 20% off thousands of ornaments, ribbons, wreaths, garlands, vegetable samples, you know, the whole Christmas display. Right in Christmas is not included. No one does Christmas like Albertine. Find them on Tacoma in Van Nuys or on the web. AlbertHome.com. That's ALVIK We get some delays right now to South LA. The offense is closed off on the 110 northbound at MLK. The stop and go from Slauson Avenue. It's going to be some time there. Also, a stall to South LA on the 110 Harbor Freeway, south onto 105 Century Freeway. Watch the rest of the bit of a delay there. Well, to Terminus, popping up here, the auto and partially blocked. So 101, the northbound side of Ventura Freeway. City of Woodman here. Keep decent now to see what's going on. We've also got delays as you head on through Redwood Express and westbound from Street Roadway, California Street. KFI was down here to get to their master on my wheel.
This is a series of live on sports network. Presented by Jack Hughes and Sports.
The Clippers rallied from a 22-point deficit to beat the Warriors last night, 113-112. All Warriors in game winning 3. It takes Denver on Wednesday. Guys is on the verge of finalizing a one-year deal with 35-year-old relief pitcher Joe Kelly. It will be his third stint with LA in the last 6 years. Chargers running linebacker Michael Wood questionable for the San Francisco against the Browns due to a knee injury suffered last week. Traded him. Check out the DraftKings app to also host sports. You can live more fun when you get on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gary Robin, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Agent eligibility restrictions apply. William Remedy, see DraftKings.com for details. No, ma'am. Watch it for a minute. Like you know, without hot water years later.
Now, the plumbers get a pretty penny for diagnosing these things.
Benefit Company, the house code 3 for residential homeowners with discharge water heater.
No way! Big Brother started busy once to diagnose our last water heater.
I know. A lot of clients have told me that.
And if I remember right, their guarantee only covers the first year.
Yeah, they use that as the industry standard, but the Mike Diamond standard covers the whole thing. If the hot water heater leaks 5 years and 11 months down the road, we'll install a new one for free, including labor.
You're crazy talk.
It may be crazy, but it's true. This is Mike Diamond, and I guarantee my plumber will show up on time and smell good, or your house valve is free. Have a smell good plumber. Diagnose your hot water heater for free. Call 1-800-446-MIKE. Or check out our research page at MikeDiamond.com. Also, give us a number at 299 plus $7.
People that cover up because they want to have their hot dry. You know, I'm sitting around with clear skin. Thanks to Skyrippy. Ribbons and Skyrippy. You can only one injection for adults who are affected with systemic phototherapy. With Skyrippy, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear in 4 months. And Skyrippy is just 4 doses a year after you started dosing. Don't know that 100% of the feeling of allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections and a lower ability to fight them. The whole treatment is after to check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, throat, chills, and epilepsy. Or if you plan to or need to undertake therapy. Thanks to Skyrippy, and on right skin. Everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrippy. Number 1 dermatologist prescribed biologically for ice. And visit Skyrippy.com or call 1-866-SKYRIPPY to learn more. Did you know there's a way to outsmart COVID if you get it? Now there are medicines that can treat COVID, whether or not you've been vaccinated, which is great news, especially if you're over 50. If taken in the first 5 days of having symptoms, COVID medicines can help stop the illness from getting serious. Call a healthcare provider or the state COVID hotline, 833-422-4255 to learn more about COVID medicine. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health, from the creator of Public Health, to the new Blue Card Weekly Podcast Series. This week's episode of Talk of the Dead joins new Lincoln and Death to take a step forward from John's life, history, and time. Based on everything I've learned, I think that we're going to know something. I don't know if aliens are real, but I think there's something out there that they know. Listen to Talking to Death on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Far more, you won't die. If you listen to KFI, you're interested in what's going on, and you want the whole story. You're not alone. KFI is influential, affluent, and well-educated. If you're a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing, KFI
listen to station on iHeartRadio has notified you that more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And not just anyone. People like you, homeowners, business owners, CEOs.
Notify listeners know they can trust us. And most of them have purchased a product or service that we have recommended.
They have eyes of thousands of great Southern California businesses grow, and we'd like to help you.
We always showed you how KFI AM 640 can work for you.
Check out pound 250 on your cell and say, grow my business.
Pound 250 and say, grow my business.
iHeartRadio is your number one app for the holidays. Just open the app and search iHeart Holidays and start listening to Coast 103.5, plus all kinds of other holiday stations, playlists, and podcasts. iHeartRadio, free, never sounded so good.
For some people, golden age gap may be there. And 10 years experience incarceration or neurodivergent have physical differences.
I think that environment does have an impact on trans people, and a lot of trans people are not only, believing that they might not be worthy of love, but also told.
Find out how these people want successful in life. Listen to Worthy of Love on Sunday from 7 to 9 p.m.
Dr. What You Want, tonight at 7 on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome home. Wow, my voice almost sounded normal right now. Warming up a little. More talk. Warms up. Probably it's going to be like a bell curve today. So I'm starting out, there's going to be having not talked at all today. Then I'm going to get mid-show. I'm going to be sounding fantastic. And then the show is well as enjoy it while you got it, folks. That's what I'm saying. It is KFI. Keep us out if we're at your service. We are doing our annual, our legendary outfit for holiday gift guide today and yesterday. So you can check out yesterday's episode as well on the podcast that you can hear on free iHeartRadio app or wherever your favorite podcast is. I don't have the podcast, Spotify, whatever, you're there. Get your push home with you. You will find every
Are you done? Allegedly. Why? Could have been a deep fake. I smile like Sean Astin or Rudy. Judges that end the game comes on with City Show, photo match, not for respect, and article discussed. So the most of respect, so I say that I say information about some of the respect. I like to say, I have with that, but later, trying to say. No way. No Florida. Michigan, Washington, Texas, Alabama.
I have yet to find anybody who, in even the short term, is really happy with it. And the other problem is, and this is an interesting parallel to a call we took 2 weeks ago about laying down another layer of vinyl on their floor. Right? They have heavily embossed vinyl flooring, and they wanted to lay down a new modern. And I said, no problem, but you got to fill in all of the embossing first. And you can't really do that with a tile because the point is, it's going to be the same thing. It may look great on day one, but as you start to move things around on it, that vinyl sheet will actually start to settle in against the texture of the tile underneath it, and you're going to start to see the tile bumps and the drop lines and everything slowly but surely through it, and then it's really nice. Yeah, well, you could redo the tile, and you probably should look into having somebody give you a quote just to redo the tile. And when you redo the tile, we're not talking about having to tear a bunch of stuff off. Especially if the tile that you've got is laid on a nice bed or a piece of tile board. How old is the kitchen back? Oh, and this is original? Or do we know? We don't know. Okay, so in this case, I have a tile person take a look at it. They may be able to, let's say, minimize the cost. Now, obviously, it's going to be more expensive than but they may be able to minimize the cost by just very carefully demoing out the tiles itself and then smoothing out the thin stuff that's left behind, and then just reapplying new tiles, fresh, white, newer tile, or maybe a solid surface countertop. But even a nice fresh white tile, or something with a kind of a cute, more contemporary edge to it will bring it all back to life. But yeah, it's one of those things where you kind of have to bite the bullet at this point, and I think it's throwing good money after bad to just kind of do a halfway with it. You're very welcome. Thanks for your call, Heather. All right, when we come back, we are going to continue with questions. We will be going to the phone. Your home, the Blue Shell House with the Hunter. The 2023 CFI Hackathon ends tonight. There's still time to donate. Visit the starting at 12. Go to hackathon.com. Everywhere on the Inner Radio app.
Hot dog. Oh, come on, baby.
Sheriff Investigator Lauren Felix says Michael Fleggett used to be one of 60 young men killed through overdose by serial killer Randy Kraft. Says the man from Iowa and his almost 90-year-old mother was thrilled to finally have answers after 49 years. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFIA. This time, the career takes on South LA with some major street closures all day. It was Franklin, Martin Luther King Jr., and Central Avenue. You can talk It's causing some delays for us. Victor Freeway northbound at the 405. Stop and go from Long Island Boulevard at this point. Typically released affecting the roadways right now already. 410 northbound, the offense to MLK. That is closed off to the event. And right now is stop and go from Boston. You're going to give yourself a little bit of time there as you head through. Now, Frederick, Little 10 West of California Street in trouble. 205 in the sky. Up to get to go faster. I'm on Viva. You're listening on the TRILLIONAIRE video. That's for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Never sounded so good. AM for sports. So we can Tuesday, I think about, when we think about our life source for our water system. Bettina and I have here in our home 4 years. One, you can swim. Why? Because, every drop of water tastes great. Filters out all the harsh chemicals, chlorine, dirt, sediment, contaminants. Keeps all the essential minerals in the water that our bodies need, and make our water that it's still right. The other thing we think about when we come to life sources is we don't really think about it very much because there's no regular maintenance. There's no cooking change. There's no salt we get like this. These units are the highest rated, longest lasting filtration capacity units of any full house water system on the market anywhere. That's why we love LifeSource. LifeSource is turning 40 this year. They invite you to celebrate with huge savings for their 40th. They're offering water systems with the lowest prices of the year. What a great Christmas present for your whole family. For a limited time, you can save hundreds of dollars or more on a LifeSource water system. Call them at 1-800-WATER-99. 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Quick weather from KFI. Sunny with highs in the low 70s around the Soda Ray and Northeast. Highs in the mid 60s to around 70 in the valley. Highs in the low 70s, neutral and higher. Mostly sunny skies, the upper 60s at the beaches, and highs in the low 70s on Monday. Right now it's 58 in Northridge, 57 in San Luis, 63 in Brea, and 64 in Cincinnati. News local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Heather Butler.
You're listening on the TRILLIONAIRE video. That's for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeart Radio app. Welcome to home. Wherever you eat, we help you better understand that place where you live. I am Steve Clark, the house whisperer. Here with you live, like I am every weekend. Saturday morning from 6 to 8 Pacific time. Sunday morning 9 to noon Pacific time. Welcome to the program. Welcome to the second hour of the program. If you're just joining us, I apologize for my voice, running up close, but I'm fighting here. But I'm here with you. My energy is high. I'm ready to go. I'll survive. I appreciate people are sending in on social media and emails and posts their favorite social media. You guys are very kind. You're very, very good. I appreciate it. Don't worry. I've got all the notes I need, and I have Tina here to take care of me. So, if I change or something like that, so. All right, we are doing our holiday gift guide today. It is our one time a year, right at the beginning of December, where we help you figure out some really, really cool gifts for the DIYer or crafty worker or just the general home improvement lover in your life. We're going to get back to that in a bit, but right now we are taking calls as we do. Hey, Heather, are you still with us? break, so Heather asked me in the last segment about the tile that you got on her old house, and is there any way to, fix it up or improve it without spending an arm and a leg? And the contractor, the adopted contractor who was advising me not to use the vinyl laminate tops and all of that kind of stuff. And during the break, the designer in my head, who lives on the other side of my head, was telling the contractor, why don't you ask her how it's going to take the tiles out for the work? So I'm going to ask you now, and I'll explain why. Is the tile like all broken up and messed up, or is it just, instead of the off white, it's just looking old and dingy?
It's not broken. It's all designed to looking really conservative. I just feel like I wanted a more modern. It looks like every tile that was used in the like 80s, 90s,
Right.
no personality, nothing. So it's
All right, so here's how I'm guessing that the wall behind the tile is white.
most of the, yes, that's true. But also most of the background is also tile. Tile goes on either roof or cabinet.
Okay, got it. So you got a full backsplash, but then the kitchen itself, white. Okay. So just a suggestion, since we're looking to save money, if you want to take an off-white old tile situation, if the tiles are in good shape, and you want to give it a little zest, here's a trick, a design trick. If you want the tile and go to the wall and find a beautiful, rich, amazing feature wall color for the walls in the kitchen. Because here's the thing, off-white tiles, even when they're brand new, they will always look old and dingy next to a white wall. Right? Because the wall is brighter than the tile, so the tile just looks old from day one. But a navy blue wall or something really bold and powerful, that's like crazy. I'm not suggesting crazy, but just something rich. You might want to consider, all I'm saying, actually fiddling with the paint. Now we're just talking about a gallon or two of paint, and you're not touching the countertops at all. The right color behind those tiles could actually make them look way better than they are.
Good idea. Or kind of a brownish, tile as well. I'm thinking maybe I would want like a an agreeable gray, kind of not gray, but like I don't know, maybe a warm
Yeah, do something, try something. If you've got off-white tile, that's a warm tone, and you've got a brown tile on the floor, that's a warm tone. So try matching it with something with a cooler tone, a blue, gray, something like that. You just might find that it all looks super fantastic, better than it ever has, if you just change the wall and not the tiles. That's all I want to know.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll give it a try. I'm gonna
I
just
always
keep
enjoy
watching.
yeah, exactly. We talk about the inexpensive, that's the least expensive way to transform the kitchen anyway, with home anyway. So, all right, let's hey, Ty, welcome home. Hey, Ian, thank you very much. It's nice to be here. I have a dilemma, and we're working on cleaning a house with I need to, there's a brick fireplace, and they decided to paint the brick, and that's fine. But they also, while in the process of painting it, painted the interior fireplace, with this paint. And I know that this is a wood burning fireplace. Have we compromised it? Because there should have been heat train in there. And would it be okay to overlay that with heat train, or have we
Look at this athleticism.
what color did they paint the interior of the firebox? White. Oh, a double mistake. Two mistake. Oh man. Yeah, so first of all, there's nothing like a white firebox to show even the very, all the soot from the very first fire that anybody ever puts in that fireplace after it's been painted. So that's like that's a 180 degrees opposite what I would have advised. I would have advised to paint the firebox. It means that if you just want to get rid of dingy firebox bricks or stained stuff, paint it black, matte black. So every flame that is started in front of it looks like a jewel on top of a velvet jewelry cloth, and you'll never actually see any sticks from a wood burning fire. But yeah, you always want to paint it with high paint. Otherwise, it's gonna peel off. It's gonna peel off. And so here's my suggestion. You're not completely lost to it. A small purchase, well, number one, you should pay to do this, because that's 50 feet. But a small purchase of a heat gun, okay? A heat gun that can crank out, over 1,000 degrees of heat. And put the heat gun in the fireplace with the proper ventilation, fans running, and also, the mask, the filter mask, the vapor, on the wearer, the holder of the heat gun. But you'll see exactly what's going to happen with that paint when you put against it. And the cool thing though is that it's going to peel, it's going to bubble, and it will chip off, which means you will have effectively removed it. And then you come back to the firebox in and if for some reason, some amazing reason, you apply 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit heat to that paint and nothing happens, then okay. It's not going to come off in the first big fire, but I'm betting big money that it will get. And not only that, but
The Enron traders never seem to step back and say, wait, is what we're doing
Look at this
actually
worst drinks that wasn't playing in black and with the bank combination and the pickup truck.
Does that advance our goals of nationwide deregulation? Instead, they sought out every loophole they could in order to profit from California's misery. Temperatures in California are hitting higher than 100 degrees, fueling wildfires and fears that California's strained power grid could once again near collapse.
What's happening?
Stop that shit.
That's a beautiful thing.
I was never
Good
going to
X
trade
morning
for
practical
at Enron. And if I had
Good
questions,
X morning
I
football.
didn't ask them because I didn't want an answer. I didn't want to confirm what I suspected might be true. That what I was doing was, in fact, unseen.
Tennessee tough. You suck, bitch.
Was at least unethical.
Nashville strong. Pittsburgh strong. Los Angeles strong. New York strong. Brooklyn strong. Chicago strong. Oh, terrorist attack in your hometown? Blah, 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 strong.
In the early 60s, Stanley Milgram tried to figure out what characteristics there were of evil people. Was there
Boston
an evil
strong.
strain, or could normal people do
Come on, CJ Stroud, you cunt.
Set up this
Oh, that was a terrible throw.
experiment. He had an actor playing an experimental subject and a real experimental subject.
Was that one of the greatest plays of all time?
And he had an experimenter say, we're going to see if mild electric shocks will help people memorize lists.
Incorrect. I'm now going to shock of 75 volts. Soft air.
Milgram experiment has a lot to say about it because I think people lost their sense of morality. Like Milgram, once you accepted the idea that behaving inhumanely was okay, you could do anything, and the shocks increased with the number of mistakes that they made. The subject, the real subject, is begging the scientist-looking person to stop too, and the scientist only says the experiment requires that you continue. In a way, Skilling was almost like the guy telling those people below him it was okay to up the power.
420 volts. California's electric utilities may have to pull the plug on millions of customers. It's fucking cool.
What an interception.
During the height of Wednesday's
Keep
blackout,
trying.
fire crews had to free people trapped in elevators.
Why you guys stole from those poor grandmothers in California? Yeah, Grandma Bill is bad. But if you want to figure out how to fucking go to the butterfly ballot, now do you want your fucking money back to our power? You chose right up your ass.
That's correct.
It's kind of hard to say, well, we should be, we should do this even though it's allowed because, I mean, that's what we did, right? It's happening, fucking earthquake that makes one up in the Pacific Island, fucking candles.
Pilgrim's discovery was disturbing. 50% of the subjects were willing to shock to the death so long as the commands came from a seemingly legitimate source.
West side.
Tonight I'm declaring a state of emergency in California. Give the state the authority and the resources to keep the lights on in California.
The governor, who's been basically
I'm the biggest West Side motherfucker ever been.
we wanted the governor to send in the state police with a national guard.
Go, baby, go, baby, go, 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 Terry, kill. No one's catching his ass. Break it down.
I'm going to get the $9 billion back from Enron, Diners, and Reliance. No, I'm not going to get it back to you.
Despite what people in California think, Enron's making money despite California, not because of California.
Hilarious.
Crisis would cost the state of California $30 billion.
Oh man, that was sick. Dude, he had so much speed on this motherfucker. Dude, I called this shit. Look at this. Peace out. Here's my 99 speed in your face. Yep.
You're the good guys. We are the demons. We are on the side of angels.
Oh, I can't help myself. You know what the difference is between the state of California and the Titanic? Listening webcast, I know. At least when the Titanic went down, the lights were on.
West side, west side, west side, west side. Everybody say west side, west side.
Received a raucous welcome in San Francisco tonight. Protesters heckled Enron CEO Jeffrey Skilling outside and inside during his appearance at Commonwealth
Is he
Club,
sexy?
where the protesters
I'm sexy, baby.
very high and delivered it herself.
$32 billion is what we made, near a 50% hike in utility rates.
Consumers in California are angry, and they should be. And if we had anything to do with this, then we are the stupidest people in the world. Tidal wave of public anger started to grow. Ken Lake flew out here and convened a meeting of friends. And I guess he had a little more foresight than we did. He invited Arnold Schwarzenegger, brought him together at the Peninsula Hotel, and had a lunch meeting. The notes from that meeting really still have never surfaced, but we know that Ken Lake's pitch was we've got to stay the course with deregulation, and the market will correct itself, and everything will turn out fine. Now, at the time, we didn't understand really why he was so concerned, but now we do. The fact is that Ken Lake was out here because he understood that Enron itself was a house of cards, and if deregulation were to collapse, that Enron itself would collapse. But Ken Lake had a trump card. Amidst the energy crisis, his friend George W. Bush became president.
I, George Walker Bush, do solemnly swear. I, George Walker Bush, do solemnly swear. Am I going to be Secretary of Energy? Get out of here. How great would that be for all the players in the market? I think correct. I'm not going to kill him.
Ken Lake
Other Bush is so beautiful.
On April 17th, he met with Vice President Dick Cheney and strongly argued against the imposition of federal price caps in California.
We're doing everything we can to help in California on a short-term basis. Extra kilowatts.
was switched into the White House with both hands tied behind our back. We no longer have the power to stop this. The federal government doesn't help us. We're a dead duck.
At the time, Gray Davis was a likely candidate to run for president. Ken Lay knew that might give his friend George Bush a political reason to oppose California's appeals over federal price controls.
They know full well my administration's belief that price controls will not solve the problem.
His view was that the federal government really shouldn't get involved. This is California's problem. And I'm saying, with all due respect, Mr. President, our law said the federal government regulates this, so it is your problem. And you make appointments to the Federal Regulatory Commission. So we had a polite but spirited discussion on that. They said that just can't be held to them.
As I said from the very beginning of my administration, we work to help California in any way we can. And the best way we can is to be good citizens.
FERC, the federal agency which regulates energy in America, refused to intervene.
How was FERC doing, and why was it not taking action?
The chairman of FERC was Pat Wood, the man Ken Lay had personally recommended for the job.
It was easy for FERC to do Enron's bidding, because all they had to do was do nothing, which they did very well.
Federal regulators are being pressured to act by the now Democratic-controlled Senate. We're
The
hearing
Democratic Senate forced FERC to impose regional price caps. That ended the energy crisis, but not the political one.
Did Ken Lay and George Bush have a political agenda to blame the energy crisis on the South?
Hello?
It's one of those only in California stories. The state's unpopular governor, Gray Davis, beset by an ailing economy and a $38 billion budget deficit, faces possible recall. And rumored as a possible replacement for Davis, movie star Arnold Schwarzenegger.
The Terminator? We'll see whether he's back or not.
Gray Davis has terminated opportunities, and now it's time we terminate Gray Davis.
Could I predict phony energy crisis as a result of deregulation? Yes. Could I predict that Arnold Schwarzenegger would be our governor as a result of deregulation? Never would have come up with that. That's like a bad science fiction.
Apparently we have all been wrong. It is pronounced California. Ladies and gentlemen, the governor of the great state of California, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
We could just hear rumbles all the way up and down Main Street here and all throughout the city that things were very difficult in Enron. One guy who a year before had come to me and said, I'm working for Enron, I was very excited. Within a year, was waking up every night with nightmares. I've got no life left, and I feel like I'm being consumed by this company.
As doubts began to surface about the company and the erratic behavior of the CEO, Enron's stock began to fall.
I remember one of the most poignant meetings I'd ever had with Jeff. I had left Enron, and I had come over to talk about whether or not I would return to Enron. I said, Jeff, you've got a real problem. The traders, they will cut your throat if they think it will get them to the trough sooner. Jeff was silent, and he looked out the window, and he looked back at me and he said, yeah, Amanda, it looks like you're right. By the end, the traders ran Enron. You know, the inmates had taken over the asylum.
All through the summer, the stock continued to decline. There was a buzz that a major announcement was going to take place, but we all thought that Ken Lay was leaving Enron and that he had been asked by the Bush administration to join his administration. But that wasn't the case at all. It was Jeff Skilling announcing that he was stepping down as CEO, and that took everyone. No one could believe that.
CEOs generally don't just resign out of the blue without a well-orchestrated PR campaign beforehand to pave the way so there's no disruption, there's no questions, there's no front-page stories, which of course is exactly what happened. It was at that point that I knew the architect of the disaster knows that it's crumbling, and red is the big sinking ship.
2 days later, I met with him and Ken Lay, I had informed the company that I was going to downgrade the stock on Skilling's resignation. I asked Jeff Skilling, are there any more shoes to drop? Have we seen the worst of it? And I was concerned about the energy crisis that was occurring in California. Skilling convinced me that it was for personal reasons. I left his meeting feeling sort of emotional because of the concern that he seemed to be showing about the relationship he had with his family. He appeared to be distraught. And I remember saying to an investor, if he's not telling the truth, then it's a good thing he quit his day job because he needs to go to Hollywood.
I left Enron on August 14, 2001 for personal reasons. This is going a massive earthquake struck Enron right after your departure. And people in far inferior positions to you could see cracks in the walls, feel the tremors, feel the windows rattling, and you want us to believe that you sat there in your office and had no clue that this place was about to collapse.
On the day I left, on August 14th, 2001, I believe the company was in strong financial position.
I think he was smart enough, and he didn't even have to be that smart. He had seen documents that I think predicted the future. I think he was smart enough to think, I can get out now, and this company isn't going to collapse for a year, maybe a year and a half, so I won't get the blame. It was working fine when I left, guys.
After Skilling resigned, Enron's chairman, Jim Ray, took over as CEO.
I didn't expect that. But thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I'm delighted to be back. I'm sorry Jeff did resign.
A study announced that he was stepping down as the CEO, and I think the flags started going up for everybody.
We are facing a number of challenges, but we're managing them. Indeed, I think the worst of that's behind us, and the business is doing great. We're not the only stock that's decreased value this year. We've been hit a little harder than many others. And if a few of these other problems disappear, like California, like India, I think the worst is over, and I'm excited.
August 14th, 2001, Jeff Skilling abruptly resigned. And that made me angry. It made loads of employees angry. I mean, there was a real sense of betrayal by the employees. I mean, this was, Jim Jones feeding us the Kool-Aid and then deciding not to drink it himself.
The day after Skilling resigned, Sharon Watkins sent a letter to Jim Ray.
We'll begin with Ms. Watkins.
I am Sharon Watkins.
Won't you identify your counsel for the committee?
My counsel is Mr. Philip Hilder.
When you hear the story for the first time, it's unbelievable. What Sharon was telling me was more than accounting regularities and such. I mean, it was massive fraud, enormous proportion.
In mid to late June of 2001, upon the resignation of Cliff Baxter, I went to work directly for Mr. Fastow.
It has evolved to the corporate climate, essentially.
I was highly alarmed by the information I was receiving.
What Sharon Watkins discovered began the unraveling of Fastow's complex partnerships.
Andy put me in charge of this asset listing, and there were about a dozen assets that had been hedged with one of Andy's entities, the Raptors. So I was working with a spreadsheet, and the math just didn't add up. It didn't make sense to me. Accounting doesn't get that creative. I couldn't believe that Arthur Anderson had signed off on it. I couldn't believe that so many people were going along.
Behind Fastow's partnerships were enormous guarantees of Enron's stock. Fastow had gambled Enron's future on the hope that its stock would never fall.
My first reaction was that I should warn Kindler. The day after Skilling left, I sent this one-page anonymous letter. But within a week, I was meeting with Kindler. I identified myself in the hopes of really making my point that Enron needed to address this situation. Companies rarely get away with cooking their books, but when they do survive, it's when they have money, not when they're exposed from the outside.
Ms. Watkins, I went. Ms. Watkins did not talk to me, Senator.
Ms. Watkins said Clifford Baxter told her that he met with you repeatedly to express his concern.
Cliff and Andy had they didn't like each other. They had a very strained personal relationship, and Cliff's issue had nothing to do with the appropriateness or inappropriateness of the transaction.
I mentioned Cliff Baxter in these memos, and I remember I made the comment to him, well, you're one of the good guys, you were one of the people fighting against this, and it's going to be all right. And he said, no, I don't think it's going to be all right.
I bet we don't. Happiness would be huge.
When I started working with
Bruising.
Sharon, I was writing about it. People don't really appreciate what she did and the bravery that it took in that company.
Andy Fastow would not have put his hands in the Enron candy jar without an explicit or implicit approval to do so by Mr. Scott.
I can't for the life of me see what reason she would have for suggesting that I would know something. I mean, how would she know that? And I don't see that it's at all inconsistent that there would be some things I don't know if some people purposely kept me from knowing some things.
I felt like I was one lone voice within Enron saying, look, we've committed horrible fraud. And of course, all hell broke loose. Within 6 short weeks, Enron was spinning out of control.
Probably in more normal circumstances, I've had a few more words to say about September the 11th. Just like America's under attack by terrorism, I think we're under attack. And of course, now we've got the SEC inquiry, informal inquiry.
The SEC launched an investigation when the Wall Street Journal published articles revealing Fastow's monkey deals. Enron announced massive financial restatements. Investors began to worry that billions in mark-to-market profits were really losses.
As you can, of course, see, the underlying fundamentals of our businesses are very strong. They're the strongest they've ever been. But regrettably, that's not what Wall Street is focusing on, and I doubt that's what you're focusing on. This inquiry will take a lot of time on the part of our accountants, lawyers, and others, but it will finally put these issues to rest.
At the very moment Ken Lay was talking to employees, only a few blocks away, Enron's accounting firm, Arthur Andersen, had begun destroying its Enron files. On October 23rd, Andersen shredded more than 1 ton of paper.
Despite the rumors, despite the speculation, the company is doing well, both financially and operationally.
He was making all kinds of statements, reassuring employees, and not just employees, reassuring investors. We have no accounting irregularities. The company's in the best shape it's ever been in.
From the standpoint of Enron stock, we're going to bring it back. We're going to bring it back. All right, we're down to questions. I've got a few up here. I would like to know if you are on crack. If so, that would explain a lot. If not, you may want to start because it's going to be a long time before we trust you again.
Certainly wasn't clear to anyone at it, much less anyone outside of it. It wasn't really clear what was going on, what was going to happen.
I know there's a lot of speculation about Andy's involvement. I and the board are also sure that Andy has operated in the most ethical and appropriate manner possible.
The next day, Andy Fastow was fired. The Enron board discovered that he had made more than $45 million from his LJN partnerships.
The question, Mr. Fastow, is how could you believe that your actions were in any way consistent with your fiduciary duties to Enron and its shareholders, or with common sense notions of corporate ethics and propriety? Can you answer some?
Mr. Chairman, on the advice of my counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the questions based on the protection afforded me under the United States Constitution.
Andy, in many ways, I think he was set up as the fall guy. All of the Enron executives were saying, there's your man, Andy Fastow. He's the crook. He's the one that stole from Enron, stole from LJN. He's the one that cooked the books. Go after him.
I've thought about this, and it couldn't have just been a few executives at Enron that made this happen. If you think of the banks involved, Chase, Morgan, Citibank, the billions in loans, Arthur Anderson, what about Vincent and Elkins, the lawyers that represented us? There had to have been complicity across the board because it was all too easy. All too easy.
The Enron collapse was an enormous tragedy. This is a company that had over 30,000 employees. Clearly, the company that size, you have a lot of senior officers that have a lot of authority, which you place enormous trust. Clearly, in this case, there was at least one, Eddie Fastow, that betrayed that trust. To the extent that I did not know what he was doing, he obviously didn't share with me what he was doing. Then indeed, I cannot take responsibility for what he did.
I never heard him say I take responsibility for a thing. It sounded to me like a wonderful movie, Chicago. I was reminded of the puppet strings and the dancers and the tap dancing and pointing at the gun. I mean, everybody's in step with Johnny.
I continue to grieve, as does my family, over the loss of the company. Linda and I saw our net worth reduced from several $100 million down to something less than $20 million on the net worth basis. Versus you said about $1 million or less in liquidity.
I don't know what I'd be rather be shot as a crook or
I believe the only venue for me is the ride of Rabbi.
Oh, you mean the Enron ride? Let's go.
Enron hit the natural psyche. It didn't answer the time-tested lesson. That is what close to it. Sometimes it is.
It is my belief that Enron's failure was due to a classic run on the bank.
Don't look now, but there's something funny going on over there at the bank, George. I've never really seen one, but that's got all the earmarks of being a run.
On December 2nd, 2001, less than 4 months after Stern's resignation, Enron declared bankruptcy.
Remember, it was just a strange kind of a surreal day. We learned around 9:30 about the bankruptcy and that we were all being let go. We all felt like we were on the Titanic and the last lifeboats had long gone and we were just now on the sinking ship. We had 30 minutes to leave the building, and at that point, it was no longer like being on the Titanic. It was kind of like being on the Lusitania. The torpedo had hit, and there's 20 minutes to get out.
There's a lot of disbelief. Very few of the rank and file people ever dreamed that Enron would actually be bankrupt. Then all of a sudden, it's like a ghost town. I can remember going into the old building on certain floors late afternoon or evening. It was scary. There were like papers blowing around, and nobody there. And it was very eerie.
Mr. Skilling, your opening statement was extremely compassionate to the employees. And I want to show you a tape, and I believe we have it ready to go. Listen to this.
We invest all of our 401k in Enron stock, absolutely.
Why is it that you had begun unloading your stock pretty heavily before that date, and yet led the employees to think they should keep buying stock?
Mr. Senator, I have been a major shareholder Enron Corporation, and you can take the videotape to mean what you want it to mean. I was a supporter of Enron Corporation.
You know what happened to those people. They lost everything.
I feel terrible about what happened to the employees.
Well, at one time, things were really rosy for us. We all had some really nice looking 401ks and pensions.
That's cool. Cool story, bro.
Peaked, and then it just started going down and went lower and lower and lower. The peak, I had
Let's see
about
his shadow.
348,000.
He'd be
I sold it all for $1,200.
studying with their
That's what
team.
I got for it. It was done.
He's on the text if you watch it now because I'm trying to get it right.
While Enron's stock was plummeting, the retirement accounts of Enron's rank and file workers were frozen.
We were frozen out of our accounts. It was right about $32, I believe. And over that time, when it was frozen to when it opened up, I think it went down to 9. We could not access it. What came out later that was so bad was the fact that Kinley and Skilling and all the top people were moving their money then, but we couldn't.
The insiders had sold off $1 billion of their stock. Compare that to the miner who worked for a state-owned utility company for most of his life, put away money each month, and what's he have to show at the end of the day for his years of hard and decent work? He gets a big goose egg. And Pi is not in Hawaii somewhere with $350 million in the bank. That's wrong.
There's still, to this city, a layer of anger and upset. I am still doing counseling 3 years later with some families. With some of those who are most reflective, it's gone to a deeper layer. And they are looking at the corporate culture itself in this country. You know, you can gain the whole world and all the trinkets, all the trophies of the world, the corner office, and all the perks. And you really can lose your soul in the midst of this.
On January 25th, 2002, 7 weeks after the Enron bankruptcy, Cliff Baxter committed suicide.
With the media hounding him because he was mentioned in my memos, and the fact that he'd been sued civilly because he'd cashed in about $30 million worth of stock, I guess it all came crashing down. I think Cliff's suicide note tells it all. Where there was once great pride, now there is none.
It's very hard for me to talk about Cliff. We were very close for many years. And he was a wonderful, wonderful man. But a lot of who Cliff was tied up in how he had succeeded at Enron. It is hard to look at your life's work and say, it's failed. But you have to take a long, cold look at yourself and say, who was I? Who did I become? And realize that you may have seen your shadow.
Andy Fastow pled guilty to conspiracy to commit wire fraud. He agreed to forfeit $23 million in assets. His sentence was reduced to 10 years in exchange for testifying against other Enron executives.
Why Enron? Why not WorldCom or Tyco or Global Crossings? Ultimately, in Enron, the fatal flaw was the sense that brains and wiliness could outthink the way that the system eventually will work.
In 2004, Jeff Skilling was indicted for insider trading and conspiracy to defraud investors. Pleading innocent, he paid his attorneys a retainer of $23 million to defend him.
Enron should not be viewed as an aberration, something that can't happen anywhere else, because it's all about the rationalization that you're not doing anything. We've involved Arthur Anderson, we've involved the lawyers, the bankers know what we're doing. There's a sense that the diffusion of responsibility, everyone was on the bandwagon, and it can happen again.
Enron's accounting firm, Arthur Anderson, was convicted of obstructing justice. With its reputation for honesty destroyed, America's oldest accounting firm fell along with Enron, and 29,000 people lost their jobs. Enron shareholders are suing Enron and its banks for $20 billion. Ken Lay was also indicted for conspiracy to commit fraud. His attorney maintains that no one has been heard more about the Enron bankruptcy than Ken Lay.
With today's arrest of Ken Lay, the top echelon at Enron has now been called to account for their crimes.
Looking at Enron is like looking at the flip side of so much possibility, because like most things that end terribly, it didn't start out that way. It started with a lot of people who thought they were changing the world, and over time they became victims of their own hubris, victims of their own greed, and so it's like taking so much promise of possibility and looking at it in a mirror and seeing the flip side reflected back at you.
I think the larger lesson was what Enron asked of its employees, which was ask why. And, I didn't ask myself why enough. I didn't ask managers why enough. I didn't ask my colleagues why enough.
Such a man who can teach the boss and do a thing and woman. Were you gonna peace out, Girl Scout him? Yeah. Look at this. And athleticism that we have here. West side to die, gangster, gangster, gangster. Damn. The Georgians up 21-0 over those Saints. Who that? Who knows? Well,
Hello, I'm Conrad Fan. Tonight on Different Strokes, we're starting a special two-part show on a very sensitive and important subject. We urge families, children, and parents alike to watch photos and photographs of and discuss the problem presented, which is of deep concern to all of us.
My suggestion is this.
gangster, gangster.
As much as possible. You try to power washing it, then wash it up one more time and really, really good. And then not just seal the concrete so that you're shutting down a lot of the interior porosity of the concrete, but use the product that is specifically designed to reduce and protect against mold growth in concrete. You can find these places like Home Depot. Let me take a look here. I'm going to give you a brand name that it's
Well, Daddy, I guess he could keep his bike downstairs in the garage.
Yeah, Dad, there's plenty of safe places to ride.
And then there's the west side.
I mean, they're everywhere. We got one living in our apartment. It was unsettling because I had myself gone through watching it happening on the show. It was like reliving that all over. I was reliving that whole thing all over. Maybe we better not let you forget know about the bike. In fact, maybe it would be best if you didn't even mention, that you came back here. I gave you all this ice cream. Why don't we just make it olives?
You know something, Mr. Martin? You're sneaky.
really like you. I really like you. But I ain't gonna have a lot of good times together.
When I was a baby, I was 14, and he was 17. There was a school dance at my school. It's called the Sweetheart Dance. And Fred called me, and we were talking on the phone. And all of a sudden, he goes, "Jan," I said, "Yeah, will you do the Sweetheart Dance with me?" And he threw the phone down. So when he got back on the phone, I'm like, "Well, yeah, I'll go."
Though it hurts to go away, it's impossible to stay. But there's one thing I must say.
Licenses. I ended up putting the service. I asked your married man for a service.
What's your favorite Dolphins football
She had a
time?
big oak tree in her front yard, her mom's front yard. Yeah, I come down the street. It fell, I tied around the tree.
I wanted him to see that I was waiting, and I will always wait for him.
NC or whatever.
And I needed him to know that when he came.
Actually,
I loved him, and could wait to see him get later.
I'm the West Side of that gangster. Man, that's so gangster. So sick.
Freddie was born on Easter Sunday, riding home in a little bunny suit with ears, and then marking along 3 years later. We had a great time with our kids when they were growing up. They had sports. Freddie played soccer and baseball. Mark played soccer, baseball, and football. And we had them both. And we went camping and fishing. And
Stay up and watch movies. And you get tired and you fall asleep. Well, I'd end up putting hair paint in your hair and makeup on them and all kinds of stuff while they were sleeping.
yeah, they had fun.
We had great times for school.
Very well liked. Had a lot of friends.
Wake up in the morning, you have 5, 7, 8 guys down there who decided to drop by and spend the night. So raid the refrigerator.
Had one girlfriend all the way through high school, and that he loved very much. And he just was real popular and fun, and he loved high school. I don't know what prompted him to think about modeling, but he was in his early teens when he first started talking about that. He wanted me to take him to a modeling agency here in Cincinnati. You know, we just have to tell him we can't. We just can't. He was not happy. I mean, he was disappointed. But he was okay. But I think it was a dream of his from the time he was that old, about 13, 14 years old. So when he got an opportunity, I couldn't say no.
Graduated high school.
My grandparents were the ones that made the move out of Switzerland. They took out a map, and then they kind of like pointed like wherever they wanted to go. And my grandmother made my grandpa actually do it, and he told me he kind of purposely moved to LA because he wanted to see all the celebrities and stars, and people think they can see them here.
I think every little kid is, dreams about being famous and being in movies and stuff like that. I mean, a lot of my heroes were actors. Johnny Depp was, the biggest at the time. I mean, just everything that, he was able to do, the different personas that he was able to take on, that fascinated me.
Everyone always said this growing up as a kid, oh, Mike should be a model, or Mike should be in acting, or was great. So I got a good manager, and I booked tons and tons and tons, especially print. I mean, it was like I couldn't stop booking it.
Yeah, he was thrilled. He was excited from a Midwestern town, and that was really something different. And Michael seemed to be thrilled with doing it.
I had a good life growing up. I started doing operas and stuff like that with my grandmother at the Houston Grand Opera. I remember going out at the very end of the opera, holding a sword up in the air, and like everybody, it was the very end, going up and holding a sword, and everybody stood up and clapped and started throwing flowers and everything. It was just, and the sound of it was just amazing. The sound of the crowd, and that's probably the happiest acting memory that I have. The happiest experience that I had. I started developing an interest in acting and started taking acting classes in Houston and got an agent.
I don't know where you want to go. I don't know your bitch. This is California. This is where you make it. This is it. You know what I mean? This is where it all starts. You know, people try to die. They try to get you. I mean, you here, so what you learn?
Thank you very much. Just the love of movies and film. I just kind of grew up with it ever since I was like 5 years old. I was in What's Eating Gilbert Grape. I was in a couple other films. And, I was in The Apostle with Robert Duvall and Farrah Fawcett. The audition process was we met up with Robert Duvall, and he sat at a piano. My little sister and I sang some songs with him.
I've always been singing, like since I was 3.
I remember him taking afternoon naps and he would wake up from his nap and he would sing. We thought he had a very good voice, but then we heard from friends and from people, you know, we go to a restaurant and Evan was singing and people would just come up and say, oh my God, how cute he is, and he has such a good voice and he has a talent. You should do something with that talent, you know.
I wanted to perform. I wanted to be part of that in crowd. I wanted to be friends with stars so I could tell everybody else that I have friends who are celebrities. You're just attracted to, I guess, being the center of attention.
Kid most likely to be a star was Mr. Entertainment. Long blonde hair.
Hi. Can I borrow your towel?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Really play the bratty, person your mother warned you about. Yeah, I look very young. So when I was 12, I was 3, 10, 9. And that's what LA looks for. Like now, I could probably play 25 or 30, I'm sure.
An awful lot of money for the movie companies, and I would hope if you've got a nice big chunk yourself, you're doing all right. What do you want to do when you grow up?
It's tough. It's not as easy and glamorous as everybody thinks it is. If you don't understand right away that you're going to get a million no's and maybe one yes, you're lucky, maybe. You know what I mean? Then you shouldn't be in this business.
As a child, especially, you're having a door slammed in your face every day, sometimes 6 times a day. You could go on years with auditions and not book a job. And that gets very frustrating because you're not seeing any benefit from what you're doing.
If you're watching this DVD or video, you're probably a parent looking for information related to launching a career in the entertainment industry for your infant, child, or teen.
There's a lot of managers now in the business. When I first came to town managing kids, I was the only one. No one else managed children. They never heard of it. They looked at me like I was crazy. Several of the established agents wouldn't even talk to me. I must be a terrible person if I was coming with all these kids. It took a while to establish that children need management just like everybody else.
One of the founding members of the then Screen Actors Guild Young Performers Committee, now SAG-AFTRA, and I have been the chair of the committee in the past. Now I'm just a foot soldier. Children are mostly willing to listen. They're ready to absorb things. They haven't yet developed any preconceived ideas about who they are and how they're going to get somewhere. We try and advise them on what directions to go in. And when you're doing that, you're managing the parent as well.
When parents enter the entertainment industry, they're typically entering the industry because their child has asked them to, because it's a dream of their child, or because someone has approached them and said that their child was somehow suited to the industry. They don't have any idea how the industry really works.
A lot of kids I knew have gotten emancipated, and because of they wanted to have the studio see them as an adult, so they wouldn't have to be accepted choice, have to have their parents on set, etc. And you're more likely to be hired that way.
The actor is responsible for their headshot and their resume. So my pet peeve is the actor that comes in and says, "Oh, my mom has that in the waiting room." Your mom should never have your headshot and resume unless she's picking them up from the print shop. Once you are 8, you are responsible for your own career. The internet changed everything for us. We were quite surprised to find our own children's pictures were being sold on eBay. Just their regular headshots, not anything salacious, not even anything erotic. Our kids were not famous at all. They were working, but they were certainly not where anyone would care that their headshots were being sold on eBay. And yet it became clear that they were, and they were being sold for a lot of money. And you wonder, who wants my kid's picture for $300? Especially a printed picture that we'd send you for free. We started the process of investigating, and we started to put together a matrix of the photographers and the sellers and who was doing what. We were very disturbed to find that they were really close to us, really, really close.
My cousin Darian, he was working all the time. He went to 50 auditions in the span of 2 months or something. So he was actually moving up.
Well, the way it happened is because of his cousin. You know, he was already signed with a manager.
My parents and my sister approached and just said that Darian's doing very well with Marty. You guys should check it out.
Martin Weiss, better known as Marty, was a manager in Hollywood for probably a good 15 years. He managed child actors, boys and girls, but primarily boys. Marty had close relationships with his clients. He had sleepovers regularly, screening parties with his clients regularly. He would take them out Halloween trick-or-treating, all his clients together, and he would dress up like a dinosaur or a shark or thing 1 or thing 2 for the Grinch. He was very aggressive as a manager, though, and he was honestly very good at it. His clients got auditions. They got work.
He said, all you have to do is sing a few songs, and you'll make it big, and you'll meet a producer, you'll get signed by a label, you can star on Disney Channel shows. What kid would want that, right?
It happened pretty quick. I remember he was signed with Marty at age 11.
I didn't really think, quite honestly, at the time that much would come of it.
I'm not breathing very well.
I remember I did the Young Artist Awards.
Well, he was excited. He got dressed up. A bit nervous.
We did too.
We were more nervous than he was.
For us, it was extremely exciting, and we were really proud of him. And it also felt, at least I thought it felt right for Evan too, when he was up there singing like a natural.
Marty called me one day. It was like, Evan, I have a surprise. You got a Burger King commercial.
Open season toys are now at Burger King. You can select all 8 open season toys. There's one for kids meal. And you can have a smart treat like meal. Have it your way. Open season at Burger King now.
It was exciting because I never did a commercial and I landed a commercial.
To see a kid on TV, the first time. There's Evan.
Right. So we were very proud. Marty really, did a lot for Evan.
My parents brought my brother and my aunt's house, and then we met Marty. And then he picked my cousins, my brother, and I up. And we went to play basketball at a park. And, he was kind of cool. He was, he would make jokes, and, he was really immature, and we were all immature back then. He cracked sex jokes, and I thought nothing was wrong with it. My cousin and him, they seemed to be friends already. And they would, there was no filter. They'd just say whatever they wanted.
As we got to know him, he was always a nice guy. And over the years, he became more or less part of the family. He would be there every weekend, for every holiday, for every Christmas and birthday.
We were playing basketball, and he would make weird jokes like, Evan, do you know what a job is? And, they made me feel like I didn't fit in because I didn't know some of these terms yet. We love it.
We came to find out that, Marty didn't have a family, was alone, whatever, and he just kind of got, I don't know if the right word is adopted, but he just became part of the family.
Later that night, he just, he was like, why don't we just talk about music? Okay, I was in the passenger seat in the front. He just kept driving around, and we talked about kind of what I was saying, the artists I like. And Marty, all of a sudden, out of the blue, he was like, did you ever see an old man's penis before? And I was like, well, that's kind of odd, and I didn't want to be disrespectful and just get out of the car. And what would I do? I was kind of in the middle of nowhere with this guy. I told him, no, I never saw an old man's penis before. And we got out, we were walking, we got to a park, and there was a tree, and he pushed me to the tree, and was like, I'll show you what a job is. I kept saying no, and he was pulling my pants down, and I didn't know what to do after that. Do I tell somebody? Because he was really cool, everybody liked him, and I considered it like nothing really happened. I can just brush it off and go away, no problem.
Around November of 2011, I became aware of this issue of child abuse in Hollywood. You have young children who are aspiring actors. Because of these aspirations, they end up being somewhat easy targets. In some cases, have parents who set aside normal cautions and allow their children access to adults when parents might normally be allowed.
Many actors vulnerable in that position. Actors put themselves in the hands of coaches, agents, managers, publicists,
and by and large trust them.
You know, being up sometimes really early to go to these auditions and stuff. That was when Michael Hare had approached me and said, you know, well, you can come stay at my house with, you know, the other guys that were there. He had 3 other guys staying in the house with him, his clients.
Many of the kids that I worked with couldn't have even been able to take advantage of being in the industry had they had to have their families move here with them.
From 10, 11 to 16, 17, but I still thought it was rather odd, you know, that someone would let their 10-year-old son move in with, at the time, I think, mid-50s. And
I do see the possibility that things can be misinterpreted, and I try to be very aware of that. No matter how closely you're working with someone, and you do work closely with clients in these situations, there still has to be that professional line in there where you say, we're not stepping over this.
We worry about stranger danger. Don't let your child be alone with a stranger. And everyone really tends to think that a pedophile is kind of a rapist, but really that's not how they work. They employ a process called grooming that is a slow, meticulous way of convincing a child and their parents to trust them.
With a nice smile.
The perpetrator in these types of situations has the ideal layer. I mean, this is their environment. They are creating or constructing a reality for themselves that accommodates their particular patterns of sexual arousal.
The predator is looking at this as a way to work their way into your life, to make a personal relationship with the children and to be there to bond with them. Typically, a predator is grooming many children at the same time, and they're at different levels of the grooming process. Because a predator knows, like any tiger in the jungle, they're not going to catch every rabbit. They just need to catch the weak ones. We went back and began to try to do some sort of reporting to try to determine how widespread this problem is. Marty was very well known in the community. He had friends who were buying and selling pictures on eBay. We started to realize that some of the sellers were convicted sex offenders. We knew that he was somehow involved with another convicted sex offender, Bob Villard, who was selling pictures on eBay. Bob Villard was a very prominent publicist in the 1980s in Hollywood.
Bob Villard, casually, as someone who's in the industry, and he did do publicity sometimes for clients that I had.
He handled big names like Tobey Maguire and Leonardo DiCaprio. He was very well known as a publicist. Bob Villard was also a photographer.
So I meet Bob Villard as a publicist who can, is a good photographer, bring exposure and whatnot. I believe through Michael Hare.
He was one of our biggest eBay sellers. It became obvious to us that Bob Villard was selling candid photos that he had taken.
You're there for a weekend, and he feels just comfortable enough to try to touch you when you drank a few beers, or it's always good to get that few beers, and he tries to touch me.
We always knew his photo style because he typically had the kids shirtless, typically took an angle that was from the top down, so that the children are looking up at the camera as they would be looking up at the predator in an abuse situation. Bob Villard, he was a manager, he was a publicist, he was connected.
I can tell you that the number one problem in Hollywood was and is and always will be pedophilia. There was a circle of older men. They all had either their own power or connections to great power that surrounded themselves around this group of kids. It's widespread. Oh yeah. I was surrounded by them. They were everywhere like vultures.
For us, that really connected a lot of people. Connections between how the kids got hooked in. We started to see the patterns. One of Bob Villard's favorite subjects was Brock Pierce. He was a common snapshot boy being sold by Bob Villard's eBay seller. Brock in the pictures was young, appeared to be 13, 14. Rob Pierce, meanwhile, was connected to Mark Collins Rector and Chad Shatley. We saw that they owned a company together called Den, which again, on the surface, it seems kind of logical that a child actor would grow up and become, use their money that they had made as a child perhaps and open an internet company. When we started to realize what this really was, it became a much bigger deal.
I was a New York City police detective. Became an investment banker, and I backed into writing. Opened pretty big stores over the years. I'm very fortunate to get big stores. In the late 90s, I knew about the .com bubble, and that kind of just extraordinary. A lot of people was fortunate. One of the ones was digital entertainment that I just happened to know was my desk. I read about it, and I thought it might be a good story.
In the 80s, it was MTV that captured the attention of young people all over the world. However, now that youngsters are turning to the internet, a company called Digital Entertainment Network thinks they've got a chance of becoming the next big thing. They've created television-like programming exclusively for the web.
What makes that different than other internet companies that have come before? It's a fusion of the marketing power of Madison Avenue, the technology of Silicon Valley, the entertainment of Hollywood.
They were giving their programming primarily for young people. It's a whole new concept.
The majority of young people today are not finding themselves reflected in television. We're creating content that specifically targets your needs, your wants, your desires.
We're creating a new form of entertainment to serve the global youth audience.
Makeup.
Mark Collins Rector, somehow on one of the early chat lines, which were no more than other places, he came across Chad Shatley.
I'm on camera.
Well, at the time, he was maybe a 15-year-old kid, and Collins Rector was much older. Mark Collins Rector moves to be close to Chad Shatley, and they start dating. Eventually, Chad moves in with Mark Collins Rector.
Chad and I had tried to develop Concentric Network Corporation, which was one of the very first internet service providers.
Then they brought in Brock Pierce. Now, how Brock Pierce eventually landed there, if anybody did.
A friend of ours introduced us to Brock Pierce. Brock at the time was producing his first independent feature. He'd been an actor for many years, and together, the three of us completed what was eventually to become.
Everybody was just throwing money at these companies. David Geffen, I believe, put in. Brian Singer, he had 50,000. Michael Hufford put about $5 million. It must have been 150 million that was pumped in. Now, 15 years ago, 150 million was still a pretty decent job.
And ask me a question so I give you an answer. Is that Jay? Come here, Jay. Drill me on camera.
He was flammable. I mean, everybody told me he was very theatrical, very dramatic. He got a very good way of getting his way. Think about this. It takes a 15-year-old kid and his parents to move in with him. That's Chad. Most of us would be afraid, even if we did, whether it was male or female, you'd be terrified to even ask that question, for fear that they're going to want to take away your handcuffs.
Surely you have something out of all this bullshit you can cut 5 seconds out of there and give it to me, right?
They had a great idea. Their idea was to make their own films and put it on the internet. Well, lo and behold, that's what Netflix is doing now, because it's 15 years later. The problem was, the internet and computers did not have the capability for that. Meanwhile, they were paying people money and filming as though they were a major studio.
I was called to go out for an audition for the show, Royal Standard.
I am 14 years old, and I started acting when I was about 5 years old. I enjoyed a lot, so it's a fun thing.
So when we went over to Den and had the audition there, I met him, I met Mark Collins' director, and I met some of the other people there. Everybody seemed impressed, and you know, this is the guy for the part, the kid for the part. And, yeah, that had never happened before. Just getting hired on the spot. I thought he was nice. I thought he was a nice guy. I thought he was nice.
How do you feel about working on the Royal Standard set? It's great. It was wonderful. It's a lot of fun working on green screen. I get to learn some martial arts more than I already know, so it's lots of fun.
We're in the basement of my house. This is where Mark basically lived for a couple of years. We spent most of his time down here. He's kind of like a hermit down here. This is where he hid out. I was looking for some paperwork. Mike told me to look for some paperwork that Mark had. Mark had a copy, Mike had a copy. Came down here and I found his documents. I found Mark's deposition. Mark states, I met Michael Egan in '99 when I moved to Los Angeles. But he called us and told us that he was working for a company called Den. And he was really happy about that. It was a big step for Mike. I had already met Mark contractor Chad Champion years at a graduation that we had for our private school. There were only a few people in my grade. Scott Channery was Chad's little brother. So I was introduced to them. Then they gave me a job as an actor and a TV show.
One of the first shows they produced was Chad. It was about a young boy who comes to live with this older man. It was a real example of art imitating life. Their life.
Welcome to your new world, Chad.
In fact, they even filmed Chad's world at their house, the Embassy Mansion.
Yeah, your own phone, VCR, stereo. That works.
Oh yeah, I think I'll be able to hang here.
Filling a dream. In or about September 1999, both Michael Egan and I were invited to a party. We were at what used to be called the MNC's. Mark Collins Restaurant and Chad Shack.
That's his first name.
Well, we arrived there and Michael introduced me to Collins Rector, Chad, and Bronx. Mark Collins Rector just showed me the house, showed me the backyard, guest houses, went through all that.
There was no expense spared at the embassy state. There really wasn't. The pool was ridiculous. It was a swim-up bar, like in the pool. Like I can remember often being served lunch, like the butler or whatever, the chef would come out and like bring lunch to the swim-up bar in the pool. You know what I mean? It was literally like going to Disney World. It was like, this is amazing. Before I even went to the house, like Scott was like, my house is different. Like this, the dynamic of my house is not like your own house. So Mark was definitely like the leader, and then like Chad, so it was like Mark, like the husband, Chad would be the female figure, the wife, and I don't know how in a normal context you would fit Rock into that situation.
all three of them at one time getting in where he was naked, and all of them were naked, getting in the hot tub, and you started to see these different little things happening. What's going on?
There's a skinny dipping rule after nighttime, so anybody who was over, you know what I mean, it didn't matter who it was, that, you know, you had to skinny dip after dusk or whatever. You know what's going on, so you don't want to look right at the sun during the eclipse. You know what I mean? You want to you want to look, but you don't want to look. You know what I mean? But you know, I can't say that. I mean, obviously they weren't having sex in the hot tub, like right out in the open, but you know, it's obvious that they did position, you know. But I can remember just like again, like yeah, well, I mean that's going on over there. It's kind of weird, but I'm in this one sexual sort of right now, collapse. You know what I mean? Like, okay, you know what I mean? And it was definitely awkward.
The most exciting thing about Dead is the people that work here, the people creating the content, the people that are running the show.
Pierce told me that they were going to a party in Hollywood Hills. There were lots of drugs available and young teenage boys, ages 14 to 15 there.
People who stand up to them, they're not going to wind up.
I don't remember his name, but the one kid that was in Royal Standard, he was a younger kid, even younger than me at the time. And I remember once Mark had been at the auditions, they would go to the auditions and try to be the ones that they wanted. And I remember the one younger kid, blonde-haired kid, I don't remember what his name was. And I remember Mark going right after him.
Do I remember the first time? Yeah, I do. He had picked me up at the studios in his house, and on the drive on the way back, he was asking me if I liked guys or if I liked girls. And I said I liked girls, and he was okay. But you know how you pick up girls is you put a sock in your pants to make your crotch look bigger. So when we got back to the house, he had gotten a sock and he would adjust it around. He said, hey, this is how it goes like this, you know. At one point he said, why don't you just take off your clothes and let me see what you look like. So I don't know why I did it, but I did, and he looked at me and goes, oh yeah. That night, he dressed me up in somebody else's clothes and wanted to take me out to dinner, and I wore a sock in my pants that night. He would take me to in his house. He had a movie theater in his house. We went into the movie theater. I don't remember how it was that he got me. He started doing what he was doing with me. I don't remember me like just, you know, just sitting in there, you know, being scared at first. We would sit in there and watch something, and he would talk to me while he was doing it and say, you know, this is nothing to worry about. Don't be scared. You know, it's completely normal. I remember being scared, and I remember him saying, come on, think about a girl that you really like. Think about a girl that you really like.
Royal Standard, you know, it's a good series right now. And hopefully, you know, when I get older, do a lot of film work, try to make my way up, and hopefully catch a good TV series sometime, or internet series, which I'm on. So.
We know that in child abuse, the power dynamic is tilted. You have an adult who's preying on the child, who's manipulating the child. They tell me in interviews that they're fearful of professional reprisals, and they're fearful of never working again.
He just showed me porn, and he told me, oh, these are clients having sex with their managers. These 60-year-old men having sex with 14-year-old clients. He just told me this is normal, like this goes on all the time. This is what you have to do. Everybody does this. Everybody manages children. And he would tell me that constantly. Oh, no, you like it. And at some points, I believed him. So we could call this guy. He would be glad to meet you. He showed me this whole business of people that would be mad at me if I told them that.
It is this added element where these young children are hoping to achieve a professional goal, which creates extra weight on the child should he or she be abused. It would make it more difficult for them to come forward in that circumstance.
Mark Collins record started telling me about how much money he had, how powerful he was in the industry, all the things he could do for me, and that if I screwed him over, that I would never work in Hollywood.
The sad part is they can emotionally scar a child for life.
Man, I never would have guessed that Mr. Gordon was, gay.
But he's not, Phyllis. That's the common fallacy about child molesters. They're not gay. They're only interested in little boys or little girls, not adults.
I'm only 11 years old. Should I be hearing all of this?
So much shame and guilt behind that secret that I held it for so long. Then I thought that and then you start thinking that all homosexuals are pedophiles. A guy's gay or he's a pedophile. I have to watch out for him. He may try to get me or something.
People should get this clear. These people are predators. They go after young boys, and they do it for their own reasons. So this has got nothing to do with it. This has got to do with evil people. And they particularly pick on people who they know will be victims. They're predators.
In the beginning, it was all happy, you're lucky, and then things started changing slowly. Became different on the phone.
That's how it came across to me. Something's wrong. Something's not going right because you can tell when he's not 100% mark. Suddenly, he's not so happy. Suddenly, he wasn't. I never knew what that was about.
Yeah. Never been one. Good one? Several. How crazy are you?
And have big parties very often. That's what the name is. It's called Lock Cyber.
They would have valet service all set up out here, and this street would be lined with vehicles. Everyone was promoted to drink. I never had one drink ever before in my life until I was in the 1960s. I don't ever recall ever drinking. Being 14 years old wasn't the time of my life.
It wasn't after Michael Egan, Brock Pierce, Chad Shackley, and Mark Collins Rector were present. Drugs were made available to us, including Quaaludes, Valium, Somas, Vicodin, Emerald, marijuana, ecstasy, and more. Brock Pierce and Mark Collins Rector tried to push me into taking these drugs. I refused. They then offered me cocktails, which I accepted. I believe that they laced my cocktail with ecstasy.
If you were staying at the mansion overnight, you had to go into the hot tub naked during the party. The parties were not just the young boys that used it. It was also like to entice investors. They got a lot of investors who jumped into the hot tub. Some of the ones that sort of out there are Brian Singer. Brian Singer, like Julio was. They wrote a plot for him in Brian Singer's film. Excellent. I mean, it was written just for him. He was in the hot tub.
I was feeling very lightheaded, dizzy, and confused. Collins Rector then told me I could go to sleep in his bed. That if I went into his bed, I would have to strip naked. Collins Rector then turned from being concerned and compassionate to forceful and threatening. I told him that I would not go to bed with him, to which he responded, "Well then, just don't worry about going to work tomorrow morning." I went to sit on the couch. At some point I passed out. When I awoke, I found myself in Mark's bed, naked with my clothes on the floor. Colin's rector was in the bed. He was naked as well, with his arm around me. I'm not sure of all the things that were done to me. However, I know that Colin's rector drugged me and abused me. I immediately got out of bed, got dressed, went downstairs. I found Michael Egan sleeping on the couch and woke him, telling him I wanted to get out of this place.
I think the best way to describe this is a pedophile. That's what it was. Did all the investors know what was going on? Probably not. But a lot of them suspect. Shit.
I'm Brian Singer, and you're watching Rollywood at www.den.net.
Brian Singer is a very prominent director in Hollywood. He's done some pretty major movies, The Usual Suspects, X-Men, X2, so there's been quite a lot of, you would recognize his work. What maybe most people wouldn't recognize is some of the odd connections that seem to tie him to this world. Brian Peck, who was convicted of child molestation, worked for him on X-Men and did the commentary for X-Men with Brian Singer.
Hi, my name is Brian Singer, and I'm the director of X-Men.
I'm the other Brian Peck. I'm not the director of X-Men.
I've asked Brian if he would help me out here because I'm a little uncomfortable doing these things by myself. And you're going to see something very exciting here. One is Stan Lee selling hot dogs. My buddy Gary Goddard was the guy walking alongside in the flannel shirt. The guy eating hot dogs is you.
The fat guy in the Hawaiian shirt eating hot dogs. Yeah, that's me. Thank you for that. I'm on screen so long. Thank
You are. In fact, you're so imposing on the screen, people don't even see Stan Lee. I think the thing that appealed to me most about it was the idea that it was about anyone who feels disenfranchised, anyone who feels prejudice against them. I mean, it's really about a group of reluctant superheroes. Sort of their powers manifest in puberty. They wake up one day and they're different from most of the people around them, and how they learn to embrace their extraordinary abilities and what's unique about them, and help defend the world that might at times condemn them.
A number of people I spoke to for money completely denied that anything untoward was going on. And it was as though they were from the industrial home for war. I mean, if you see young men naked in a hot tub when you're having dinner, or you're having dinner with naked young boys who are inappropriately dressed for dinner, unless you're deaf, dumb, and blind, you say, hey, this doesn't taste right. Something's wrong. These were not Hawaiians. These were very small guys. Hollywood doesn't have any suspect places to protect anyone. And Truman way down on the list.
In a Screen Actors Guild meeting, we were all serving on the Young Performers Committee at the time, which is a national committee at the Screen Actors Guild. And another parent brought a news article from the LA Times that described Bob Villard's arrest and the fact that the LA Police Department was looking for additional victims for Villard. Said, I request that SAG look into the idea of distributing this article or putting out an alert or something to their members, that it seems like something that's a safety related thing that maybe we should let everyone know. And Michael Hara had a very odd reaction that day. He vehemently opposed SAG getting involved. Hara did not feel that SAG should be stepping forward, even in the wake of the LA Police Department asking for more victims. So SAG did not step forward and send that news out that day.
Well, I don't know that we didn't know. I would think you would want to not hide it, but you would want to protect the child whose identity is going to come out the more you play it out. A situation like this never helps anybody. And yes, the sooner we can get it under control, the better. But the less the child has to live with the stigma of it having happened, I think it's better for them, not only career-wise, but personally.
It's why people don't report, because they know that even if they are believed, they're afraid that something will happen to their kid's career. there are people who don't want this out. The studios work to make sure this isn't very public. Brian Peck moved to Nickelodeon and coached on almost all their shows, really. It was one of those shows where he befriended a pretty major child actor. That child was abused by Brian Peck. He came forward and filed criminal charges against Brian Peck. And Brian Peck almost immediately pled guilty. Clearly, he didn't want an investigation to continue, or clearly the studio didn't want an investigation to continue. The victim has chosen to remain anonymous all along in order to continue to work. It's unheard of that a child would be able to step forward at the time of their abuse when they're still a minor and continue to work afterward. I can't think of a single example where that's happened. So a kid that wants to speak out and say what happened to them beyond their family would truly have to give up their career. It's very sad that that's the case, but it's a reality. That's the worst part of it all, is that he's still working on kids' shows and he's still here and he's been convicted. It's not somebody that we have rumors about or that we have complaints about. There's actual convictions and he's still here. I feel confident in saying all of the convicted predators that I have been familiar with had many more victims than the one that was convicted. We're absolutely talking about the tip of an iceberg. I'm not sure that we'll ever see the whole iceberg because I think there's so many factors pushing that iceberg down into the water. Sexual abuse doesn't get more attention because it's an uncomfortable subject. We don't want to talk about it. It's ugly. It reveals things about our culture that we don't want to know. But by not discussing it, then we don't identify it as a big problem as it is.
A lot of child molesters will, they'll have this defense or this argument that it wasn't hurtful, it wasn't harmful, the child enjoyed it. Many of them actually use that type of language. The problem with this is that so many kids grow up to interpret that experience of manipulation and exploitation and abuse by a trusted authority figure, and then this psychological time bomb occurs.
I ended up in a hospital for a little while. Start freaking out, thinking that people are, out to get me, and I was very, just suicidal. I had always fantasized about suicide quite a bit. I had a pellet gun that I would fantasize about using to kill myself. I remember sitting in my room and crying my eyes out, sitting in a corner with a pellet gun, saying, why did this happen to me?
Yeah, I guess you could say I kind of fell by the wayside and let LA suck me in. I started doing drugs, got involved with a whole bunch of people I probably shouldn't have. Whenever I'd have any pain or anything, I'd drink. Didn't know who to blame or what to blame, and I completely misstated everything about it.
I'm trying to leave that stuff that happened to me at 2 years old as far as behind me as I can. We had to have more, because we didn't want to feel anything. We wanted to be completely numb of everything we were feeling. And, and cocaine was it. And then shove it down further. Meanwhile, I'm just shoving it down. And then one day when it all comes back up, I'm a full-fledged addict.
And I thought I was the unique case there, but apparently I'm not. I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse. So many people went through the same thing that I did.
It comes home, and he's just a completely different person.
He never talked about going back out again. After that, he never talked about returning.
He was just so introverted.
Didn't trust. Where before, he didn't have problem trusting people. He started drinking more often, and he would hide that from us. After he was back home, he said, I gotta tell you something, Mom. I said, what? I said, you know Mike, right? I said, yeah. He said he was blessed. And he said, what would you do if that happened to me? mean? What would you do as a mom? What would you do? His drinking had gotten so out of control that even he knew. He couldn't work. It was just affecting his whole life. So we had to give him an ultimatum. So we just sat him down on the back porch and just said, you got to get help or you have to leave. And he admitted, I know that I have to stop and I can't. I called the hospital and spoke to a nurse there, asked her about detoxing him and what it would take and how we would do it. And she said, by all means, do not let him stop drinking cold turkey. He caused stroke, he caused seizures, he caused heart failure. Apparently Mark wanted to do it on his own. He tried to go cold turkey. Because one day a friend woke me up and he said something's wrong with Mark. So I jumped out of bed and came downstairs. Mark was on the floor. He had a rag and he said, he was wiping something up on the floor and he said, Dan, I swear to God I'm not drinking. I swear I'm not drinking. Fred helped him up, took him over and sat him down on the couch. He goes, buddy, are you right? What are you? And he said,
I'm not drunk.
I'm not. I swear to God, I'm not drunk. I haven't been drinking. Damn promise, I swear. We didn't know what was going on. She said no. But he looked up at Fred and said, I love you, Dan. And Fred goes, I love you too. What? He said, just lay back for a minute. When he laid back, he started his tongue. He was just shaking like this and clenched like this. And I ran to the phone and called 911. And Fred was holding his arms down so that he wouldn't hurt himself. And I'm on the phone and I said, I think he's detoxing from alcohol. I think he's, his withdrawal. I mean, an ambulance right away. Right away, he's seizuring right now. Ambulance came. Fred had him sitting up a little bit.
I came to the house, went upstairs, started getting dressed.
Went to the hospital. We walked in. They said, Mr. and Mrs. Ryan. He said, yes. Is your son Mark Ryan? Yes. The doctor was
They walked us down the hall to this empty room, put us in this room, shut the door.
And then the doctor came in and he said, I have some bad news. Your son's heart's not on the way to the hospital.
We went back a decade to try to find contemporaneous reports, and we found 12 separate prosecutions of people who had used this allure of Hollywood to prey on children, and they were across basically all facets of the industry. So you have this phenomenon of crimes potentially being underreported. Moreover, some of the victims that I spoke with felt stigmatized. They felt they were to blame for the crimes that had occurred, feel they can't speak out publicly.
You thought everything was happy, everything was great, and then all of a sudden, one day, Evan just said, well, I wasn't practicing anymore. And I said, what? You gotta be kidding, after everything that you've gone through. And
I was like, I don't like music anymore. I don't want to do anything with the industry.
I figured he's going through his teenage years and puberty. And so I figured, maybe that's what it is.
I was like, I don't live a life like this. I'm not going to be held down by this guy for the rest of my life. And I needed a way for people to believe me. I needed a way for my family to believe me.
I'm getting massage and it feels great. I don't care whether or not it looks bad. Yeah, I had to find an excuse to get him alone where I could talk to him. So I figured, why don't we go to McDonald's so we can talk in the car?
Yes. Take a kid meal chicken McNuggets, please, with mild sauce. Like drink Diet Coke, easy ice. Give me a shake. Medium cherry shake. No whipped cream, no cherry.
Because I was hoping that we'd be talking for a long time in the car once we park somewhere.
It was first time we met was at one time park. You guys were going to the park to play some basketball.
And then it would be kind of quieter in the car and I could get everything on tape. Because I remember you asked me if I ever did anything with the guy before.
Yeah, a long time ago.
I was afraid if my recorder would beep or if something would go wrong and if you found out that. And then that's when you asked if I wanted to try it. And that's when you gave me my first job, right?
You're not recording this, right?
No, I'm not.
That situation that happened in Penn State. Those kids take money.
But I didn't at 12. I was not interested. I was just so. I remember that night you did pull out your penis in the car and I was scared. Like I didn't know what to do. Because you asked me if I wanted to touch it. I was in the car, in the van.
I'm trying to remember that. I'm trying to
I just remember being in the car and you were asking me questions.
See, that's just it. The questions were to determine whether or not it was something that you actually wanted to do or didn't want to do. I mean, I wasn't.
If I didn't do it, I wouldn't go further in the music career. Like I thought everyone did it. You would tell me like everyone did it, and that it's normal and natural. It's like the normal thing to do if you're in the industry.
Well, that's what it was. I'm sure I said that. It is a natural function. The only difference between us and the rest of the animals and the animal kingdom is that we socialize it. They look at animals the way they do it. They don't care about anything. They don't care about age. They don't care about sex or sexuality or anything else. They just they feel like if they go for it. And as human beings, we put rules, regulations, and restrictions on it. If we were any other animal, we would have been.
I was just numb when he told me. I was like, how could this happen? And how could I not have seen, that this was happening to Evan? And I don't know, it's just so painful, really painful. Of course, the first question for me was, to Evan, did it happen once or how often did it happen? I'm hoping it's once and that's it. But then Evan told me that it happened many times and over several years. And that's when I thought I was going to faint. It's just so hard.
You just seem like a great guy. I'm not a violent person, but I want to eat the
why is it dead? It was a lawsuit filed in New Jersey against Mark Collins Rector, Chad Shackley, and Brock Peters. It was a lawsuit filed by a young boy who worked for Mark Collins Rector. This is the first allegation of sexual abuse that became public. At the time, Den was gearing up for a $75 million initial public offering, which was going to make them all very rich. When that started to leak out more and more, two of the boys that have been victims, Mike E. and Alex P., went into the estate with a camera to collect evidence. One thing he took pictures of was the huge amount of prescription bottles that we Mark Collins recommended. Oxycontin was one of them. It was Vicodin, Percocet, Xanax, and there was like a lot of bottles. Hollywood's company, Mark Rickett joined that company, and they get away with murder. In this case, they get away with murder. That's what happened. These are very smart people. They were savvy guys. They were successful. I don't think anybody there was worth millions of dollars. The investigation and the lawsuit started to leak out. And Mark Collins' record started to panic. He had a gun collection. A number of boys told me he would point the gun at him, just like that. It was a shotgun, handgun. I said, you know what I can do? Next minute, I'm scared for anybody. Never mind if you're a young kid and your boss is working right in front of you. That would be trouble.
Came home and explained what happened. I started crying and I said, "This didn't really happen to you, did it? Did it happen to you?" And my son got up over in a corner and started rocking, saying, "Mommy, I was just a kid. I was just a kid. They threatened me and I was just a kid." I knew immediately that I had to bring someone and get someone involved. The police, the FBI, what knew I needed to do was these criminals.
They were worried about being arrested. There was an FBI investigation. They had heard that. Somebody told them they were questionable. And they learned that. They were in the work.
I was talking to Scott one day, and then, you know, I reached him for a couple of days, and it was only 2 days after that I was there. And it was like literally nothing was going on. Even I think the fountain, I don't know if I remember correctly, the fountain, there was a fountain in the front yard. Even the fountain was gone.
And they went to different places in Europe. Arrested. And somebody gave them up in Spain. Chad and Brock were released quickly. But Mark was in prison for a year and a half waiting to be extradited to the U.S. Eventually, he was sent back to the U.S. and pled guilty to 9 counts of child sexual abuse. Mark got out of jail relatively quickly. Prior to his sex offender, and shortly after his release from prison, requested that he be allowed to travel to England for medical. He did, and he never came back. In 2007, he applied for a civil union in the UK with an 18-year-old boy.
You know, I saw that with the boy who was getting into a car with a boy or something like that. And obviously, you can tell by looking at the boy that Mark was dressing him. You know what I mean? It's like blatantly obvious to me.
And in 2011, he renounced his U.S. citizenship and he's been untraceable ever since. Rest assured, the people who invested money did not want to sue. They wanted this to go away. I'm sure small investors did, but my company was there. So I went to the executive editor at Details Magazine. She loved the story. Signed this, and they said, "Get to do it." The story was huge. And I submitted it. I loved it. Really fact checked. And then, 2 days later, I get a call from his assistant to an assistant to an assistant. He said, "We're not doing your story. We're going to pay you a 25% kill fee, and we'll give you about half of it." But I was so disgusted with the writing. It's Hollywood. People do what they want in Hollywood. And if you're a big enough star, or big enough director, or you're making enough money for you, do whatever you want.
case was charged with multiple counts of lewd acts upon a child. He was charged with 1 count of forceful act upon a child under 14, 2 counts of continuous child sexual abuse, 3 counts of sodomy with a person under 16.
You see Martin walking into the courthouse. He was in chains, he was in shackles, and he was a lot grayer.
Now I have to go up on a stand and tell people, along with Marty staring at me, what went down.
He insisted that he wanted to go up there. It was a very, I was very drunk.
I don't need this pain in my heart by being mad at someone my entire life, but it's more a matter of telling the truth for me and saying, okay, what you did was horrible. I don't know. I just felt like I need to move beyond it. I don't feel that pain. And if he can accept it, that what he did was horrible and move beyond it, I could forget it.
The maximum sentence for the charges that were filed was approximately 14 to 16. Generally speaking, it's unusual to get the maximum sentence. He pled to 2 counts of lewd act with a child. He pled to 2 counts of sexual abuse. So it was clear it wasn't a one-time thing. And in exchange for pleading to 2 counts, which is much more severe, he was sentenced to 5 years of formal probation, 365 days in the county jail. He had to go to sexual abuse counseling. He had to stay away from Evan. He had to stay away from children, and he has to register as a sex offender.
I was arrested in December or late November and got out of jail. 6 months.
They almost never serve the full day-to-day sentence in county jail.
6 months is a joke. It's a joke for what happened.
In any case, to ask a DA whether or not they think that they were completely successful in protecting the community from any future crime is impossible for us to answer. I can't truthfully say, honestly say that I stopped any future crime. I wish I could. Wish I could in every case. But I can only do what the law allows for us to do.
Unfortunately, to get bad people off the street, we need a better. It could have been a lot better. He could have served much longer. In that way, the system didn't let me down. They're letting other people down. He told me that there were other people that he was doing it with. But like I said, I think it's more important to be able to speak about it and just be free of that secret than it is to really get justice in the court system.
There's a moment in the book where you, to a degree, introduced Corey to one of his abusers. Yeah. Take responsibility. I sure do. Yeah. And you know what? He asked me to take responsibility for that on the show, and I did. This is going to be a painful process. The dust is coming out. The cobwebs are being cleared, and people are going to know that we all play a part in this story. And it's what part are you going to take responsibility for?
This last year, we sponsored and passed a bill called the Child Protection Act. The bill will do 2 things. One is make it so that sex offenders cannot work with children in Hollywood, because right now that doesn't exist at all. The second thing it does is requires a permit for people who work significantly with child actors, such as managers, publicists, photographers. All the people that we've seen get convicted would now have to be fingerprinted and cleared and get a permit, so the state would be able to track them and prevent them from continuing to work in the industry if they're caught doing something bad.
I have to confess that I haven't signed up yet myself, and I should go and do that. I don't know. Is it going to be effective? We have yet to see. There's nobody running around saying to me, have you signed up yet? Why not? I just think in many cases it's a situation where somebody isn't thinking. The parent has become trusting where they shouldn't become trusting, regardless of how good the situation looks. Your job is to protect your child. But I still think it behooves the agent, the manager, the publicist, whoever it is, to know where that line is and not cross it.
Hello, Michael. Hi, this is Joey. Yeah, how are you? What, you were what?
I was just thinking about you.
Oh, you were? Yeah, well, it's been a while, huh? Yeah. What about you? What are you doing? You have?
Yeah, I still have one or two clients that still come around, but it's not like it was. So I'm not taking on anybody new. I'd say that, and then watch, I'll do it.
What about, have you heard from Bob lately? Bob Pollard? Oh, is that right? For what?
Tried several times to get him. They did. Last I heard he was. Now I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything else. No, I haven't heard.
Well, that's kind of the reason why I got out of the business. I don't know if you ever remember that I slit his lip open with throwing something at him, and I was on my way home, never to come back. I've gone through a lot of therapy, and I don't condone anything that he tried to do, and Lord knows what he's done to anybody else. I don't know, and
I take these things with a grain of salt. I'm not sure how wrong they really are.
Yeah.
I just, I know I'll never know the whole story, but
where I had the opportunity to talk to someone about it and said, look, this is not a terrible thing unless you think it is. It's just something that happens to you in your life.
Well, I don't think it's right for anybody to take advantage of anybody, and I think that it's that whole thing is rotten that he tried to do to me, and quite frankly, I didn't like what, when you tried to have me sleep in your bed and touch me and everything. I hated that too.
That was something I wanted. There's no way you can undo that. Certainly is something I should have done.
I don't know what joy is remembering, but I don't remember anything that would have caused him to feel that way. All I can say is that as a result of the situation he was in, not only with me but with others, that was how he perceived something. It certainly wasn't anything I intended, and that was going to be my response to it. So much of what goes on in these situations happens almost by accident. You get the idea that someone out there was a child predator, they were preying on children, and everything they did was to steer the child into this. A lot of the ones that I at least was aware of, they just sort of fell into it. Well, I guess so. My whole approach to the whole thing was not sexual. I mean, it was, yeah, I suppose somebody did. I would be hard pressed to remember anything specific. But it wasn't uncommon. Let's put it that way. It's difficult when you're living in a situation where there isn't the adult supervision there should be. To see how things are going to be perceived.
And I don't know what else to say about it.
If you're a thief, you're a thief. A lie is a lie is a lie. We're in Hollywood, it's accepting, okay, whatever. It's a good manager. I'm sure he knew everything about the whole Boblin. To hear how good he is at playing the Hollywood coldness. Great to hear from you. I was just thinking about Hawaii. Hey, Sue, you're calling from Zimbabwe. Hey, I was just thinking about you. Really? Yeah, I saw a magazine on Zimbabwe, and I was thinking about you. You think he really saw that? It's insincerity. Lying through his teeth, because whatever. Because Hollywood people, scumbags. Don't even get me started.
They finally let us go back and see him in the emergency room. And the doctor said that he's not responsive to anything.
They worked on it for about 8 to 10 minutes, trying to start his heart and keep it going. Without oxygen for that length of time is probably worst case scenario.
The doctor said if he doesn't respond within 72 hours, he's probably not going to. Well, me and my wife are, we just take it one day at a time. We had so much happen since we were kids. And we get married, we have kids, that we just take life one day at a time. And I sat on one side of the bed, Jim sat on the other side, and we both hold his hand. And it was like, just hold piece of me. The second day, one doctor pretty much had given up on him. And he kept pushing the 72-hour thing. And I was like, for 72 hours, don't mean a damn thing. At 68 3/4 hours mark, his eyes finally responded. And there was no way in hell that anybody was taking one of these machines. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Yeah, give me some of that. Use your other arm, pal.
Fred is my hero because he never gives up. And he's instilled that in Mark. And Mark will never give up. He's the most courageous person I've ever met in my life.
Are you hungry? I love you too.
He's a miracle already, just even being alive. And they said at the very beginning of his family, he's not going to make it, he's not going to make it. Everybody wrote him off, he's never going to marry, never going to be able to eat, and all of it. Hey, Bengals colors. I hate that. That'd be cool. For Bengals.
Fred is my hero because he never gives up. And he's instilled that in Mark. And Mark will never give up either. And through them, I'm never going to give up. But that's where it comes from. This guy right here. Right there. He's the most courageous person I've ever met in my life.
You coached him, right?
Yeah, it's Ryan Foster.
You coached him?
He's graduating this year from Charleston.
Look, it says, thanks, Coach Mark. Hey, are you coaching next year?
I'd like to see Mark back on the field, coaching the kids, doing what he does best. He's a great coach. I know that Mark is his own man, and he's made some bad choices, he's made some good choices, but I know that as a human being, and Mark is a good person. When Mark gets out, and he's back on this football field, standing there with me coaching. Got to take it. Got to take it. That's what I want.
There's so much damage that's already been done. And now I think at the end of the day, I look at some of it and I think I've really tried to kind of move on beyond all of that. I don't know, I've still never seen any retribution towards those assholes. Never seen a damn thing. You just look at them as they still sit on their pedestals, and the same thing's probably going on. Could have went on last night because I wanted to know.
People that work, people that did this to both me and Corey, that are still working, they're still out there, and they're some of the richest, most powerful people in this business. And they do not want to say what I'm saying right now.
What would you say to a parent who just has the best of intentions who's coming here with their child?
Don't go into it thinking that it's all roses.
You're damaging an entire industry.
I'm sorry.
Ultimately, I think that viewers are the only power in this situation, because I think that there will always be a steady stream of kids who want to be famous, of parents who push their children in this industry. If we don't speak out about it, then we are part of the problem, because we are contributing to a culture that normalizes this. And by normalizing something, it becomes invisible as a problem. So yes, we hold up these high-profile cases to say these are bad guys and we are good guys. And I actually think that we are all a little bad when we don't speak out.
After the whole thing with Mark Collins Rector happened, it's made my life very dark. I was never able to have a girlfriend or anything. And I'm just now still recovering from all of that stuff. Like, I feel like I'm now kind of at a point in my life where I'm getting better slowly. I moved to Florida about a year ago, and I moved out there because of my grandmother. Kind of wanted to either take care of her, and then I met a girl over there. She's my first girlfriend that I've ever had. So now, you know, my life is my grandmother and my girlfriend. I'm just trying to get myself back on track. Trying to enjoy life.
Boom, here we go with the emotion. I'm coming back coasting. Everyone knows I'm roasting. Boom. Not you, but Russ.
I like it. I finally found a place that I like.
Dream is so important, you know why? Because if you're living on this earth, you have to feel something. With a dream, you can feel things. And that's what the power of a dream is, you know? Dream is life.
It's a hard process to go through the whole court thing, the whole police stuff, but in the long run, it's so worth it. Because in the long run, it isn't really about how long this person will serve time in prison or getting justice, revenge, and all that. It's more kind of being able to express yourself and say, look, this happened to me, and I'm going to move on from it, and I'm not going to hide this in my head the rest of my life. I'm going to maybe possibly one day make a difference to somebody else by speaking out about it.
repost. Earphone.
All there is to be said has been said. Let the walls fall, let the shadows disappear. Let our story start from this moment here. This is a call to arms. This is a call to arms. You know. This is a call to arms. This is a call to arms. You know. My heart beats. Stolen words are now mountains. Are left quiet in shadow. Now the light's taking over. This is a call to arms. This is a call to arms. You know. This is a call to arms. This is a call to arms. You know. This is a call to arms. This is a call to arms. You know. This is a call to arms. This is a call to arms. You know.
Thanks and that.
This is a call to arms. This is a call to arms. You know. This is a call to arms. This is a call to arms. You know. Let it out. We'll burn to let it go. We'll burn to storm keeps raging on. We need the storm. We need the storm that keeps raging on. We need the storm. We need the storm that keeps raging on. We need the storm. We need the storm that keeps raging on. We need the storm. We need the storm that keeps raging on. We need the storm. We need the storm that keeps raging on. We need the storm. We need the storm that keeps raging on. We need the storm. We need the storm that keeps raging on. We need the storm. We need the storm that keeps raging on. We need the storm. We need the storm that keeps raging on. We need the storm.
Smells like stuffed peppers. It smells very good. I could eat about 1,000 stuffed peppers. It's good. I like how they would make sure of Alfredo and urine and your piss product. That's new. New work. Are you done? That's it. Now this folks. Folks. Norm. I'm saying. Most famous things of all time. They're so good, okay? Check community debate. Are you done? Go ahead, Jiggy. Go ahead, to very quick. That's not my channel already. Better than anything I took on losses. Yeah, no. Let's go. Where did stay at so far? Scale 1 to 10, how fuck they got? That's a 10. Maggie K. King Day. I should be front.
Thank
Toby. Look at this athleticism. Yeah, shit. Toby. Pushbacks. Look at this West Side Gangster. What up, West Side Gangster? West, the west, the west, west side. Pimp. I like your Alfredo urine mixture. Thanks, lady. It's Mega Cake King Day, yo.
We got an issue in America. Too many good docs are getting out of business. Too many OBGYNs aren't able to practice their love with women all across this country.
Good job. I don't want to have any more death out there.
This is Adam.
What up, man? Sluts.
He had an accident. He's one of nearly 50 million Americans with no health insurance. But this film isn't about Adam.
So this is the table saw. It was spinning that way.
This is Rick.
I was ripping a piece of wood. I grabbed it right here and it hit a knot.
He sawed off the tops of 2 of his fingers.
Zipped. And it was that quick.
His first thought?
I don't have insurance. How much is this going to cost? I'm going to have to pay cash for this, $3,000 or more. And does that mean that we're not going to get a car?
Rick also doesn't have health coverage, so the hospital gave him a choice. Reattach the middle finger for $60,000 or do the ring finger for $12,000.
It's an awful feeling to just try to put a value on your body.
Being a hopeless romantic, Rick chose the ring finger for the bargain price of $12,000. The top of his middle finger now enjoys his new home in an Oregon landfill.
Good shot. Game over. Champions of the world. Yeah, Colts. Like a Pittman Jr. I think I got him.
I used to pull the finger off.
This movie isn't about Rick either. Yes, there are nearly 50 million Americans with no health insurance. They pray every day they don't get sick because 18,000 of them will die this year simply because they're uninsured. But this movie isn't about them. It's about the 250 million of you who have health insurance. Those of you who are living the American dream.
Wow. No. 1-1. 1-1. 2-1.
It's moving day.
2-2.
For Larry and Donna Smith.
3-3. 3-4.
They've packed everything they own in these 2 cars.
5-4.
And are driving to Denver, Colorado.
6-5.
To their new home. In their daughter's storage room.
8-5.
This is home sweet home.
9-5.
Look at all that.
8-6.
Yeah.
What do we do with the computer?
It stays.
8-7.
So this is where Heather
9-7.
talked about we might have to put our beds.
10-7.
It
11-7.
wasn't supposed to end up like this for Larry and Donna.
12-7.
They both had good jobs.
13-7.
She was a newspaper editor,
14-7.
and he was a union
15-7.
machinist. They raised 6 kids who all went to fine schools like the University of Chicago. But Larry had a heart attack, and then another one,
18-7.
and then another one. And then Donna got cancer.
And then the west side.
And even though they had health insurance, the co-pays and deductibles soon added up to the point where they could no longer afford to keep their home.
Somebody had told me 10 years ago this was going to happen to hospitals and healthcare. I would say it's not possible. Not in the United States. We wouldn't let that happen to people.
Are we going to quit?
just heard.
They were bankrupt, so they moved in with their daughter.
We emptied the dressers.
Oh, nice.
Even their son Danny popped in from across town to welcome them to Denver.
What do we do about people like you guys?
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, seriously.
Supposed to pay a deductible for $9,000, which I understand. That's part of healthcare. What about the people like Kathy and I that have to come out there every 5 years, every 2 years, every year because you don't have enough money to stay where you are?
That's what Russell keeps saying.
I'm sorry. It's not what we wanted to have happen in life. And we're doing what we can to make the change. You don't know what that feels like inside at 50-some years old. To have to reach out to my 20-something-year-old for help.
It's going to be hard for 4, 5, 6, 7 months. It's going to be hard.
And I'm having an overwhelming feeling that you bring your problems with you no matter where you go. But I don't know what to do about that.
By sheer coincidence, their daughter's husband Paul was leaving on a job the very same day they arrived. Paul was a contractor, but there weren't many jobs lately, so he found work out of town.
Weird situation.
This I do early in the morning. The first thing I do is this. I clean it.
At age 79, Frank Cardile should be kicking back on a beach somewhere. But even though he's insured by Medicare, it doesn't cover all the costs of the drugs that he and his wife need.
Being that I'm an employee here, my medicine is for free. So that's why I got to keep working until I die. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. I always got to keep my ears open because there's always spillages. Trying to get a gallon of milk, tomato sauce. Oh, we're in trouble. It'd take a half hour to pick that up. And I look up at every household, everything is clean. If I see something, pick it up with paper, garbage. One day I had the keys in my hand, and they went in there. And I had to climb in there to get the keys out. It's a sad situation. There are golden years. I can't find them. I'll tell you that. She had a painkiller for her head. This is $213. What for? Painkiller?
I didn't take it.
No, I backed off.
What's in these new drugs that they strip? That's why I said I don't believe you need half of the things they tell you because I have never taken medication now as I'm getting older. I don't even like to take an aspirin. I do like a little brandy.
I don't really know how this happened, but the trunk kind of came forward into the back seat.
Laura Burnham was in a 45-mile-an-hour head-on collision that knocked her out cold. Paramedics got her out of the car and into an ambulance for a trip to the hospital.
I get a bill from my insurance company telling me that the ambulance ride was not going to be paid for because it wasn't pre-approved. I don't know exactly when I was supposed to pre-approve it, you know, like after I gained consciousness in the car, before I got in the ambulance, or I should have grabbed my cell phone off the street and called while I was in the ambulance, or, I mean, this is crazy.
I applied for health net insurance for Jason. They rejected him because of his height and weight. Jason's 6 feet tall and 130 pounds. I applied for healthcare through Blue Cross Blue Shield, and they told me that my body mass index was too high. I'm 5'1", I weigh 175 pounds.
I always thought the health insurance companies were there to help us. So I posted a note on the internet asking people if they had had any similar stories about problems with their insurance company. Within 24 hours, I had over 3,700 responses, and by the end of the week, over 25,000 people had sent me their healthcare horror stories. Some of them decided not to wait for me to get back to them, like Doug No, who decided to take matters into his own hands without my permission. His daughter, Annette, was 9 months old when they discovered she was going deaf. His health insurance company, Cigna, said they paid for an implant in only one of her ears. According to the letter they sent, it's experimental for her to hear in 2 ears.
If a cochlear implant is good for one ear, it doesn't even make any sense that it wouldn't be good for the second ear. Especially when the child is just starting to learn how to talk. She has to learn from both sides of her head.
That's when he sat down to write Cigna a letter.
This is to Cigna. Noted filmmaker Michael Moore is now in the process of gathering information for his next film. I've sent along information concerning Cigna's lack of caring for its policy holders. Has your CEO ever been in a film before?
Before he knew it, he received a call in his voicemail from the Cigna headquarters.
Obviously, all this worked because Annette is going to get her second implant in July.
Dear Mike, I work in the industry.
I work for an agent.
I started to get hundreds of letters of a different sort from people who work inside the healthcare industry. They'd seen everything, and they were fed up with it.
Health insurance companies suck. Flat suck.
Like Becky Melky, who was in charge of keeping sick people away from one of America's top insurance companies.
I work in a call center, so people call in and they're asking for insurance. There are certain pre-existing conditions, basically industry-wide, that will not be covered. Diabetes, heart disease, certain forms of cancer. If you have these conditions, you are most likely not going to get your health insurance.
How long is this list of conditions that are taken out?
Rock all this house. Sometimes you know ahead of time that they're going to be declined at the end of the application. You're like, like one time I had a couple, and they were so happy to get, they were so happy that they took up this application. And the husband was late for work, and the wife said to him, well, don't worry, baby, it's going to be okay because we have health insurance now. And when I looked at the end of the application, I could tell they were both going to get declined because of their health conditions. And they were so happy. And I thought, oh God, they're going to get that phone call in a couple weeks telling them that they're not eligible for insurance. And I just felt so bad because I just really thought, and I knew, and I couldn't say anything to them. I just felt like crap. And that's why I'm just such a bitch on the phone to people because I don't want to get to know them. I don't want to know about their lives. I just want to get in and get out and get done with it because I can't.
stress of it.
In spite of Becky being a bit of a pain on the phone, 250 million Americans are still able to get healthy.
What's up, GB? How you living, baby? Kicking ass, taking names. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods? Absolutely. Did you watch any football? Watching the play. Watching the NFL, and I'm watching a documentary. It's called Sicko. It's by Michael Moore. It's regarding the United States healthcare industry. Yeah, exactly. I'm just going through some old documentaries. Yeah, some of the stuff ages better than others. Oh, I think it's terrible. You're correct on that. Yeah, I mean, it's insurance companies, it's medical, pharmaceutical companies, it's technology companies, basically all being incredibly greedy, and the people who have to suffer are the taxpayers. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, if you look at, just for instance, the billing, look at bills from the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s for a doctor. They were like $15, $20, $25 maximum. That was to see a specialist. It really started changing with legislation in the 80s and the 90s and then early in the 21st century, where now you get $15,000 bills and copays and deductibles and all kinds of hidden charges that you didn't know. But it's really like, to be born in the United States today, I'm not sure of the exact figure, but it's something in the tens of thousands of dollars. And perhaps a generation or two generations ago, it was less than $1,000. It most certainly is. That's just to be born. It's not, and they don't want population growth. Yeah, no, there is deliberate depopulation agenda. Multifaceted. Multifaceted. You are correct. Hey, here's a new one. Do you know Coast to Coast AM? Yeah, exactly. Did I play it for you?
Oh, it was a while ago, and I've done so much content since then. It's on my social media, but um, just know that one of the things that I predicted in one of my calls to them was that the COVID-19 variant of this year, it's known as COVID-23. It would be known as COVID-23, and it would essentially dominate the upcoming year of 2024, just like COVID-19 dominated 2020 and interfered with the election. The same would happen in 2024 from a 2023 variant. Exactly. And this one would be specifically, I didn't say this on Coast to Coast, but this is just what I'm predicting. This one would be specifically child based, more so than anything else. And you can already see that with this child pneumonia. I think you're right. That's correct. I'm sorry, didn't he? Yeah, definitely. You want to know who the upcoming presidents are going to be? So I said this on Coast to Coast AM, and I said beforehand, so you have to understand that these predictions are based on the idea that life extension technology will be more popular in the upcoming decades, because some of the people who are predicted to be president will be pretty old. They'll be like in their 80s, 90s, or maybe even 100, some of them. But they will look like they're 60 or 70. And so people won't really have an issue with it. Look, we have a president right now in his 80s and no one cares. So to say in like 50 years, if a president is maybe 20 years older, that won't be that big of a deal. So here you go. You got Biden, who's going to win in 2024. He's going to die in office of natural causes, and Kamala Harris is going to take over that term. And then additionally, she's going to win 2 additional terms. So she's going to be president for close to 12 years, which is the longest that anybody's been president since Roosevelt. Following Kamala Harris, Stacey Abrams will take over as president. Following Stacey Abrams, you will get Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez as president. So it's going to go Biden, Harris, Abrams, Ocasio-Cortez. Following AOC, you will have Jeb Bush. Following Jeb Bush, you will have Chelsea Clinton, not Hillary, Chelsea, her daughter. And following Chelsea Clinton, you will have George P. Bush. Who's George P. Bush? Not Bush 41. Bush 41, George Herbert Walker Bush. Not Bush 43. That's George Walker Bush. George P. Bush is George Prescott Bush, who is Jeb Bush's son. So in the same way that we had George Herbert Walker Bush as 41 and his son take over with a Clinton in the middle, you're going to have the same. So you've got Jeb Bush, then a Clinton in the middle, then you will have George Prescott Bush, and those are the upcoming presidents. You want to know some other predictions? Okay, so here are some other predictions. Skynet. So you know Skynet. It's like the thing that is in Terminator. Well, that's coming to fruition. It's like really being built. And so people would be interested, especially for stocks, on what is Skynet like? How's it going to be built in the future? So Skynet will be built It will be powered using Siemens nuclear reactors. So you know the German company Siemens. It's going to be powered by Siemens nuclear reactors. It's going to be built on Samsung hardware. So Samsung's going to be very big. It's going to have an operating system of Microsoft. It's going to have a cloud-based system of Amazon cloud-based services. It's going to have a software of Salesforce, and that's what it's going to be based on. We're also going to have more states in the future. So currently we have 50 states. We've had 50 states since 1959, since the inclusion of Alaska as our 49th state and Hawaii as our 50th state. And we're going to now have Puerto Rico as our 51st state, and then Guam and America Samoa following as the next states. I don't know exactly the order, whether it'll be Guam and then American Samoa or American Samoa and then Guam, but then we're going to have 53 states. Eventually, the state of California is going to secede from the Union and become its own country. Additionally, some other states will eventually become their own countries. Texas will become its own country. It can already do that according to its state constitution. It's the Republic of Texas, technically. And then additionally, eventually, some states will merge, like North and South Carolina may merge, North and South Dakota may merge, West Virginia may merge back into the Virginia, which is what it was originally. And then additionally, Maine may merge back with Massachusetts. Maine used to be a part of Massachusetts when the United States was started, and then eventually became its own state. But you'll see some changes. Additionally, some predictions that I have on the future, we will have some major engineering feats. What do I mean? Like we will have what's called the Pan-American Highway. So that's the ability to drive from Cape Horn, which is essentially at the Falkland Islands of Argentina, to be able to drive a car from there all the way to the Aleutian Islands in Alaska. Currently, you cannot do that. There is about a 50 to 100 mile area in between Panama and Colombia known as the Darien Gap, and it is unfinished. So currently, in order to do the drive, you can drive basically all the way up South America, but then you have to get on a ferry, and the ferry has to take you around and then get you back on the road, and then you can drive from that back on the road from Central America all the way through the United States, through California, Oregon, Washington, up through British Columbia, and then all the way to Alaska. So there will be the plans eventually to connect the Darien Gap. The reason why it currently isn't being connected is because there's it's really complicated, but first and foremost, they don't want that kind of ability to do transportation between North and South America, but eventually they will. There'll be some other engineering feats that we'll see over the course of the next century. That would be another Suez Canal. So what do I mean? I mean a canal. Currently, the Suez Canal connects the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. It basically connects the Mediterranean Sea to the Indian Ocean. And so that you can go from the Atlantic Ocean through the Mediterranean Sea into the Red Sea, into the Indian Ocean, and you can avoid going all the way around Africa. But if you remember in recent years, there have been some ships that have clogged the Suez Canal, including the Evergreen. So to have a second Suez Canal would be very beneficial to the world in case anything happened to the first one. And additionally, the same type of thought would be important for the world with the Panama Canal, because if anything ever happens to the Panama Canal, it's good to have a backup of that, because that really controls world's prices. It controls people who control those areas can really dominate world transportation, world commodities prices, really a lot of things. These are major chokeholds. So those are some things that we'll see. Additionally, I think we're going to see tunnels become much more abundant in society over the course of the next 100 years, particularly a Bering Strait tunnel. So what do I mean when I say a Bering Strait tunnel? The Bering Strait is the waterway that is between Russia and Alaska in the northern Pacific Ocean and southern Arctic Ocean. Essentially, it's about 26 miles between Russia and Alaska. So the ability to have a tunnel that runs underneath the ocean, underneath the Bering Strait, so that you can essentially drive from, if we were able to connect the Darien Gap that I was talking about, the Pan American highway, with this, you could drive from Argentina all the way to Alaska, and then Alaska all the way to Russia, and then Russia all the way to London, because you could take the channel, the English tunnel that goes underneath the English Channel, the channel, you'll be able to take a car underneath that. So essentially, by linking two little areas of the world, that's the Bering Strait and the Darien Gap, we would be able to connect the world's roadways completely. All we need to do is about 50 miles of roadway, which is really pretty easy to do in Panama and Colombia. I understand there's, malaria and things like that, and safety hazards and things, but there have been roads that have been built all the way down there. It's just this 50-mile area that needs to be completed, and then a 26-mile tunnel underneath the Bering Strait, and essentially we'll be able to connect the world's roadways. And that will really change society, because then you'd be able to take a road trip essentially anywhere in the world. If you wanted to, you and your friends, if you wanted to, could take a summer and drive from New York City to Mount Kilimanjaro. You could drive there in your own vehicle. And that's something the world's never seen before. You could go to Mount Everest. You could drive to Rome. You could literally be from Chicago or Miami or Los Angeles or Toronto or Mexico City and drive to Rome in your own car, and it would change society. Additionally, imagine what it would do for people in Asia, who literally, people take boats here to the United States or to the West Coast, but they've also done it many different many different ways to get into the United States. Now there'd be a way that you could drive a car. You could be from Shanghai or Beijing or Guangzhou and just drive your car into Seattle or Portland or Sacramento or San Francisco or San Jose or Los Angeles. You just drive your car there. It would really change society. So those are some. Yeah, I mean, essentially, I don't know if we have the heads of state to be able to do it currently. That isn't a knock on either of the two that we currently have, neither Biden or Putin. I just don't know if they're the right combination of individuals to make this happen. They seem to have their focuses on different things than these big projects. But let's say, for instance, we were able to get two future-minded individuals in the presidency of Russia and the presidency of the United States, and they wanted to make a common economic alignment and allegiance and alliance to be able to transport commodities, including petroleum and natural gas and all kinds of other energy, in addition to cars transportation, in addition to trains, between essentially between Alaska and Russia, and in exchange they would split the bill on it, or it would be paid for through the private sector, or there'd be like a toll system. I mean, I'm not saying you'd be able to drive from Shanghai to Seattle for free. I would love that, but I'm sure you wouldn't be able to. I'm sure there would be a major toll system, particularly at the Bering Strait. But if you were able to get, around, I mean, I would expect it to be like $100 or maybe even as much as $1,000 in today's dollars. It would be a significant investment, but it would essentially be the same amount to take a flight in a lot of ways. But this time you'd have your car with you. You could really change your life in that way. A lot of times people don't have that kind of mobility, that type of transportation in another country. And in the same way, we'd be able to drive to Asia and Africa and Europe in our vehicles. That would really change things. That's correct. And British Columbia is going to be very significant in the future, particularly its relationship with the Chinese population that has essentially purchased most of the real estate of any abundance there, and basically double, if not tripled, real estate pricing in the last few decades. Essentially, the Chinese run the show in Vancouver now, if I'm not mistaken. Am I wrong? You're exactly right. And they're just waiting. I mean, essentially, what it is a slow invasion. It's a beautiful long game that China has played, but they've done the same thing in the United States. I live in California. I live in Irvine, California. I live in a majority Latinx state in a majority Asian city within a majority Latinx state, which is pretty unusual. If you consider the United States, normally people think of it being moderately white. It is not. It's very diverse. And the thing is, all China has to do is tell its current citizenry here in the United States to change their foreign allegiance from the United States to China, and overnight the entire West Coast becomes red because of the population, and including that would be Vancouver as well, because it's been invaded essentially. I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm saying it's brilliant, and I'm saying that that's capitalism. There's nothing. Well, it's a communist take on capitalism, but there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But people don't realize that essentially over the course of the past 50 years or so, there has been a slow invasion of our shores from Asia, and specifically China, and has bought up a lot of the real estate here on the west coast of Canada, United States. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. That's I've heard of this. They've also done similar things in New York City. They had their own police stations. Now, these are Chinese police stations within the United States, which, a couple of generations ago would never have been tolerated. There would be a revolt in the streets before people would have even considered that. But these had to be silently closed down because it's just a different society now. People are not as aggressive. People are much more docile when it comes to many. I mean, they've just been beaten down, and they don't have as many resources as they once had. They're not as financially stable, so they have to listen to essentially what the government or what the non-governmental organizations are telling them. And as of right now, we've seen a lot of success out of China, and that's just going to continue. Well, China was a test for the last 70 years or so of communism. It was a test society for what communism will be on a global scale. Essentially, those who are very politically allied will have much more influence than those who are not. And over the course of the next 100 years, China's communism, its social credit system, its type of socialism will be eventually dispersed amongst the rest of the countries of the world, including the United States. I mean, we see it. It's in Canada. It's been in Canada for almost a century. Eventually, we're going to move towards it. There will be a new world order. There's a one world government, and essentially, it will be a socialist system. And those in power are the haves, and then the rest of us are essentially the have-nots. And that's why crypto is an exciting opportunity for people. Essentially, crypto is the lifeboat for those who might not have been able to position themselves as strategically as they would have liked using fiat currencies. They can use cryptocurrencies as a lifeboat or life raft, so to speak, to be able to escape the final meltdown of fiat currencies that we'll see over the course of the next century. I agree. Take care, GB. If you ever need anything, let me know. Peace, baby. Look at this athleticism. This is incredible.
Don't worry. Let's meet some of these happy insured customers, like Maria, who has Blue Shield, and Diane, who has Horizon Blue Cross. Laurel has insurance through BCS, and Amy is fully insured by Megalife. And it's a good thing. They're all fully covered.
I ended up being diagnosed with retroperitoneal cancer.
Brain tumor, breast cancer.
Brain tumor on the right temporal lobe.
Because they were insured, they got the red carpet treatment at the doctor's office.
She requested for me to see a neurologist.
When they were going to treat it was to remove it.
Surgery was scheduled for December 9th.
I was waiting for my first dose of chemo.
Oh, they got their treatment all right, but not before battling with their insurance companies.
My insurance company denied all IV drugs for me. And all I was getting was IV drugs.
This was a pre-existing condition.
It's not medically necessary.
We don't consider that life-threatening.
Diane died from her non-life-threatening tumor. Laurel's cancer has now spread throughout her body. Amy's cancer found its way to her brain and killed her a couple years later. While vacationing in Japan, Maria became ill and got the MRI that Blue Shield of California had refused to approve. The doctors in Japan told her she had a brain tumor. Blue Shield had said repeatedly she didn't have a tumor. That's when she said, well, I'm pretty sure I have a lawyer.
March 13th, 2003. I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 1. Please describe for me what it is.
It is a denial or referral to an ophthalmologist.
Is it your signature on the document?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 2.
This is a denial of request for referral for a magnetic resonance imaging test of the brain.
It has your signature?
Yes.
Doctor, directing your attention to Exhibit 3 is this document.
This is a denial of a referral to a neurosurgeon.
Can you explain for me how you came to sign the denial letter?
This is a standard signature that's put on all denial letters.
Is that your signature or is that the stamp?
That is the stamp.
Did you ever see a denial letter before your signature was stamped on it?
No, but the denial letters are fundamentally the same. They're the denial letters that are sent out. The answer is no.
The very definition of a good medical director was somebody who can save the company a lot of money.
Dr. Linda Pino was a medical reviewer for Humana. She left her job because she didn't like their way of doing business.
You look at the particular case or question at hand, and you start looking for ways to deny or limit or save money. I mean, that's your goal. So you look to the language that says there's an exclusion, and you say, aha, this is great. This is a technical denial. I don't have to get into any of the kind of muddy issues. I can just deny it. The doctor with the highest percent of denials was actually going to get a bonus.
Really?
And that was the way they had set the system up. Any payment for a claim is referred to as a medical loss. That's the terminology the industry uses. I mean, when you don't spend money on somebody, you deny their care, or you make a decision that brings money in and you don't have to spend it. It's a savings to the company.
This is Tarsha Harris. Blue Cross didn't deny her treatment and actually approved her operation. But then they discovered that in the distant past, she had had a yeast infection.
Apparently it's common. Men, women can get a yeast infection. So it was prescribed a yeast infection cream, general cream, and it went away.
She later applied for health insurance, and that's what you're supposed to be disclosing. Serious ailments. The yeast infection was independent, and it's not a serious ailment. There was nothing else she could have done. It wasn't until they were going to have to spend money that they looked. If they'd taken 5 minutes beforehand and wanted to clear up the yeast infection, they could have looked at her medical records, they could have talked to her doctor.
Because of the undisclosed yeast infection, Blue Cross dropped Tarsha Harris.
She thinks she's put this behind her. And then Blue Cross changes their mind, tells the doctors, we're taking the money back. Go get the money from Tarsha.
The fact of the matter is, it was a yeast infection. That's all it was.
Embarrassing.
I'm still a little bitter
embarrassing yeast infection
because I don't trust
industry.
insurance companies now. To me,
Alright,
it seems they're always going to be looking for a way
Happened to
out.
my dog
You know, what happened to
was here.
helping the person that's sick? Don't make their problems worse.
I don't know.
This is Lee
Sure, I've
Iger.
got one. I don't know.
If they weren't able to weed you out in the application process or deny you the care your doctor said you needed, and somehow ended up paying for the operation, they send in Lee, their hitman. His job is to get the company's money back any way he can. All he has to do is find one slip up on your application or a pre-existing condition you didn't know you had.
We're going to go after this like it's a murder case.
And I need a whole unit dedicated to going through your health history for the last 5 years, looking for anything that would indicate that you concealed something, you misrepresented something, so that they can cancel the policy or jack the rates so high that you can't pay them. And if you couldn't find anything you didn't disclose on the application, you can still get hit with a pre-existing denial because you don't even have to have sought medical treatment for it. In some states, it's legal to have what's called a prudent person pre-existing condition. And that's a mouthful, I know, but what that says is if prior to your insurance kicking in, you had any symptom which would incline a normally prudent person to have sought medical care, then the condition of which that symptom was a symptom is excluded. I know. It's labyrinthine, isn't it? But that's how it works. You're supposed to be fair and even-handed. But with an insurance company, it's their friggin' money. So it's not unintentional. It's not a mistake. It's not an oversight. You're not slipping through the cracks. Somebody made that crack and swept you towards it. And the intent is to maximize profits. Looking back, I don't know that I killed anybody. Did I do harm in people's lives? Yeah. Hell yeah. I haven't worked for insurance companies for a long time, and I don't think that really serves to atone for my participation in that mess. I am glad I'm out of it, though.
Julie Pierce was struggling to get care for her husband, Tracy, who was suffering from kidney cancer. Julie works in the intensive care unit at St. Joseph's Medical Center in Kansas City, Missouri, which provided her family with health insurance.
Every month there was a new drug that the doctor wanted to try. My insurance denied it. One letter might say not a medical necessity. One letter might say it's not for this particular type of cancer, and they denied it. Then we came up with the bone marrow. It had showed to stop it, sometimes to completely get rid of it.
Tracy's doctor said that this treatment had been successfully tried on many other patients. If one of Tracy's brothers turned out to be a suitable donor, there were promising bone marrow treatments for beating Tracy's cancer.
2 weeks later, the bone marrow nurse in KU called me and she goes, "We've got the results back. His youngest brother is a perfect donor match." We were ecstatic. You know, I think that's the happiest I had seen him. And what? So, submitted it and they denied it. Said it was experimental. So I found out that there is a board of trustees over our medical plan that actually work at my hospital, and they are the final decision makers on what gets approved and what doesn't get approved.
Julie and her husband and their son Tracy Jr. demanded a meeting with the health plan's board of trustees, the very people who had the power to approve their claim. They told Julie that they were sympathetic to her situation.
I said, "Your sympathy does me no good when I'm burying him next year." And I told him, I said, if I was Bruce Van Cleve is our CEO, I said, I bet you if it was Bruce Van Cleve's wife, it would get approved. No, it's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. I said, or maybe if my husband's white. And I got up and walked out. When we got home, I found him up in the bathroom. And I knocked on the door and said, "What are you doing in there?" Nothing. And I opened the door because usually he'll say, "Well, what do you think I'm doing in here?" And he was sitting there and he was crying. And he said, "Why me? I'm a good person." And I said, "But we're not done fighting this. We're strong." He said,
you know, he goes, I can see now that I'm gonna die. He said, but I can do everything in the world, and I don't want to leave you, Tracy. The doctor told me he would die in 3 weeks. And on January 13th, which was my birthday, he went to sleep. He died 5 days later here at home. He was my best friend. He was my soulmate. He was my son's father. I mean, we wanted to grow old together. They took away everything that matters. I want to know why. Why my husband? Why wasn't he given a chance to live? You preach these vision and values that we care for the sick, the dying, the poor, that we're a healthcare that leaves no one behind. You left him behind. You didn't even give him a start. It was as if he was nothing. And I want them to have a conscience about it. And I don't think they do. I don't think it has fazed them one bit. At all.
There was one person in the healthcare industry who did have a conscience. Dr. Linda Pino, former medical reviewer at Humana.
My name is Linda Pino. I am here primarily today to make a public confession. In the spring of 1987, as a physician, I did not recommend a necessary operation that would have saved his life, thus cost him death. No person held me accountable for this, because in fact what I did was I saved the company $500,000. And furthermore, this particular act secured my reputation as a good medical director, and it ensured my continued advancement in the healthcare field. I went from making a few $100s a week as a medical reviewer to an escalating six-figure income as a physician executive. In all my work, I had one primary duty, and that was to use my medical expertise for the financial benefit of the organization for which I worked. And I was told repeatedly that I was not denying care, I was simply denying payment. I know how managed care means to patients. So I'm here to tell you about the dirty work of managed care. And I'm haunted by the thousands of pieces of paper which I have written that deadly word to nobody.
How did we get to the point that doctors and health insurance companies actually being responsible for the deaths of patients? Who invented this system? How did this all begin? Where did the HMO start? Thanks to the wonders of magnetic tape, we know.
I am proposing today a new national health strategy. The purpose of this program is simply this. I want America to have the finest health care in the world. And I want every American to be able to have that care when he needs it.
plan hatched between Nixon and Edgar Kaiser worked. In the ensuing years, patients were given less and less care.
Bigger log jams at the nearby pub hospital and less quality medical care. Get in by 18 hours. Says 7 this morning. What looks cramped and unsightly can also be dangerous.
While the health insurance companies became wealthy, the system was broken.
37 million Americans are without protection against catastrophic illness.
The losers are the poor, who may now postpone urgently needed health care until it's too late.
This went on for years, until this man rode into town, bringing with him his little lady.
I know a place. Ain't nobody
Sassy.
coming.
Smart. Sexy.
I don't know.
Some men couldn't handle it.
Today I am announcing the formation of the President's Task Force on National Health Reform, chaired by the First Lady, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Hillary Rodham Clinton decided to make health care for everyone her top priority.
Universal coverage now, and will not depend upon where you work, whether you work, or whether you have a pre-existing condition. Health care that can never be taken away.
Some Republicans complain Mrs. Clinton is getting a free ride because she's the president's wife.
It's fairly risky business, I believe. President Clinton did to put his wife in charge of some big policy program.
And while I don't share the chairman's joy at our holding hearings on a government-run healthcare system, I do share his intention to make the debate and the legislative process as exciting as possible.
I'm sure you will do that, Mr. Army.
We'll do the best we can.
You and Dr. Kevorkian.
I have been told about your charm and wit, let me say. The reports on your charm are overstated. The reports on your wit are understated.
Thank you very much.
She drove Washington insane.
Do you really want the federal government to control your health care? You won't have a choice of your own doctor.
Government mandates less government, more government control, and less control for you and your family.
When your mama gets sick, she might talk to a bureaucrat instead of a doctor.
This is a total mess, and it's about to get messier.
Not this big bureaucratic socialist plan that they have.
Socialist takeover.
Socialized medicine. What really amounts to a giant social experiment.
Socialized medicine. Nothing put more fear in us than the thought of that. And the chief fearmongers against socialized medicine have always been the good doctors of the American Medical Association.
This would put the government smack into your hospital, defining services, setting standards, establishing committees, calling for reports, deciding who gets in and who gets out. After all, the government has to treat everyone fair and equal, don't you know? Take us all the way down the road to a new system of medicine for everybody.
Yes, medicine for everyone. The AMA didn't want that. And to drive the point home further, they held thousands of coffee clutches all over the country, where they invited their neighbors to come and listen to a record made by a well-known actor on the evils of socialized medicine.
My name is Ronald Reagan. One of the traditional methods of imposing statism or socialism on a people has been by way of medicine. The doctor begins to lose freedom. It's like telling a lie, and one leads to another. A doctor decides he wants to practice in one town, and the government has to say to him, you can't live in that town. They already have enough doctors. You have to go someplace else. All of us can see what happens once you establish the precedent that the government can determine a man's working place and his working methods, and behind it will come other federal programs that will invade every area of freedom as we have known it in this country, until one day we will awake to find that we have socialism.
The White House said today it's time to tone down the rhetoric, reacting to the burning in effigy of Hillary Rodham Clinton.
The times may have changed, but the scare tactics hadn't. The healthcare industry spent over $100 million to defeat Hillary's healthcare plan. And they succeeded.
And I want to introduce to you the president because he loves the Easter egg roll.
For the next 7 years in the White House, she wasn't allowed to bring it up again.
Is anybody here older than 2?
A decade and a half went by, and still America had no universal health plan. The United States slid to number 37 in healthcare around the world, just slightly ahead of Slovenia. But that's understandable, because Congress was busy with other matters.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to offer congratulations to the confectioners at Just Born Incorporated as they celebrate the 50th anniversary of one of their most recognized and celebrated products, not to mention my daughter's favorite, Marshmallow Peeps.
And thus the healthcare industry went unchecked into the early 21st century.
Humana more than doubles its fourth quarter profit, lifts its earnings outlook for the year as well. United Health has tripled its share price,
making obscene profits.
Their estimates better than expected earnings. One of them was that there's a lot of really wealthy shareholders out there right now. Are they willing to actually share some of that wealth?
Turning their CEOs into billionaires and skirting the law whenever they wanted. But their biggest accomplishment was buying our United States Congress.
This is Washington at work. Lobbying has become so brazen, the money is being collected.
With 4 times as many healthcare lobbyists than there are members of Congress, they even managed to buy off old foes. For her silence, Hillary was rewarded, and she became the second largest recipient in the Senate of healthcare industry contributions.
We've given the entire healthcare system over to the insurance industry, and they have total control.
Well, not total control. The drug companies like to buy their members of Congress too. Here's what it costs to buy these men. And this woman. This guy. And this guy. And him too. And the biggest check was saved for last. Why did they hand out all this cash? They wanted a bill passed. A bill to help seniors with their prescriptions.
Let there be no mistake about it. Republicans love their mothers and their fathers and their grandparents as much as anybody else on this hill, and we're going to take care of them in this country.
Of course, it was really a bill to hand over $800 billion of our tax dollars to the drug and health insurance industry by letting the drug companies charge whatever they wanted and making the private health insurance companies the middleman. Everybody was going to get their cut, and the man they appointed to get the job done was Congressman Billy Tozen. He was the right man for the job because he had a secret weapon.
There's no one in this house loves their mother more than I love my mother. I challenge you on that, sir. Nobody in this body loves their mother any more or any less than any one of us. I love that woman. Do you think for a second you love your moms and dads any more than we love ours? Do you think Republicans and Democrats who will vote for you really believe that, Mr. Stockton? God bless you.
Oh, they all loved their mothers. It's just that they didn't love our mothers as much.
Now I'm honored and pleased to sign this historic piece of legislation, the Medicare Prescription Drug Improvement Modernization Act of 2003.
What they didn't tell us was that the elderly could end up paying more for their prescriptions than they did before. Over 2/3 of senior citizens still pay over $2,000 a year. And when it was all over, 14 congressional aides who worked on the bill quit their jobs on the Hill and went to work for the healthcare industry, as did one congressman.
'Cause I've got a golden ticket.
Billy Tozen left Congress to become the CEO of PhRMA, the drug industry lobby, for a salary of $2 million a year. Oh, it was a happy day in Washington, and many Americans knew they were never going to see universal health care. And that's why some of them decided to look elsewhere for help.
We're driving across the Detroit River. Back there's the Renaissance Center. You can see the Renaissance Center, General Motors headquarters, downtown Detroit, skyline. You get a really nice view from driving over the bridge.
This is Adrienne Campbell, a single mother who at the age of 22 came down with cancer.
I got cervical cancer and I was denied through the insurance company. They said, we're not paying for it because you're 22 and you don't have, you shouldn't be having cervical cancer. You're too young.
Forced into debt, but now cancer-free, Adrienne was fed up with the American healthcare system. She had a new plan.
I have everything ready before I even hit the border. I got my passports ready. I got my money out for the, the $3.25 to get across one way. And I got everything just sitting up here on my visor, just ready to go. Aurora will be very quiet. U.S. I live in Michigan.
She may live in Michigan, but 10 blocks across the border, Adrienne becomes a Canadian.
How long have you been living here? 3 months?
Couple. But I haven't applied for the open card yet. Okay. Because I still have my...
It takes time.
It's fine. I don't worry. Okay, thank you. Let's put down Kyle's address at the clinic, and when they ask, what my relationship is, I put down that this is common law partner. I don't like to lie, and I don't like liars. It's little white lies, but it's, I'm saving the money.
You don't have to bring a checkbook to the hospital here. It's provided to us. Something you don't have to worry about. You don't have to go out of your way to get. Stress free.
They're calling the cops.
The presence of our camera crew had alerted the clinic that something was up.
And I don't think I'm going to get seen now. So I have another idea. I'm going to go down to the other clinic. There's a clinic down the one that we passed. The police showed up over there. Here, look.
Yes, what Adrienne was doing was illegal, but we're Americans. We go into other countries when we need to. It's tricky, but it's allowed.
It's kind of frustrating having, just get married and that'd solve everything. It should be covered automatically.
Americans marrying Canadians just for the health care.
Sounds like a good idea. See if it works. Start something, start a trend.
In Canada, they give everybody free health care. Doesn't it work up there?
Well, no, unfortunately it doesn't.
You wait months to get treatment, you can get a week or a few days here.
In Canada, you'd have to wait 9 to 10 months for bypass surgery.
Many Canadians believe it's the healthcare system itself that's truly sick.
They pay their doctors less.
Surgeons can only do a certain number of operations each year. With only so many expensive new pieces of equipment.
It's easier for your cat or dog to receive an MRI here in America. You die of cancer waiting for that chemo because like all of Ottawa has one chemo machine.
And if you think socialized medicine is a good idea, ask a Canadian.
So I thought, who better to ask than my Canadian relatives, Bob and Estelle. But they wouldn't cross the border into America. They wanted me to meet them at Sears in Canada.
What are you guys doing here?
Buying insurance before going to the States.
To see you.
Right. That's just across the road.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even go over to see us over in Michigan for a couple of hours without this insurance?
No, we wouldn't. We're just adamant about it. We would not do it. If somebody punches us in the mouth or something like that.
I don't want to get caught in the American health system.
No, we have nothing against Americans or America or anything like that at all.
We're nice and simple people.
Well, not very simple, but certainly very nice.
I decided to explore their anti-American views further over some fine Canadian cuisine.
We have a friend who went to Hawaii and he sustained a head injury while he was there. And before he was well enough to come home, he had chalked up a bill of over $600,000. So what middle-class Canadian could absorb that?
I guess I feel bad that you have to worry about something like that.
We're not criticizing your country. We're just giving you the facts that we could not afford to be without insurance.
Even for a day.
Even for a day.
To prove their point even further, they sent me over to a local golf course to talk to Larry Godfrey, who had a golfing accident while on vacation in Florida.
I could hear a noise and feel a pain, and the tendon snapped off this bone here that holds the bicep in place. So this bicep muscle was released like on an elastic, and it ended up here on my chest.
Muscle came right up your arm and ended up right up in your chest.
Ended up right here.
Like all good golfers, Larry finished his round before seeking medical attention. That's when he got the bad news.
I wasn't too worried because I had out-of-country insurance, but when he told me it was $23,000 or $24,000, then I
$24,000?
Yes.
So if you'd stayed in the United States, this would have cost you $24,000.
Yes.
Instead, you went back to Canada.
Yep.
And Canada paid your total expenses.
Everything.
Paid for the operation.
Yes.
And it cost you
nothing.
Zero.
I'm wondering why you expect your fellow Canadians who don't have your problem, why should they, for their tax dollars, have to pay for a problem you have?
Because we would do the same for them. It's just the way it's always been, and it's the way we hope it'll always be.
Right, but if you just had to pay for your problem, don't pay for everybody else's problem. Just take care of yourself.
Well, there are lots of people who aren't in a position to be able to do that, and somebody has to look after them.
Are you a member like the Socialist Party here?
No.
Green Party?
No. Actually, I'm a member of the Conservative Party. Is that bad?
Well, it's just a little confusing.
Well, it shouldn't be. I think that where medical matters are concerned, it wouldn't matter in Canada what party you were affiliated with, if any.
But to us, as we look across the river here, why don't you think we believe that? What's wrong on this issue with us?
I guess the powers that be don't share our beliefs that healthcare ought to be universal. I mean, Canadians didn't until we met up with a guy named Tommy Douglas, who pretty much changed everyone's mind.
One guy,
yeah. One guy did it. He
come over and visit us.
He's dead, unfortunately. In fact, he's just most recently been revered as Canada's singular most important person. We think so much of
in your history?
In our history.
Your whole history?
In our whole history.
More than your first prime minister?
Absolutely. Yeah. Even more than Wayne Gretzky.
No way.
Absolutely.
Great hockey name. More than Rock and Roll Waco.
As the blade went through, it caught the glove that I was wearing, and it sliced through the entire group of fingers and completely taken them off. And I realized that I needed help immediately.
Well, obviously, putting on an amputated your arms and limbs are one of the more dramatic things that you do. Looking at 5 fingers, potentially a 24-hour operation. So there actually was 4 surgeons, as well as all the nurses, 2 anesthetists to carry out an operation of that magnitude. When somebody like Brad came in, we didn't have to worry about whether or not he could afford it. He needed help. He needed a great deal of help, but you could just concentrate on finding the best way to bring him through it.
I met this American, he cut off the ends of 2 of his fingers with a saw. So when he arrived at the hospital, they told him that, well, one finger is going to cost you around $60,000. And the other one is going to be $12,000. He had to choose which finger he could afford.
We've never told someone that they couldn't put a finger back on because the system wouldn't allow it. Very glad I work with a system that allows me the freedom to look after people, not have to make any choices.
classes. It seems that nothing we were told about the Canadian system was true. Maybe I was just in the wrong part of town. So I went across the city to a crowded hospital waiting room.
How long did you have to wait here to get help?
20 minutes, 45 minutes.
I got help right away.
See how crowded this is. They really do an amazing job.
Did you have to get anyone's permission to come to this hospital?
No. Oh, we go anywhere we want.
You don't have to get it pre-approved
No, we just.
by your insurance company?
Oh, no. Oh, heavens no.
You choose your own doctor?
Oh, sure. Oh, yes.
What's your deductible?
Nothing. I don't think we have any.
I don't know. I don't think there's any, as far as I know.
So what does set you back?
Nothing. We know, like, in America, like, people pay for their health care, but I guess we just don't really understand, like, we don't understand that concept because we don't have to deal with that. And we're dealing with Parkinson's, stroke, heart attack. We're very, very lucky. Really we are. I mean, we complain. You know, people complain about everything, right?
Right, you're Canadian.
But on the whole, it's really a fabulous system for making sure that the least of us and the best of us are taken care of.
It turns out that Canadians live 3 years longer than we do. That's not hard to believe when you meet fellow Americans like Eric.
Here we go.
Eric Turnbow of Olympia, Washington, saved up his whole life so that he could visit the famed Abbey Road crosswalk in London. But it wasn't enough for Eric to just walk across the road like the Beatles did. He had to do it his own special way.
Here's Eric about to walk in his hands across Abbey Road. Hey! Try it again. Are you in pain?
The British hospital didn't charge Eric anything for his stay, and only about $10 for all the way cool drugs they gave him.
You all flung up. There's Elvis.
I'm gonna be okay.
I decided to go to Great Britain to find out how a hospital stay could be free and drugs could cost only $10.
I come in here and I have a prescription, and it requires 30 pills. How much is it? It's £6.65. That's the standard charge. £6.65. So it's like what, $10 or so? Yeah. What if I needed 60 pills? How much? Same charge. 120 pills. $6.65. It doesn't matter how many pills. No. What if it's like an HIV drug or a cancer drug? It's still £6.65. If they are under 16 or under 60, they're automatically exempt. So only a working adult who earns enough money pays the £6.65, and everybody else gets their medication for free. That's true.
No money being exchanged here. There's no money being exchanged. And what's the purpose of the cash register? I'm just wondering, where's the bread and the milk and the candy here? I can't pick up any laundry detergent here.
I haven't been trained for that many years to be selling detergent.
I next went to a state-run hospital operated by the National Health Service.
I'm due in 7 weeks, and I get 6 months off paid, and then I can have 6 months off unpaid as well. So I'm actually taking a year.
That sounds like a luxury.
Oh, really? It's not like that in the US? No, not at all. No.
So what do you pay for to stay here?
No one pays. We're asking how do people pay? And I said, well, there isn't. You don't. You just leave.
That's the insurance.
Yeah.
There's no bill at the end of this.
Even with insurance, there's bound to be a bill somewhere. So where's the billing department?
There isn't really a billing department. There's no such thing as
What they charge you for that baby?
Sorry.
You gotta pay before you get out of here, right?
No.
No. Everything's on this NHS. Yeah, you know, it's not America.
Maybe I'd have better luck in the part of the hospital where things can get seriously expensive. This guy broke his ankle. How much will this cost him?
Sorry?
The emergency room visit. You'll have some huge bill and stuff, right?
Yeah, NHS everything is free.
I'm asking about hospital charges.
Yeah.
You're laughing at me.
Because there was never asked this question in emergency department, that's why.
I was starting to fall for this everything is free bit, and then I discovered this.
So this is where people come to pay their bill when they're done staying in the hospital.
This is the NHS hospital, so you don't pay the bill.
You get to just go home. Why does it say cashier here if people don't have to pay a bill?
All we have is a little man who stands behind the counter and he gives people money if they've had to pay for transport.
Those who have reduced means get their travel expenses reimbursed.
So in British hospitals, instead of money going into the cashier's window, money comes out.
The criteria for letting you out of the hospital are not if you've paid your bill. The criteria are you fit to go and are you going somewhere safe?
Clearly, I was just the butt of a joke here. What I needed was a good old-fashioned American who would have some understanding.
Well, I first came to London in 1992, and we just ended up staying. And we had 3 children here. I had them all on the NHS, which is the National Health Service. I think, like a lot of Americans, assumed that socialized medicine was just the bottom of the rung treatment. That that's the only possible way it would be, dingy and horrible, and it would be like the Soviet Union. I mean, that's kind of how. And it's terrible. That's what I thought.
That's what I thought too. After having a baby, it's right back to the wheat fields. Then it occurred to me that back home in America, we've socialized a lot of things. I kind of like having a police department, fire department, and the library. And I got to wondering, why don't we have these free socialized things like healthcare?
When did this whole idea that every British citizen should have the right to healthcare?
Well, if you go back, it all began with democracy. Before we had the vote, all the powers in the hand of rich people. If you had money, you would get healthcare, education, look after yourself when you were old. And what democracy did was to give the poor the vote. And it moved power from the marketplace to the polling station, from the wallet to the ballot. And what people said was very simple. They said in the 1930s, we had mass unemployment. But we don't have unemployment during the war. If you could have full employment by killing Germans, why can't you have full employment by building hospitals, building schools, recruiting nurses, recruiting teachers? If you can find money to kill people, you can find money to help people. This leaflet, the position, very, very straightforward. What year is this? This was 1948. Your new National Health Service begins on the 5th of July. What is it? How do you get it? It will provide you with all medical, dental, and nursing care. Everyone, rich or poor, man, woman, or child, can use it or any part of it. There are no charges except for a few special items. There is no insurance qualification, but it is not a charity. You are paying for it mainly as taxpayers, and it will relieve your money worries in times of illness. Now, somehow the few words sum the whole thing up.
I was amazed when he said this all started in 1948. The British had just come out of a devastating experience through World War II. The country was destroyed and nearly bankrupt. They had nothing. In just one 8-month period, over 42,000 civilians lost their lives. What we went through in 2 hours on 9/11, they went through nearly every single day. Remember how we all felt after 9/11? All of us pulling together. I guess that's how they felt. And the first way that they decided to pull together after the war was to provide free medical care for everyone.
Even Mrs. Thatcher said the National Health Service is safe in our hands. It's as non-controversial as votes for women. Nobody could come along and say, why should women have a vote now? Because people wouldn't have it, and they wouldn't have it. Britain wouldn't accept the deterioration or destruction of the national health service.
If Thatcher or Blair had said, I'm going to dismantle national health care,
there'd have been a revolution. Yeah.
A report from the American Medical Association into the health of 55 to 64-year-olds says Brits are far healthier than Americans.
For every illness that we looked at, Americans had more of it than English.
Cancer, heart disease, hypertension, strokes, lung disease, all significantly higher for Americans. Even the poorest people in England, with all the environmental factors that give them the worst health in the country, can expect to live longer than the wealthiest people in America.
I was wondering, though, what's it like for the doctors here in Britain who have to live under this kind of state control?
And you're a family doctor?
Yeah, I suppose we'd call them GPs or general practitioners.
Right, so you have like a family practice.
Yeah, it's an NHS practice. We have 9 doctors within that practice.
You're paid for by the government?
Paid for by the government.
So you work for the government?
Oh, yeah,
You're
absolutely.
government paid doctor?
Absolutely.
A patient comes to see you, before you treat them, you have to call the government insurance company before you can treat them?
And no, I don't deal with money at all on an everyday basis.
Have you ever had to say no to someone who was sick and needed help?
No, never.
Have you heard of anyone being in the hospital and being removed because they couldn't pay their bill?
No, never, and I wouldn't want to work in that system.
So working for the government, you probably have to use public transportation?
No, so I have a car that I use, and I drive.
An old beater. You live in the kind of rough part of town, or?
I mean, I live in a terrific part of town. It's called Greenwich. It's a lovely house. It's a 2-story house.
How many other families have to live in that house with you?
No, so we would live. There's 4 bedrooms, but my wife and my son. It's just the 3 of us there.
How much did you pay for that?
550,000. Yes.
Pounds. Yeah. So $1 million. You're a government-paid doctor.
Yes.
On a national health insurance health care plan here.
Yes.
And you live in $1 million home.
Yes. I think probably my friends think we do quite well.
How well do you do?
I earn around 85,000, including pension.
85,000 pounds?
85,000 pounds a year. And that includes pension that they would pay into me. They probably earn just over 100,000 pounds within my practice.
100,000 pounds, so that's almost $200,000.
Yes, absolutely. The money that we earn, we get paid by what we do. So the better we do for our patients, then the more that we get paid.
What do you mean?
There's a new system, and in that new system, if the most number of your patients have low blood pressures, or you get most of your patients to stop smoking, or you get most of your patients to have things like mental health reviews if they're unwell or low cholesterol, then you get paid more.
In other words, this year, if you get more people that are your patients to stop smoking,
yes,
you'll get more money.
Yes,
this year you'll earn more.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So doctors in America do not necessarily have to fear having a universal health care.
No, I think if you want to have $2 or $3 million homes and 4 or 5 nice cars and 6 or 7 nice televisions, then maybe you need to practice somewhere where you can earn that. But I think we live comfortably here. London's an expensive city, but I think they're very comfortable.
And you're getting by okay on the $1 million home, the Audi, the flat screen TV.
Yeah, we're coping with those.
I think democracy is the most revolutionary thing in the world. Far more revolutionary than socialist ideas or anybody else's idea. If you have power, you use it to meet the needs of you and your community. And this idea of choice, which capital talks about all the time, you've got to have a choice. Choice depends on the freedom to choose. And if you're shackled with debt, you don't have the freedom to choose.
See, it benefits the system if the average working person is shackled
And
with debt.
people in debt become hopeless, and hopeless people don't vote. So they will say everyone should vote. But I think if the poor in Britain or the United States turned out and voted for people who represented their interests, it would be a real democratic revolution. So they don't want it to happen. So keeping people hopeless and pessimistic. See, I think there are two ways in which people are controlled. First of all, frighten people, and secondly, demoralize them. An educated, healthy, and confident nation is harder to govern. And I think there's an element in the thinking of some people. We don't want people to be educated, healthy, and confident because they will get out of control. The top 1% of the world's population own 80% of the world's wealth. It's incredible that people put up with it. But they're poor, they're demoralized, they're frightened, and therefore they think perhaps the safest thing to do is take orders and hope for the best.
And hope for the best is what we do, right from the moment we're born. We've got the worst infant mortality rate in the Western world. A baby born in El Salvador has a better chance of surviving than a baby born in Detroit. But it gets better when we go to school.
Classrooms with 40 students, schools with no science labs.
No wonder the majority of our young adults can't find Britain on the map. But that's okay. There's always college. And by the time we graduate, our ass is so hot, we're deep in debt before we even have our first job.
I'm at about, we'll say about $35,000 a day. That's for my third year of college.
That way you'll be the kind of employee they're looking for. One who needs this job.
3,904, 3,905.
What employer wouldn't want to employ someone thousands of dollars in debt? Because they won't cause any trouble. In addition to having to pay off your college debt, you need a job with health insurance. It would be horrible to lose that kind of job, wouldn't it?
No, but it's quit you. There's no law that says you have to work here.
And if that one job doesn't pay all the bills, don't worry. You can get another one. And another one. And another one.
I work 3 jobs and I feel like I contribute.
You work 3 jobs.
3 jobs, yes.
Uniquely American. That is fantastic that you're doing that. Get any sleep?
And if you're not getting enough sleep, take pharmaceuticals.
You're tired all the time. You may feel sad, hopeless.
If you suffer from excessive worry, you might be suffering from generalized anxiety disorder. It could be adult ADD.
Talk to your doctor.
Ask your doctor.
Ask your doctor. Ask your doctor.
Ask your doctor. Yes, ask your doctor and ask him for more drugs. That should keep you pretty doped up until it's time to retire. Did I say retire? Well, if you do make it to 80, I'm sure your pension will still be there. Unlike the new employees for these companies who will never see a pension. But don't worry, I'm sure our kids will take care of us, considering the great life we've given them. Oh, and remember, let's defeat the terrorists over there, so we don't have to fight them here. Kaiser Permanente is the largest HMO in the country, and Donnell Keys was fortunate enough to be fully insured by them. It's a good thing, because one night, her 18-month-old daughter, Michelle, developed a fever of over 104. So like any responsible mom, she called 911, and the ambulance took Michelle to the closest hospital. The hospital checked with her HMO, and they were told that Kaiser would not cover the tests and the antibiotics necessary to treat Michelle. She would have to take her to an in-network Kaiser hospital.
Kaiser said that I should bring her by car to the hospital and that she shouldn't be treated at Martin Luther King. And I just continued to ask them to treat her, and they refused. My daughter got worse, and she had a seizure.
Donnell begged the doctors to not listen to Kaiser and to treat her daughter.
I was escorted out of the hospital because they felt that I was a threat.
After hours of delay, she was transported to Kaiser and got there just in time to go into cardiac arrest.
They worked on her for about 30 minutes trying to revive her. The doctors came in and let us know that she had expired. I was in a daze, a real daze. It just didn't seem real. I just held her. I held her and I told her that Mommy tried her best to help her, to make sure that she was going to get the treatment that she needed to receive. That I was sorry that I wasn't able to help her.
This is Karina and her daughter Zoe. Karina is a graduate of Michigan State University and a native of my hometown of Flint, Michigan. 6 months ago, Zoe, like Donnell's baby Michelle, came down with a high fever.
What happened is she stopped breathing for a little while, turned blue, and passed out my arms, which was, it was the most horrible moment in my life, I think, just because I thought that she was either dead or dying, and I had no clue what to do. At the hospital, they gave her some medicine to bring the fever down and examined her, took some blood.
What did they determine was wrong?
It was a throat infection, but we stayed at the hospital from Friday to Sunday. Kept an eye on her.
Yeah, you stayed there that long.
They just basically kept an eye on her.
And how much did all this cost you, the 3+ days in the hospital? Nothing.
You know.
And that's because
I live in France.
you live in France.
Yeah.
France. They enjoy their wine, their cigarettes, and their fatty foods. And yet, just like the Canadians and the Brits, they live much longer than we do. Something about that seemed grossly unfair. This is Alexei Krumo. He spent his entire adult life in the U.S. without health insurance.
I lived in America for 13 years. I loved my life there. Then when I discovered that I had a tumor and I didn't have health insurance, unfortunately I had to come back here. And even though I had never paid any taxes in France, because I never worked here, I left when I was 18, I didn't even have a social security. For them, I was saying, well, he needs treatment, he has no income, so we're going to give him, the treatment he needs.
How are you doing now?
I'm healthy now, but I had 3 months of intense chemotherapy. So after the 3 months, I saw my doctor and he said, do you want to go back to work? I said, no, I don't feel like it. So right now I'm not ready. He said, well, how much do you need? I said, well, I don't know. He said, 3 months be okay? I said, I think 3 months will be fine. He said, okay, so take 3 months off. So he wrote me a note that I gave to my employer so to make sure that I get paid. So I went to the south of France.
Wait a minute, you get 3 months off with pay?
Yes. I get 65% paid by the government, and then the other 35% is paid by my employer. So to make sure you get 100%. So it was April, it was spring again, so I started right away sucking up some sun. It really, helped me a lot. It gave me a lot of recharge my batteries. It's like night and day. 3 months, I went from a 95-year-old man to a 35-year-old again. But that's because I had that time to take care of myself.
I'm not really in a position to make any judgment concerning the American system. I think the United States is a great country. American people like great love. But as a doctor, first, as a citizen, second, and eventually as a patient, third, I'm very glad to be in France. It's kind of a luxury. You are sick, you step in a hospital, you get the care you need. It doesn't depend on your privilege, it depends on what you need. But the principle is solidarity. People who are better off pay for those who are worse off. You pay according to your means, and you receive according to your needs.
Do you think that'll ever work in America?
No.
He could barely contain his seething anti-Americanism, and I just didn't want to listen to any more of it. So I found a group of Americans currently living in Paris who I know would tell me the truth.
I was diagnosed 5 years ago with type 1 diabetes. And I was actually a little bit nervous to tell them that there's a place where you have to tell the French. There's a place where you have to check off whether or not you have a chronic condition. I was nervous that they were going to charge me or something. And instead, I went into a hospital and had round-the-clock care, and they do an amazing amount of preventative care as well.
So they ask you if you have a pre-existing condition, not to punish you, but to give you more help.
Yes. I was in the hospital for a year, and as soon as I was in, it was, well, don't worry, just rest. You know, people say rest.
How many sick days you get a year? 3, 4?
I think it's unlimited.
Yeah, you're sick. I mean,
Unlimited?
Yeah, so how can you limit sick days? If you're sick, you're sick.
I've gone to emergency rooms numerous times with little boys, and I've never waited more than an hour, ever. I can call and have somebody come to the house within half an hour. And yeah.
Making a house call? At your place? How many of you had a house call from the doctor? No.
Last 3 a.m. last Friday.
And how much does this cost you? Nothing. What's the service called?
Ça se met ça dans ça?
Where are we going?
Dans le 15e arrondissement. We're going to see a man who has abdominal pain.
Abdominal pain?
Yeah.
So if it's just a stomach ache, why are we going so fast?
SS Médecin a été créé il y a 40 ans par le docteur Marcel Lascar. Le docteur Lascar a eu un problème banal de plomberie. Il a eu une fuite dans sa baignoire. Il a appelé SOS Plomberie et il a pu trouver un plombier qui est arrivé chez lui en moins d'1 heure. Il s'est dit, nous sommes dans un pays où on peut avoir un plombier qui vient chez vous en 1 heure et on ne peut pas trouver de médecin aussi rapidement.
Where do we go next?
The next visit? Yeah. Igers. Oh non, c'est bon là, on est parti.
One thing that I say to anyone who asks me why I'm in this country is that I think it's one of the friendliest countries that I know of, and talk about family values. I mean, child care, health care.
Daycare where I sent my daughter, and I was a teacher. I mean, the standards are very high.
So how much does it cost you to have 2 children here in daycare? Or how much per hour?
Oui, environ 1 euro par mois. C'est rien, quoi.
Are you happy with how they're cared for?
Oui, je suis très très contente parce que on sait que ce sont des professionnels, ils sont formés dans des écoles. On va pas dire que c'est des deuxièmes mamans, mais moi j'ai confiance, entièrement confiance.
Here, my kids, they're sure that they're going to get, a certain level of care, a certain education. College, I don't have to worry about.
University education. Okay, great. You can get a college education for free.
There's not a sense of desperation. There's a sense of desperation.
And they want to spend time with their kids, so the vacations, there's family time.
So how many weeks of paid vacation are 5 weeks? Minimum of 5 weeks.
French law, once you start a large company, you get sometimes 8.
Remembering that there is a 35-hour week.
The productivity rate is so high here.
Yeah, I read that it was higher in the United States.
Yeah, they're relaxed.
If you're working more than 35 hours a week, you'll get extra days off.
And are there
part-time and full-time employees as well.
You get 5 weeks paid vacation even if you're a part-time employee?
Everybody.
If you get married, you get an extra week or an extra 7 days for
shit to your 5 weeks.
You're paid to take your honeymoon.
So I don't know.
You mean if you're going to move from one apartment to another, you date a move and they pay you that day.
These are the laws here. When my daughter was 3 months old, there was this free service that will send somebody to your home to give you tips on what you do to your child, how to get them to sleep every single day for free.
And they'll come to your house and do your laundry.
Mais là, je défie les vêtements que la maman mis à laver pour ranger les vêtements pour la seule fois. C'est le gouvernement qui m'envoie pour aider les parents.
If I want, yes. She's, of course, taking care of the children. And I think if I ask her to prepare a meal for tonight, she can do it. Si je vous demandais de préparer ce soir exceptionnellement une soupe de carottes, vous le feriez? No problem. She's coming twice a week, 4 hours a day. So I can do everything I want for me, for the house, for my husband, during 4 hours. It's very precious for me. Don't have any associations, nothing to help like that?
No, nobody from the government comes to your home in America and does your laundry for you.
Something that I experience a lot of with my own family is guilt. Guilt for being here almost and seeing the advantages and the benefits I have at such a young age and things that my parents worked their whole life haven't even come close to touching. It's really hard to know that you're here in a very privileged position. You know, not living the high life, but in comparison, definitely. And that seems completely unfair.
One of the things that keeps everything running here is that the government is afraid of the people. They're afraid of protests. They're afraid of reactions from the people. Whereas in the States, people are afraid of the government. They're afraid of acting up. They're afraid of protesting. They're afraid of getting out. In France, that's what people do.
Laisse-moi prolonger l'ordre de selon la police ont défilé cet après-midi.
Important que de 2000 personnes ont manifesté pour l'emploi, le maintien des services publics.
Les conditions de travail qui se détériorent.
Aujourd'hui, on peut normalement entretenir au travers du mois. Notre profession est dangereuse. A choisi comme slogan « Touche pas à mon jour férié ».
C'était le travail obligatoire de notre entreprise. Ça ne passe pas.
Free college education, free medical care, government employed nannies. I began to wonder, how did they pay for all this? And then I realized they're drowning in taxes. I wanted to see what effect this might have on an average middle-class family, so I went to find out.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome. Ça, c'est la pièce à vivre. Nous, en famille, nous prenons un apéritif, le thé, nous regardons la télévision. C'est mieux.
Yes. What is your combined income for the two of you together for, say, 1 month?
Notre revenu s'évalue entre 6 et 7 500 euros par mois.
And yet you live very nicely on that income.
C'est la chambre d'Anthony, le plus petit de mes enfants. Ça, c'est la chambre d'Alexandre. Alexandre, tu peux nous regarder, s'il te plaît? La chambre d'Alexandre.
And how much you pay each month on your mortgage?
1,200 or 300 euros a month.
Et donc, ma chambre.
How many cars do you own?
2.
Do you owe any money from medical bills?
No.
Non, parce que le système a payé pour nous.
Is there any other debt, loans, anything?
Non, on n'a pas de dette.
Non, on n'a pas. Only la carte.
And what are your other big expenses?
The fish. Fish as vegetables.
Vegetables are a big monthly expense for you.
Yes.
Yogurt.
What are your other big expenses?
Holidays.
Nous avons des peintures qui viennent de Saint-Domingue. Ça, c'est ma collection personnelle de sable des voyages. Là, nous avons du sable qui vient de Ceylan, Cape Town, Égypte, Masai Mara, Kenya. Et là.
Are you happy?
Yes.
C'est beau choix. After seeing all this, I began to wonder, was there a reason our government and our media wants us to hate the French? Are they worried we might like the French? Or like their ways of doing things? It was enough to make me put away my freedom fries. Meanwhile, back at home, hospitals had found a new way to deal with patients who didn't have health insurance and couldn't pay their bill.
I was standing up against the wall and I saw a cab do a U-turn and pull up to the curb, and I watched to see what was happening because I had a feeling what was going to occur because it's not a new thing. They pulled up right here by this yellow fire hydrant and dropped Carol off and immediately pulled away. And as soon as they pulled away, she walked out into the street about up to here.
She then walked all the way down to the driveway down here, completely confused, not knowing how, has no shoes on whatsoever, and just a hospital gown. If you've ever been in a hospital, those gowns are thin.
And that's when one of our staff members went out and asked Carol if she needed any assistance and found out that she was confused and disoriented and didn't know where she was. Kaiser Permanente in Bellflower Hospital had put her in a cab.
I've been to
and
there.
directed them to
Wait,
bring
that
her
was a
to
different one.
this drop-off point.
I know where
The
that one
names
is.
of the hospitals had been taken off of both bracelets before she arrived here.
I have seen others here that have come through our doors who've got ID still in their arms.
They told me that at their shelter alone, over 50 patients have been dumped there by hospitals.
The options are very few. We either open the front door and let them out, which is not the humane thing to do. It's something we don't want to do, or we try to find some place for them to go. And right now, Skid Row is the best bet in town.
In fact, the night before we were there, the county hospital run by the University of Southern California, one of the richest private schools in the country, dumped another patient off on the curb. A woman unable to pay her hospital bill.
Do you know how you got
Yeah. From the General Hospital here from the culture. And he dropped me off there. He actually forced me out of the car.
Ma'am, are you in pain right now? Are you in pain right now?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
saying.
is there anything we
She at this time has broken ribs, broken collarbone,
and stitches that are not completely healed across the top of her head and on the side of her head.
Now let me ask you now.
Before they dropped you off, did they ask you if you knew where you were going?
So they didn't ask you any questions about your orientation, whether or not you knew what was going on.
They just told me to take care of myself.
May I take a minute to ask a question that's been on my mind? Who are we? Is this what we've become? A nation that dumps its own citizens like so much garbage on the side of the curb because they can't pay their hospital bill? I always thought and believe to this day that we're a good and generous people.
This is what we do when something gets broken. Anybody gets sick, we all get together and help.
People with a good heart.
You feel like you're sacrificing, but then you get a blessing from doing this. That's the way we all feel.
And a good soul.
We've got a lot of community support, and we're going to all keep working until we locate this child.
Neighbors who are quick to lend a helping hand to anyone in their hour of need.
I deliver meals to them, but my life has been so blessed that, this is just the least that I can do.
They say that you can judge a society by how it treats those who are the worst off. But is the opposite true? That you can judge a society by how it treats its best? Its heroes?
Firefighters, police, rescue and recovery workers responded with true heroism.
It was their initial heroism that thwarted the objectives of the terrorists.
Without regard, in many instances, to their own safety and security, and they truly are heroes.
We owe them everything! They are most the men and women who've been on the front line for New York, and for all of us in America. Tonight is dedicated to you.
Don't forget about the raffles going on over here. We got $1 each.
I spent 2.5 years down there. I got upper and lower breathing problems.
I need a double lung transplant, but I was diagnosed with pulmonary fibrosis. I haven't slept in a bed in over 5 years. I sleep on a chair with a blanket in the living room because if I lay down, I can't breathe.
There were hundreds of rescue workers on 9/11 who were not city employees, but rather ran down to Ground Zero on their own to help out. And many developed serious respiratory illnesses. That's when the government said they're not our responsibility because they weren't on our payroll. John Graham is an EMT volunteer from Paramus, New Jersey. He was in Lower Manhattan when he heard the planes hit and rushed over to help. He worked in the rescue effort for the next few months, but then had trouble receiving benefits for his illness.
I really feel like the waiting for you to die. It's terrible. I never thought that we could do this.
William Marr is a volunteer member of New Jersey's fire service. He spent 2 months working on the pile at Ground Zero, recovering bodies or body parts, and it deeply affected him.
I'm experiencing a lot of disturbing dreams, or whatever you'd like to call them, and it affected what I was doing at night, and unaware of it because I was asleep. I just kept grinding and grinding. Teeth, the upper fronts are damaged, practically beyond repair because of my constant grinding over the last 3 years. I've been before workers' comp board already for the 9/11 Volunteers Fund, and I've been denied 3 times, and hopefully I will go on my 4th appeal soon if I can get the necessary documentation.
Of course, there was a $50 million fund set up, supposedly to help rescue workers.
Ladies and gentlemen, the governor of New York, George Patton.
But the government, like the health insurance companies, made it very difficult for people to receive help.
You have to have spent a certain amount of time here at Ground Zero. You have to be able to establish that. You do have to
file an affidavit within the next year relating your work experiences at Ground Zero. And then even with all of that, it's not automatic. There's a presumption when certain illnesses occur, but that presumption can be rebutted by other medical evidence. So we think it is a very fair approach that protects our heroes.
Reggie Cervantes was a volunteer emergency medical
Just a
technician
schmuck,
on
better.
9/11.
Nothing makes it go away sometimes. Not water, not cough medicine. It's just burning in my throat and irritated, and it just gets me to coughing. Or sometimes I have trouble breathing because I can't catch my breath. I guess I like to migrate to highlight.
Reggie spent her days at Ground Zero, carrying bodies and treating other rescue workers.
You went to what, sir?
My airway was totally burned that first week. I had trouble breathing by then. But we wanted to see if we could dig anybody up alive. We wanted to see if we had lost anybody, if we were still missing somebody. I wanted to help. I was trained for this. You know, you see somebody who's in need, you help them.
It's the west side.
Reggie had difficulty getting treatment, too sick to work, and with no income. She was forced to quit her job and used her savings to move her and her kids out of the city.
It's hard to figure out how you're supposed to get help.
We're trying to go about it the right way. But we're ignored.
But not everyone after 9/11 was ignored by the government.
We're now approaching the 5-year anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. So I'm announcing today that Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, Abu Zubaydah, Ramzi bin al-Shihab, 11 other terrorists in CIA custody have been transferred to the United States Naval Base at Guantanamo Bay.
On that island today are some of the world's most hardened enemy combatants.
These detainees are deadly and include the 20th hijacker, as well as a number of Osama bin Laden's personal bodyguards and others who had a direct role in the September 11th attacks.
The kind of people held in Guantanamo include terrorist trainers, bomb makers.
Many of them have American blood on their hands, and they are certainly the elite of Al-Qaeda.
It seems to me we have an obligation to treat these individuals as enemy combatants. And then I learned it wasn't all bad news at Gitmo.
Detainees representing a threat to our national security are given access to top-notch medical facilities.
We have acute care 24 hours a day, in which surgical procedures, everything can be performed right there in the detainee camps.
This is the dental clinic or the health clinic / dental clinic.
We have a physical therapy department, X-ray capabilities with digital X-rays. We have one single operating room.
Health personnel to detainee ratio is 1 to 4, remarkably high.
Sick call on the blocks 2 times per week. Care for them there if they can. We'll bring that detainee back to the clinic to see them.
Screening for cancer is taking place there. Colonoscopy is a procedure which is performed there on a routine basis.
We have diabetes. We have high blood pressure, high cholesterol. We do periodically monitor the weight and nutrition of the detainees so that we can track those detainees to make sure we're seeing them frequently, monitoring their labs and their overall health.
Their medical attention, they get way better medical attention I've ever had.
Do you think it's as good as most HMOs in the U.S.?
Very similar expenses.
I leave with the impression that healthcare there is clearly better than they receive at home and as good as many people receive in the United States of America.
Wow. So there was actually one place on American soil that had free universal health care. That's all I needed to know. I went down to Miami, Florida, got myself a boat, and loaded up Bill and Reggie and John. And anyone else I could find that needed to see a doctor and couldn't afford one. So many people showed up, I had to get a couple extra boats.
And I
called up Donna Smith from Denver, who is now on 9 different medications, and asked her if she'd like to come along. I figured she'd like to get out of her daughter's basement for a while. All right, let's go.
Which way to Guantanamo Bay? Can we go? We're not going to Cuba. We're going to America. It's American soil.
Made it.
There it is. There's the runway. That's the prison over there. With the BT. There's the, yeah, we're very close. Wow. The white building is the hospital, I think. Okay, let's go. We commandeered a fishing boat and sailed into Guantanamo Bay. As we approached the line in the water between the American and Cuban side of the bay, we were told to be careful for mines.
Permission to enter. I have 3 9/11 rescue workers. They need some medical attention. These are 9/11 rescue workers. They just want some medical attention. The same kind that Al Qaeda is getting. They don't want any more than you're giving the evildoers. Just the same. Hello?
No one in the guard tower was responding, and then suddenly we heard a siren. We figured it was time to get out of here. But what was I supposed to do with all these sick people and no one to help them? I mean, here we were stuck in some godforsaken third world country, and communism no less. When I was a kid, these people wanted to kill us. What was I supposed to do?
On the way to Cuba, where all is happy. Cuba, where all is gay. Why don't you plan a wonderful trip to Havana?
Excuse me. We're looking for a doctor. Is there a doctor here in Cuba?
En la esquina hay un doctor particular. Aquí está el hospital. Aquí está la farmacia.
All in this one block?
Todo, sí. Normalmente en la mayoría de las cuadras así, farmacia, hay un hospital cerca.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, I know what you're thinking. Cuba is where Lucifer lives. The worst place on earth. The most evil nation ever created. How do we know that? Because that's what we've been told for over 45 years.
And a series of offensive missile sites can be none other than to provide a nuclear strike capability against the Western Hemisphere.
I'm not going to yield until Fidel Castro allows freedom on the island. See? You can count on it. Put it in the bank.
It seems that what really bugged us about Castro was that he overthrew the dictator that we liked and replaced him with a dictator that we didn't like, himself. And so now, after all these years, the one thing the Cubans do have is free universal health care. They've become known around the world as having not only one of the best healthcare systems, but as being one of the most generous countries in providing doctors and medical equipment to third world countries. In the U.S., healthcare costs run nearly $6,000 per person, but in Cuba, they spend only $251, and yet the Cubans are able to have a lower infant mortality rate than the United States, a longer average lifespan than the United States. They believe in preventative medicine. It seems like there's a doctor on every block. Their only sin when it comes to healthcare seems to be that they don't do it for profit.
Anybody in medication right now in the pharmacy?
Why don't you leave your cares and troubles behind? Why would nevertheless we're glad to see you.
Well,
It's
are you the pharmacist?
you.
You have this?
Is this one similar to yours?
Yeah. $120 in the U.S.
This is $120 in the U.S.
Yes. ¿Cuánto cuesta ese?
320. So how much is that in American dollars?
It's like 5 cents.
5 cents?
Yeah, well, that's... Hay una doctora, te voy a dar el nombre, y dile que le haga dos recetas, aunque sea, ¿entiendes? Porque sí. Voy al médico. Dile ahí.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
$120 is a lot of money when you're getting $1,000 Social Security disability and you need 1 or 2 a month. 5 cents here, it's like the biggest insult. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. I want to fill a suitcase up and go back home with it.
I took my group of sick Americans to a hospital to see if they could get some care. They didn't ask for money or an insurance card, just their name and date of birth. That was the entire intake session.
Nos sentimos muy agradecidos de recibirlos hoy en el día de hoy y al igual que hacemos con todos los pacientes, brindaremos una atención médica de la más alta calidad. Si logramos que se sientan bien atendidos y que mejore su problema de salud, realmente cumpliremos con nuestro objetivo.
Thank you very much for doing this.
I asked them to give us the same exact care they give their fellow Cuban citizens. No more, no less. And that's what they did.
I'm Dr. Roque. I'm an internal medicine specialist.
Turn around.
How are you feeling?
My lungs hurt. I have pain. I get pretty severe nosebleeds at times.
I get terrible headaches in the middle of the night, but I haven't been evaluated for the sleep apnea for 9 years.
Yeah, I have almost every medication for lung problem.
After 9/11, some things that have happened, my teeth started falling out because of certain conditions. I was grinding.
Just one test that they recommended I take is about $5,000 to $7,000.
The dentist that I talked to, it's like $15,000 or more.
Now, it's 2 years, I have no medical coverage, so I can't go for the last part of the test.
It's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. Right? Yes.
It's so hard for me to digest somebody saying it's free. Because 20 years of our lives have been spent fighting. So I am so grateful.
You don't need to say that. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Don't cry. Everything's gonna be okay, right?
Thank you.
And this is what we can do, right?
Cuba es una pequeña islita del Caribe con muy pocos recursos. Se puede hacer mucho por la salud del ser humano. Y eso no ocurre en Estados Unidos de Norteamérica. ¿Por qué nosotros podemos y ustedes no? Ahí sí tendríamos que darnos cuenta, porque un país, mientras más produce, mientras más riquezas tiene, puede cuidar mejor a su gente.
Reggie was diagnosed with a series of pulmonary and bronchial problems. The Cuban doctors gave her a treatment plan to follow back home, along with some of those 5-cent inhalers. William Marr received a number of treatments on his neck and his back, and having ground down his teeth for 3 years straight due to post-traumatic stress disorder, he left Cuba with a new set of teeth. After a series of tests on his heart, lungs, blood, and stomach, John now knew what his ailments were. He was given a strict plan to follow, plus a number of treatments, and was feeling better than he had in years. The Cuban doctors were able to take Donna off 5 of her 9 medications, and with the correct diagnosis, gave her a treatment plan to help her live a more normal life. When the firefighters and paramedics in Havana heard that the 9/11 rescue workers were in town, they invited them over to one of their firehouses. And so on our last day there, as we arrived, they stood at attention because, they said, they wanted to honor the heroes of 9/11.
Un gran honor que hayan decidido visitar mi estación de bomberos, como le llaman ustedes. Conocí de los sucesos el 11 de septiembre. Nos causó una impresión muy triste a nosotros. Desde el punto de vista humano, hubiéramos querido estar allí para poder operar con ellos y ayudar en el rescate de las víctimas y de los lesionados. Creo que los bomberos a nivel mundial son una gran familia.
Sí, somos familia. Los hermanos que perdimos en las Torres Gemelas, se sintió en el mundo completo. The brothers who lost on 9/11 was felt around the world. Mis hermanos. Don't hesitate to hug a brother.
Kids are died. It was so good looking. And those friends say all the time, kids.
Un placer poder venir aquí.
If this is what can happen between supposed enemies, if one enemy can hold out his hand and offer to heal, then what else is possible? That's when I heard that the man who runs the biggest anti-Michael Moore website on the internet was going to have to shut it down. He could no longer afford to keep it up because his wife was ill and they couldn't afford to pay for her health insurance. He was faced with a choice of either keep attacking me or pay for his wife's health. Fortunately, he chose his wife. But something seemed wrong about being forced into such a decision. Why, in a free country, shouldn't he be able to have health insurance and exercise his freedom to run me into the ground? So I wrote a check for the $12,000 he needed to keep his wife insured and in treatment, and sent it to him anonymously. His wife got better, and his website is still going strong. It was hard for me to acknowledge that, in the end, we truly are all in the same boat, and that no matter what our differences, we sink or swim together. That's how it seems to be everywhere else. They take care of each other, no matter what their disagreements. You know, when we see a good idea from another country, we grab it. If they build a better car, we drive it. If they make a better wine, we drink it. So if they've come up with a better way to treat the sick, to teach their kids, to take care of their babies, to simply be good to each other, then what's our problem? Why can't we do that? They live in a world of we, not me. We'll never fix anything until we get that one basic thing right. And powerful forces hope that we never do, and that we remain the only country in the Western world without free, universal health care. You know, if we ever did remove the chokehold of medical bills, college loans, daycare, and everything else that makes us afraid to step out of line, well, watch out, because it'll be a new day in America.
Amen.
In the meantime, I'm going to go get the government to do my laundry.
Don't be shy, just let your feelings roll on by. Don't wear fear, or nobody will know you're there. Just lift your head and let your feelings out instead. Don't be shy, just let your feelings roll on by. On by, 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 on by. You know love is better than a song. Love is where all of us belong.
photooftheday.com.
So don't be shy, just let your feelings roll on by. Don't wear fear, or nobody will know you're there. You're there, you're there. You're there, you're there, you're there. You're there, you're there. You're there, you're there. Don't be shy, just let your feelings roll on by. And don't wear fear, or nobody will know you're there. Just lift your hand and let your feelings out instead. Now don't be shy, just let your feelings roll on by.
In the west side, west side, west side, west side, west side. West side, 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 my west side, west side. West side, west side, you. West side,
still singing now. Is it cause I can't turn this whole thing around? Is it cause I'm too weak to unsolve? Écoute bien,
Yours.
lieu de rire, écoute bien ce que je fais. Toi l'homme de la terre, toi qui vis dans les champs, crois-tu que notre monde soit devenu méchant? Toi mon ami qui vis si près de la nature, dis-moi, dis-moi encore et encore et encore et encore mon ami, fais-moi croire que tout va bien dans ce monde.
West Side. West Side. West Side. That was such a good song when you were like, West Side. West Side. Look at this. Crypto Jojo being a peasant, living that life like a pimp, getting his dick sucked. For Riz? Shiz. Look at this athleticism right here. Roadside attractions, dog. Suck this dude. Oh, I love when it was like Samuel Goldwyn Films. Really? The con. Thecon. Yeah, that bitch is Thecon. Thecon. Roadside Attractions / Samuel Goldwyn Films and Showtime Independent Films. Oh, sure. Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut. Cook.
Everything's bigger in America. We've got the biggest cars, the biggest houses, the biggest companies, the biggest food, and finally, the biggest people. America has now become the fattest nation in the world.
Fuck yeah, we
Congratulations. Nearly 100 million
From when
Americans
did
are
we
today
take
either
that
overweight or obese. That's more than 60% of all U.S. adults. Since 1980, the total number of overweight and obese Americans has doubled, with twice as many overweight children and 3 times as many overweight adolescents. The fattest state in America, Mississippi, where 1 in 4 people are obese.
Oh, that's nothing now.
I grew up in West Virginia.
Now?
Currently the 3rd fattest state in America.
Now?
When I was growing up, my mother cooked dinner every single day. Almost all my memories of her are in the kitchen. And we never ate out. Only on those few rare special occasions. Today, families do it all the time.
Kentucky
And they're
Fried
paying
Chicken and
for
a
it,
Pizza
not
Hut.
only with their wallets, but with their waistlines. Obesity is now second only to smoking as a major cause of preventable death in America, with more than 400,000 deaths per year associated with related illnesses. In 2002, a few Americans got fed up with being overweight and did what we do best. They sued the bastards, taking aim at the fast food companies and blaming them for their obesity and illnesses.
A lawsuit was filed in New York on behalf of two teenage girls. One who is 14 years old, 4'10" and 170 pounds.
There you
The
go.
other, 19 years old, 5'6" and 270 pounds.
There you go.
The unthinkable had suddenly become reality. People were suing the Golden Arches for selling them food that most of us know isn't good for you to begin with.
There you go.
Yet each day, 1 in 4 Americans visits a fast food restaurant. And this hunger for fast food isn't just in America. It's happening on a global basis. McDonald's alone operates more than 30,000 joints in over 100 countries on 6 continents and feeds more than 46 million people worldwide every day. That's more than the entire population of Spain. In the United States alone, McDonald's accounts for 43% of the total fast food market. They're everywhere. Walmarts, airports, rest stops, gas stations, train stations, shopping
how
malls,
cheap
department stores,
gas
amusement
was.
parks,
$1.71.
hospitals. That's right,
Price don't matter.
hospitals. At least you're close when the coronary kicks in. Lawyers for McDonald's call the suits frivolous, stating that the dangers of its food are universally known and that these kids can't show that their weight problems and health woes were caused solely by their McDiets. The judge states, however, that if lawyers for the teens can show that McDonald's intends for people to eat its food for every meal of every day and that doing so would be unreasonably dangerous, they may be able to state a claim. Are the food companies solely to blame for this epidemic?
Penguin.
Where does personal responsibility stop
Where she
and
find the
corporate
penguin?
responsibility begin?
It's so drunk.
Is fast food really that bad for you?
I mean, what would happen if I ate nothing but McDonald's for 30 days straight? Would I suddenly be on the fast track to becoming an obese American? Would it be unreasonably dangerous? Let's find out.
Dude,
I'm ready.
oh my god. This is
Supersize
so
me.
good. Yo, baby. Give me that. Never knew no good from bad. I hate that for my life. I'm like a weed. Never known with big fat fatty. She was such a nothing lady. Any woman with a boy on me. Come on. Oh, won't you take me home tonight? Oh, I'm sad. If I lie. What about the west side? Biatch. West side. You can still see on west side. On west side. Oh, hell no. Get on your bikes and
I
ride.
would need some serious medical supervision. So I enlisted the help of not one, but 3 doctors.
From the
A
west side.
cardiologist, a gastroenterologist, and a general practitioner.
You're feeling quite well today, yes? Quite well.
In general, any fatigue, or weight loss, weight
Oh
gain,
man, this
any change in
motherfucker
your
got
vision,
fucked. Let's talk real talk, dog. Real talk. That's what you got.
nausea, vomiting,
Fuck, y'all.
heartburn.
And no hospitalizations for illness.
Yeah. Do you take any medications?
I know, I've just been taking vitamins.
Okay. Any food allergies, anything?
No, there's no heart disease or diabetes or blood pressure or cancer in the
They understand what just happened sometimes.
1 out of 4 parents there.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I just feel like
Any alcohol use?
Now, none.
my youth so broke, let's travel. You know what I mean?
Any drug use at all?
So one thing that he like freedom like feel right now. He's too hot. If there's a such thing like I'm from the street, so what's that?
I'm from the west side.
Doing the right thing now with the kids and non-profit owners, man. I'm trying to fight, right? But where I'm from, right? If you go up too bad and you start shopping without being from certain places, you're being associated with certain people. Not everybody likes that.
Other guys are stressing me out.
You're much more relaxed. I tend to do that to my patients.
I just support Florida State had double.
So everything looks pretty normal here.
Good. Let's get checking for hernias. We're going to do a rectal exam. I like to be more thorough than that.
And I like doctors to be thorough.
You're going to go downstairs, get your bloods drawn.
So the reason we have you fasting is the true cholesterol and glucose numbers fasting. So if you had like a bacon, egg, and cheese, your cholesterol would be way high. If you had the orange juice,
people that I like around me and help them to do the same thing, so that I can move things around. And I'm not concerned with leaving a legacy. I don't care about any of that. We're here for a finite amount of time. I think the only legacy that I could potentially leave is to write down my thoughts or way of being in the world and create myself into the image of a new Machiavelli. And then essentially once you do that, you could live forever.
Your triglycerides, which is your building blocks of fat, basically
Bro, you shared here tonight, so I think your thoughts
is 43, which is low, which is
around
good.
forever. Whether you're here or not, so that's the way I like to look at it. Right? I don't believe my energy is finite. So you're starting off terrific. We can either.
I think the worst case scenario is that you increase your triglycerides and your cholesterol levels, and if you have any heart disease in the family or any underlying heart disease, then you're high risk.
That's the thesis. It would be impossible for my energy to be destroyed. And I don't think I'm, toenail muscle. So I think we're all going to hang around for a lot longer than we think. I think some of the ripples that I may throw in the water might have a positive impact, hopefully more positive than negative, but there's a ripple. Hey, my bro Grant, and then KG, you're up, bro. Blue collar, how you doing, man? Grant's ready to stay cool, if not blue collar, and then KG.
Probably will. As far as you feeling miserable, maybe, I don't know.
What's up?
Unless you start cheating and just order the salads.
I also went to a fancy New York wellness center to meet a registered dietitian who would help track my progress.
Okay, let's start with getting your height and weight.
I'm 6'2". I weigh about 185.
For your height, this is a healthy weight. I can tell you that right now. Your BMI, which is the body mass index, is within normal limits, which means you're not obese. You're actually at the correct weight.
Okay, so what I should do is I should keep it sort of a checklist of the things that I eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Keep a food log. Your calorie needs are going to be averaging about 2,500 calories a day. As far as fat goes, for 2,500 calories, you're going to want about 80 grams of total fat in a day. The saturated fat, which is a component of total fat, you want to have less than 25 grams a day. Don't try to overindulge too much. Good luck, Morgan. Thank you.
Hi, I'm ROTHSCHILD, our exercise physiologist.
Great.
Official weight. 185.5. We'll go through the cardiovascular assessment, and then I'll be able to calculate how much oxygen your muscles can utilize, and that's also an indicator of the type of condition your cardiovascular system's in.
All right. Good work.
I'm going to use these skin fold calipers to estimate your body density. You're 11% body fat. That's great. We're going to measure your flexibility of your hamstrings, your hips, and your lower back. Good. Very nice. 38 centimeters was your best. There's a basic, old school test for muscular strength and endurance. 36. Good job. You're above average fitness for your age group. Definitely, I'd say. Okay. So you're at a good spot right now.
More than 60% of Americans get no form of exercise. So for the next 30 days, neither will I. But I'll still have to walk.
How much does the average American walk a day?
Oh, there's reason to believe we have these pedometers that we put on people, step counters. You could very roughly estimate that about 2,000 steps. If it's 2,000 would make a mile. And we know that people that work in office settings, who drive a car to and from work or take an elevator up to that office, may take as little as 2,500 or 3,000 steps in their entire day. If you wanted to feel physically like a lot of Americans do, then you'd kind of limit yourself to about 5,000 steps a day.
Us New Yorkers, we walk everywhere. We walk to work, to the park, to the store. Most of us don't even own cars. The average New Yorker will walk 4 to 5 miles a day. A day? That's a lot of walking. I'll also have the blessing of being close to a food source almost everywhere I go. I walk past 3 Golden Arches just on my way to the office. 3 in just over a mile. There are more Mickey D's in Manhattan than anywhere else in the world. This tiny little island is less than 13 miles long by 2 miles wide, 22.4 square miles. And packed into that area are 83 McDonald's, nearly 4 per square mile. There are twice as many Mac Shacks as there are Burger Kings, and there are more McDonald's than KFC, Wendy's, Popeyes, and Taco Bell combined. That's a lot of burger.
I know he's going to do it for a month, but I think after a week he's going to be really irritated. I think it's going to affect our relationship.
You are
Yes, I'm a vegan too. I just don't know if I can. Of course I will. I'll sit next to him while he eats McDonald's. Of course I will. I'm just going to be rolling my eyes the whole time. We have a vegetable tart, and a quinoa and roasted veggie salad, artichokes, and a simple green salad, all beautiful, organic, fresh vegetables that you're going to miss so much.
What am I going to have that's organic?
The next month, nothing. You're only going to have genetically modified potatoes. There's plenty here for you. Good, right? Thanks. Have they improved their cookies in the last 10 years? Because the last time I had them, they were like little hockey pucks.
This is the first day, and I'm on my way to breakfast. Could I get an Egg McMuffin extra value meal? Every 8-year-old's dream right now that I'm ready to fulfill. I got my Egg McMuffin. That's going to be the first thing right there. This McDonald's delivers for free. All I did today was leave my apartment, walk down the stairs, and walk to the McDonald's, 1,272 steps. So we gotta go to the corner and we gotta get a cab. The cabs are gonna add up in this thing, I can tell already. I got my scorecard, and in here, I had 1 Egg McMuffin, I had 1 sausage biscuit.
Do you eat fast food? Once in a while.
Yeah?
Once in a while.
How often?
I'd say probably once every 2 weeks.
3-4 times a week, maybe?
In France, yes.
Yeah.
But here, no. I don't like here. It doesn't sound very clean.
And what's your favorite place?
Probably Wendy's.
McDo.
Taco Bell. Taco Bell. McDonald's is pretty close. You ever have a supersized Coke?
No. In France, the small size here, it's the bigger size in France. Even the small size here, I don't drink.
There are rules to what's going on here in this whole process. I will only supersize it if they ask me. I can only eat things that are for sale over the counter at McDonald's. If McDonald's doesn't sell it, I can't eat it. I have to have everything on the menu at least once over the next 3 days, and I have to have 3 squares a day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. No excuses. Oh, I love Big Mac too. This is probably the first time in a long time that I've actually seen a Big Mac that looks like the picture. That actually almost looks like the picture. Look at that. The Big Mac's never looked this good. You gotta come to Chinatown for the Big Macs.
It's gonna make me so hungry.
You've heard about all these people who are suing these fast food companies.
Yes, I thought.
Yeah.
I think it's ridiculous, but it's the American way to sue for everything.
I'd throw the lawsuit out if I was a judge. And like I was saying, if these fast food places can put their signs up, if I can walk by them and just totally ignore them and say, I'm not hungry, I don't need this, they can do it too.
We don't have to go there. We don't have to shop for that. We can easily go in McDonald's and grab a salad, but we choose not to.
Now, if the McDonald's refused them service, they'll be in court again saying, we will refuse service. So you can't win if you try in this world.
I think there's a lot of focus on the fast food companies because they are mentioned more than virtually all the other causes in most of the articles and books and studies about why it's a sudden epidemic.
Again, it can't be the neighborhood restaurant. We've had neighborhood restaurants for hundreds of years. It can't be the foods we eat at home. We've been eating at home for hundreds of years. Something is very different. I think the figure is we eat out something like 40% of our meals.
John Banzaf is currently spearheading the attacks against the food industry, advising many of the lawyers who are currently going through the process. People say he's crazy, but that's what they used to say about him when he first sued the tobacco companies. Until he won.
I think in terms of responsibility, it's fair to point the big gun at McDonald's. McDonald's is one of the biggest. More importantly, it is the one with, far more than all the others, lures in young children. They have the playgrounds, closed indoor playgrounds. Many places, there are no other playgrounds. You've got to take your kid there. So even at 2 and 3 and 4, those kids are being lured into there. McDonald's is very heavy on birthday parties. They, of course, pioneered the Happy Meals. Now the Mighty Kids Meals also with those little gotta-have-them toys. So they get the kids. And, of course, the whole clown. McDonald's is the clown. A lot of those ads appeal primarily to kids. Cartoon on TV, which features it. So they more than others lure the kids in. I think all of us are far more concerned about the kids.
Another man who is worried about the kids is Samuel Hirsch. He represents the 2 girls who are suing McDonald's, with much advisement coming from Professor Banzaf.
Why are you suing fast food establishments?
I mean, motives besides monetary compensation? And you want to hear a noble cause? Is that it?
I think that fast foods are a major contributor to this epidemic.
In 2000, Dr. David Satcher became the first Surgeon General to draw attention to the obesity crisis, declaring it a national epidemic.
Now remember, we're supersizing everything. You go to any place to buy, go to any fast food store, and they're trained to tell you to buy a bigger size. For 5 cents more, you can get the super size.
Federal government will define a piece of meat, 3 ounces of meat, as a sensible portion, and that looks like a deck of cards. Few people would be able to find this deck of cards if they were served a piece of meat, a steak in a restaurant. It would probably be about 4 or 5 times the size. One typical bagel that one is eating, that looks something like this, is going to comprise 5 servings of bread. When fast food companies first opened, they generally introduced one size. For example, one size French fries when McDonald's first opened. Called fries. That size fries is now called small, medium, large, and super size. That original size is still here. Got about 200 calories. But the super size is going to pack in over 600 calories. When Burger King first opened, they had a 12-ounce small and a 16-ounce large. This 12 ounce is now kitty. The 16 ounce is now the small, the medium, the 32, and the 42. And this is across the board with all fast food places. Cars have introduced larger cup holders to accommodate those huge 7-Eleven double gulps, which are 64 ounces, a half gallon, and hold anywhere from 600 to 800 calories, depending on how much ice. A half gallon of soda for one person, 48 teaspoons of sugar.
Hello, may I help you?
Yeah, can I get the double quarter pounder with cheese meal?
Large or super size?
I think I'm gonna have to go supersize. Look at that. Look at that Coke. That barely fits in there. Oh shit. Look at that. Look at how big that thing is. Look how big that French fry is. That thing is like 4 feet tall. Double quarter pounder with cheese. More calories than anything. There it is. A little bit of heaven. That's a lot of food, man. Hey, look. You get all that supersize stuff? That stuff gets supersized? Hey, look at that. I just put it, I'm not even halfway done with those fries. Not even halfway.
work out. See, now's the time of the meal when you start getting the McStomach ache. You start getting the McTummy, you get the McGurgles in there, you get the McBrick, then you get the McStomach ache. Right now I got some McGas, it's rocking. My arms, you sweat there? My arms, I feel like I got some McSweats going. My arms got the McTwitches going in here from all the sugar that's going in my body right now. I'm feeling a little bit crazy. Oh. Just give me a minute.
You were McDonald heaven. This is gonna be you like after every meal.
Oh. I'm dying.
I would eat his vomit off the page. I'm so hungry.
Yeah.
I believe we live in a toxic food and physical inactivity environment. That is, we live in an environment that almost guarantees that we become sick. Not 100% of people become sick, but the numbers of people who do are growing and growing and growing. I don't believe that toxic is too strong a word either, because this, an epidemic of obesity where 60% of the population is suffering and record numbers of children having this is a crisis by any standard.
The toxic environment is constant access to cheap, fat-laden foods. It's gas stations that sell more candy and sodas than gas. It's a nation where there are more than 3 million soda vending machines. That's 1 for every 97 Americans. It's a world where people depend completely on their cars for transportation, and where walking has become such a chore that we rely on machines to do it for us.
My stomach feels horrible this morning. It doesn't feel good at all.
There we go. I'm getting this really weird feeling right in my midsection, like basically in my penis right now. It's just like this. It's really freaky.
And it's very odd. It could be for the caffeine, but I'm not, I couldn't really pinpoint that 100%.
Morgan, 1339. I made it over the 3-day hump. You know how when you quit smoking? I don't know how many of you out there smoke cigarettes, but you should stop. I quit smoking. And it's a 3-day hump. It's a 3-day hump when you quit smoking cigarettes. If you can make it over those 3 days without smoking one cigarette, you can make it past day 1, day 2, day 3, you can make it over the hump, you're fine. Same thing with this. I made it past day 3. I'm all right.
Left unabated. Obesity will overtake smoking as the leading preventable cause of death in this country.
I was at this meal, and it came up that one of the people was a smoker. And somebody else at the table started hectoring the guy. What's the matter with you? Don't you know how bad it is for you? It'll do this, that, and the other thing to you, and you really should stop being a smoker rather than saying, fuck you, which, is mind your own business, which I think is the appropriate response. It was abashed and defensive, and like, oh, I tried to quit, and yeah, I'm going to try again, and you're right, and so on. At that same table, there was a quite large woman, and I was wondering, what if this guy, instead of confronting the smoker, had said to the large woman, what's the matter with you, you fat pig? Don't you know how dangerous it is to be so overweight? Stop eating, for God's sake. Don't you dare get dessert. What's the matter with, right? Same logic. I'd be hard-pressed to find a distinction between those two examples. Okay, so one is now socially acceptable to hector smokers, but the other one isn't quite yet. So the question is, at what point will it become acceptable to publicly hector fat people in the way that the smokers are publicly hectored? A secret study by one of the tobacco companies
It had the ominous title of something like Brand Imprinting for Later Actuation in Life. They would buy the little toy cigarettes, and they'd start play smoking them at 4 or 5 or 6. You wouldn't even notice the pack. If you asked them what pack it was, they would notice it. But the theory was that somewhere it's buried in here. Then when they get to the age where they're smoking, without even realizing it, they're going for that pack that they recognize because it had those nice feelings for them when they were little kids. The same way here, yeah, they're satisfied, it's nice, they remember the warm feelings of playing and getting a toy, being with mom and dad. It's going to carry through.
That's why when I have kids, every time I drive by a fast food restaurant, I'm going to punch my kid in the face. Then they'll never walk by.
Talking about
McDonald's, rock and roll McDonald's, rock and roll McDonald's, rock and roll McDonald's. McDonald's will make it fat. They serve Big Macs. They serve quarter pounders. They will put pounds on you. Rock and roll McDonald's, rock and roll McDonald's, rock and roll McDonald's.
One of the most disturbing things to me is that in the last 20 to 25 years, we've actually seen a doubling of overweight and obese children and adolescents.
And this weight gain has been linked to countless health problems later in life, such as hypertension, coronary heart disease, stroke, gallbladder disease, osteoarthritis, sleep apnea, respiratory problems, endometrial, breast, prostate, and colon cancers, dyslipidemia, steatohepatitis, insulin resistance, asthma, hyperuricemia, reproductive hormone abnormalities, polycystic ovarian syndrome, impaired fertility, and adult-onset diabetes. In fact, if current trends continue, 1 out of every 3 children born in the year 2000 will develop diabetes in their lifetime.
At least 17 million Americans now have type 2 diabetes, about 1 out of every 20 people.
If the diabetes starts before the age of 15, you lose somewhere between 17 and 27 years of lifespan.
According to the new research, the direct medical costs associated with diabetes have doubled. The direct medical costs have doubled over the past 5 years, from $44 billion in 1997 to $92
Look at this
billion
little Yoshi.
in 2002.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of about 20% of these children have elevated abnormal liver function tests. And we have now started a study where we're biopsying these children to see what their livers actually look like under a microscope. And half of them have evidence of scarring in the liver, fibrosis in the liver, the early stages of cirrhosis. So when these children end up being adults, they're going to end up, if they don't change their eating and exercise habits, are going to end up with liver failure and either transplant or death.
I think it's very, very hard to overrate teenagers because you're always going to see the thin, pretty, popular girls, and you can't help but look at them and think, I wish I was her, or I wish I could have that. And I mean, it's depressing. It makes you feel like crap. I mean, that's just how it is. And it's of course it's hard being a teenager because you see all the girls in the Cosmo Girl or Teen People, and they're all beautiful, and you think, aren't I supposed to look like that? And it's just not. It's not realistic. It's not a realistic way to live.
So without further ado, let's welcome Jared Bolo.
My big thing was never smoking. It was never drinking. Obviously, it wasn't doing drugs. My big vice was food. And before I knew it, I wound up weighing 425 pounds. I brought in a present for you. My old pants that are now made famous in all the Subway commercials. You're welcome.
This is my daughter, Victoria. She's an 8th grade honor student, and you're a real inspiration to the kids. I really appreciate that.
One of the greatest. I mean, as I said, when I started putting my weight on, as you guys know, 3rd or 4th grade, so.
And she was real tiny when she was littler.
Sure.
And it's been in our family. In fact, I had a great grandfather that died and was buried in piano box years ago. So it's in a history.
Absolutely.
So she's been trying to maintain her weight.
And it's tough. It's always a challenge. I know. It's, as a kid, it's awfully hard these days.
And kids are not always kind.
No, not at all. And I know that firsthand. And it's, the problem is the world's not going to change. You have to change.
I guess it's kind of cool to know somebody or be able to listen to somebody talk about actually being where I am right now. And it's kind of hard because I can't afford to go there every single day and buy a sandwich 2 times a day. And that's what he's talking about. That's the only solution. That's what he said that works the best. But I can't do that. And I've tried other ways, and it kind of hurt my body from doing other ways that I'm trying to do. And it's kind of hard to look at someone who says, hey, I've done it, so you can do it, but it's not that easy.
I've been sick as a kid. I grew up eating a lot of ice cream, more than you can believe. We had an ice cream cone-shaped swimming pool in our backyard. We had a commercial freezer with not only all 31 flavors in it, but all the experimental flavors that were under development. And I made myself the official taster. I had to prove everything in my mind. And I loved it. What kid wouldn't? I literally had unlimited ice cream. I ate ice cream for breakfast. But I was sick a lot. And I wasn't very athletic. I was really ill. And I didn't feel good. So I would kind of appease that by eating more ice cream. You can see how the vicious cycle would take place. One of the triggering factors for me was my uncle, Bert Baskin, my dad's partner and brother-in-law, co-founder of the company, died of a heart attack. And he was 51. And my uncle weighed about 240 pounds. And he said, fellow. And when he died, as a young man, I asked my dad if there could be a connection between his fatal heart attack and the amount of ice cream he would eat. My father said no. His ticker just got tired and stopped working. By this time, he had manufactured and sold more ice cream than any human being that had ever lived on this planet. He didn't want to think that the product he was selling was hurting anybody. That it had contributed to the death of his brother-in-law and partner. And I mean, his best friend. I mean, no way. Ben Cohen, again of Ben and Jerry's, a couple years ago had a quintuple bypass procedure at the age of 49. My uncle Bert Baskin, or Baskin Robbins, dies at the age of 51 of a heart attack. My father, Robbins, the other founder of the company, ended up with very serious diabetes. You can't deny these links. You just can't.
Yeah, can I get the 2 cheeseburger meal? Okay, supersized. Second time.
After 5 days on McDonald's diet, what I did was I ran 3 days worth of food analysis. The needs for you to maintain weight at the 185 that you were at when you came in, 186 pounds, was approximately 2,500 calories, okay? And right now you're getting about almost 5,000 calories a day, the average being 4,986. I would love for you to take a multivitamin.
McDonald's doesn't sell multivitamins.
Well, here's my new advice, is just kind of minimize the meals. A nice substitute for the hot fudge sundae would be the yogurt.
That is true. If you get the snack size, 5 ounces. If you get the regular size without granola, it contains nearly as many calories as a strawberry sundae. With granola, it has more calories than the hot fudge or caramel sundae. Phase, then how about this? There's a big nappy hair in it. That's disgusting. I'm gonna show you. We go like this. We go. Oh, look, it's long, too. Did you see that? Oh, that's so gross. Only the finest at McDonald's. We're at 190.
It was 186 last week.
192, 193, 194. We had to stop everything. I don't believe it. 195 pounds. It can't be. We have to redo this. That's 0. I think it's 0. Second try. 88, 92, 94.
gained actually about 5% of your body weight. Losing weight that fast and gaining weight that fast is not healthy.
Do you eat fast food? Yes, I do. Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, love it. Love fast food.
Yeah, how often do you guys eat?
Every week? Oh, maybe once or twice a week.
Oh, I hear that. We finna go hit up McDonald's in a little while. It's at least 3 times today, because you know we ain't had no meal yet today. We just pointed towards McDonald's.
I get the number 2, the cheeseburger, the 2 cheeseburgers, the supersized Coke and fries.
Supersize it up. 30, make it bacon. 69 cents. That's what they say. Make it bacon. Make it bacon, baby.
How often do you think people should eat fast food?
I don't know if they should eat it at all. I don't know if I should. I don't know about what they should do.
Oh, that's baloney. It's what they need to do is hit like 25 minutes on that treadmill, work out a little something, do some push-ups. See, if you get push-ups and you eat, you'll keep your weight down. See, I keep my weight down and stuff. I hit some push-ups and everything. It's baloney. Keep myself cool.
Who has time to do that? We have to work. We have to take care of kids. We have to clean.
So you exercise, you run after your kids. I mean,
Chicken
These are the first McNuggets I've had in this whole exciting tour of duty. Look at that. Glistening in the sun. Boy, that is miserable. I'm not sure what portion of the chicken that's shaped like that. I'm guessing this is the foot on the chicken. In the lawsuit against them, McDonald's stated in their own defense that it's a matter of common knowledge that any processing that its foods undergo serve to make them more harmful than unprocessed foods. Case in point, McNuggets. Originally created from old chickens that can no longer lay eggs, McNuggets are now made from chickens with unusually large breasts. They're stripped from the bone and ground up into a sort of chicken mash, which is then combined with all sorts of stabilizers and preservatives, pressed into familiar shapes, breaded, deep-fried, freeze-dried, and then shipped to a McDonald's near you. Judge Robert Sweet called them a McFrankenstein creation of various elements not utilized by the home cook.
So for the past couple days, which I haven't shared with everybody, it's been a new thing. Is I'm starting to have like some not chest pains, but like pressure. I feel like I got pressure on my chest. So I figured that's probably not a good thing. But neither's eating all this. So. I tell you, I haven't smelled bad yet. Yeah. I know I haven't. You just don't smell how bad you smell. You know. Look at that fish fillet. Look at this thing.
Oh, God.
Isn't that horrible? That, the fillet of fish. Oh, shit. Did I get the double quarter pounder with cheese value meal?
Okay, thank you. 486.
I don't feel good today. Not that I feel sick, but I just feel really depressed. You know, for no reason. I mean, things are going great. We've had a good day. I just feel really, it's not real hard eating this food all the time. Just because, you know, it tastes good. It makes you feel good. I really notice I'll eat some, and just a little while later, I'll be hungry again. And I'll want more. So I'm pretty bored with their menu. It only took me 9 days. But it's pretty good otherwise. 9 days. No.
How many?
How many's the question?
That is the question we always ask. How many? He held up how many fingers?
It's always the how many.
It's just one from now. Yeah,
just one?
As soon as I got my first car, this is the first place I came to. I bought 3 Big Macs, ate them out there, enjoyed them so much, and I came back about 5 o'clock at night, bought 3 more, ate them out there, came back around 11 o'clock before they closed and paid 3 more. So the first day I came here, I ate 9 Big Macs, and it was like I couldn't get enough hamburger at that time, and Big Macs are so good. So I ate 265 in the first month.
How many do you eat a day usually?
Usually it's 2 a day. Okay, now last year I ate 741 last year. Okay, well that's more than 2 a day. So that means there's days I had 3, but that's because they're getting smaller. It's probably 90% of my solid diet is probably Big Macs. That parking spot, that's where I asked her if she wanted to get married. I mean, this place is special for a lot of reasons. You know, I had 1 Whopper in my life. 1984, guy gave me $5 to eat a Whopper. So I went. After I ate the Whopper, took my $5 over to McDonald's, got some Big Macs. I always make fun of people at work, you know, saying, "Oh, gain weight." I said, "Why should try the Gorski diet?" Yeah, all right. They don't like that. They don't like that. Yeah, this is a perfect sandwich, you know. At least for me, it is.
There it is, bite number 19,000.
Well, the wife says when she's gonna put them in a blender, it ends. You know, that's what she told me.
Big Mac smoothies.
America's been McDonaldized, you know, it's been franchised out. It's like one of those old Flintstones cartoons where they just had something rolling around in the background. You kept seeing the same buildings go by. It's like Kmart, Walmart, McDonald's, Kmart, Walmart, Wendy's, Kmart, and it's just like you have no sense of where you're at anymore. The way I look at it is like Cezanne was inspired by the mountain he saw out his window, and when I look out my window, I see no mountains. I just see billboards and advertisements. So I use that as my inspiration.
The average American child sees 10,000 food advertisements per year on television. 95% of those are for sugared cereals, soft drinks, fast foods, and candy. A parent who eats every meal, every day, for the whole year with their child, and that every meal gives a very compelling nutrition message, and can bring in cartoon characters. And Michael Jordan, so instead of selling McDonald's, he sells oranges. And Britney Spears, instead of selling Pepsi, will sell radishes or lettuce or something. That parent will have 1,000 cracks at their child compared to 10,000 for the food industry. So it's not a fair fight.
You know, by the time kids are able to speak, most of them can say McDonald's.
I'm going to show you some pictures, and I want you to tell me who they are. Who's that? You don't know?
George Washington.
Yeah? Who is he?
He was the fourth president who freed the slaves, and he can never tell a lie.
Who's that?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. George W. Bush?
No, that's a good guess, though. Who is this?
I don't know. I forgot the name, but I think I know it.
Yeah? Where have you seen her?
That picture is only fine. Wendy.
Nice. Who's that?
McDonald. McDonald.
Who is it?
McDonald.
What does he do?
He was helping people at the cancer register. He works at McDonald's. I love the pancakes. He brings every of his friends to McDonald's for a happy meal.
Where have you seen him?
On television, on the commercials. He's the character that lives in McDonald's. And he does a lot of funny stuff on TV.
Companies spend billions making sure you know their product. In 2001, on direct media advertising, that's radio, television, and print, McDonald's spent $1.4 billion worldwide. On direct media advertising, Pepsi spent more than $1 billion. To advertise its candy, Hershey Foods spent under a mere $200 million internationally. In its peak year, the 5-a-day fruit and vegetable campaign's total advertising budget in all media was a lowly $2 million, 100 times less than just the direct media budget of one candy company.
Think about the way food is marketed. T-shirts, coupons, toys for children, giveaways in fast food places, placemats. I mean, just all of the different ways in which food marketing is ubiquitous. The most heavily advertised foods are consumed the most. No surprise.
Tomato, concentrate, distilled vinegar, high fructose corn syrup, and corn syrup. That means sugar. I'll move over to my salad shaker. Now, I feel a little sick to my stomach. This is the best part of the day, when I get to be fat on the bed with my quart of Coke.
People eat out a lot. And so if there aren't healthy foods available at restaurants and there isn't good nutrition information, it makes eating out difficult.
McDonald's says nutrition information for all their products is available online. But according to the 2000 U.S. Census, more than half of all U.S. homes still don't have internet access. So what are these people supposed to do? Go to the stores for nutrition information? Is that information even there? I went to find out.
Do you guys have any of the nutrition fact sheets? Do you guys have one of those? Any other things that fold out and have the nutrition info in them?
Can it already be up front? Yeah. They got lots of info about Dora the Explorer Live.
That's cool. Thank you. Can't find the book yet?
Maybe you don't have ones you can take with you. Do you guys have one on the wall? Oh, they don't post those anymore? Why not?
Only half the McDonald's in Manhattan had the nutrition info posted on the wall. Some had the takeaway nutrition charts, and 1 in 4 had no information whatsoever. This nice manager brought me the nutrition wall chart from the basement.
Oh, thank you. You don't have ones I can take with me, like a takeaway? Do you know when you'll have some takeaways again?
John Van Zapp and I looked all over this McDonald's in Washington for any nutritional information. And then we found it.
Here we go. Behind here, you never see it. It's right back there. You can't argue that people should exercise personal responsibility and then not give them the information on which to base it.
I got my chicken group.
There's no chicken group.
That's my cholesterol group.
Protein.
I got my protein group.
Carbohydrate.
I got my meat group.
You got meat, sugar, and fat.
I officially had to loosen my belt the other day from, I had to go a notch lower. One notch. It's scary. I'm an old pro at this now.
Right? You get some of those too, though. My girlfriend would be loving you.
Cool. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I averaged out all the calories for the last 9 days, and you're still eating over 200% of what your needs are. I suggest you cut out all the liquids that you're drinking from McDonald's, except for water. A lot of people who lose 10% of it, they're obese and they lose 10% of their body weight. It's beneficial. It can be beneficial in terms of blood pressure and so on. So gaining 10% of your body weight maybe could be equally non-beneficial.
Second weigh in.
What do you think, Eric? 203? 203?
Yeah.
I think you almost got 10% of your body weight gained. So you've pretty much gained 17 pounds in 12 days. You better slow down. I'm telling you, don't drink your calories. I told him no more shakes, no more Coke, no more double burgers. The staff here is calling you Burger Boy.
The one place where the impact of our fast food world has become more and more evident is in our nation's schools.
Can I get you your lunch right there? You got a cookie and some fries. You got anything else? No. Do you think, judging by the food that's in there, on a whole, do you think the kids make healthy choices when they go here?
We try to teach them to make the right choices.
Yeah. Just get 2 bags of Rebels, a pretzel, a Twitch bar, and a Gatorade.
You're sharing your bag.
How many people actually just have fries for lunch today?
A lot of them do get fries. A lot of them do have their lunches. They'll have a sandwich, and it's like a side dish. Yes.
Can I get quick fries here?
Well, I'm getting milk. It's my calcium and vegetable.
You don't
don't think you should take away things like I love like things like Swiss rolls. I used to eat packed meat all the time. By your offering these up on the lunch line, are we setting kids up to make bad choices?
No, I don't believe so. Because a child, like you said yourself, a child, she's not going to show me. A child isn't going to pick up cheeseburgers.
But that's all she wants.
But it doesn't mean this is all she's going to eat. Right. You have to follow the best to take home.
We got to go find Lori. That's all she's going to eat. This is where schools turn a blind eye. The student with the French fries probably brought a bag lunch with real food. The girl with the chips is probably sharing them with someone else. Out of sight, out of mind. No, we wanted to see the big brown bag with you. Hold on. You want the Coke. But there's still 36 grams of sugar, which is as much as a Coke. Yeah, there's 36 grams of sugar in the Coke. So it's not good to eat, but it's still low sugar. Barbara Brown is the field representative for Sodexo, one of the countless lowest bidders that school districts have farmed out the feeding of your children to. Sodexo services more than 400 K-12 school districts nationwide every day, providing quality food like Little Debbie snack cakes, Gatorade, and candy bars to your children. They also operate prisons and feed thousands of inmates worldwide.
Part of our position is that we're hoping that through nutrition education, the students will learn to make the right food choices without restricting and what they can purchase.
At this middle school in Beckley, West Virginia, the school lunches don't have the flair they do in Illinois. This school does not outsource their food service, but they are on the federal school lunch program, providing USDA reimbursable meals to the students, most of which are reheated, reconstituted packaged foods. Some days the amount of calories in each meal tops 1,000. So the USDA sends this food for you to prepare for kids.
Right. Well, not all of it now. You got sloppy Joe, barbecue sauce, and pork from the government.
Whatever happened to cooks actually cooking?
I don't know what happened. Too many money people.
Yeah?
They don't want to work hard. It's easy to come in here. This is the best tool we got right here. A box opener.
That's your chef's tool, box cutter.
That's it. Open up a box. Serve it. Give it to them.
Yeah. Let's look at things that are actually cooked. Here you go. Here's a menu.
This thing.
Mashed potatoes.
Ham. Chili.
Chili.
Homemade.
The chili will be homemade. What about the tomato soup?
Campbell's.
Meatballs. Comes in a box, heated up. Out of the course of an entire month, 6 out of 36. You're only cooking 6 out of 36 meals. Appleton Central Alternative High School is filled with students who have truancy and behavioral problems, but they've turned things around, not through discipline, but through diet.
We were
North
fortunate
to the west side.
kind of stumble across this healthy program as a result of
To the west side.
some contact with Natural Element Bakery.
I'm so fucked.
And they
This is like a pony eye.
they have
Lotion Batman.
non-chemically processed
Yo, dog.
foods. They're free of dyes and preservatives, full of whole grains,
I don't take
a lot of
that
fresh
place.
fruits and vegetables. We do
Show
no
me
meat
short and curly
at
skin.
all. And then it's the method of preparation that we don't fry, a lot of baking, and then there's just fresh preparation as opposed to opening cans or thawing things out from the box.
We got rid of candy machines, soda machines, brought in bottled water, and it was just a situation where we saw major change in the kids. You know, if you walk through these halls and you're here, these do not look like at-risk, out-of-control kids. Their behaviors are better. They seem to be more focused. Teachers will tell you that they get more out of them in the class.
Keep in mind, this is not a private school. These are the quote-unquote troubled kids of the public school system in Appleton, Wisconsin that are eating so well. And it costs about the same as any other school lunch program. So my question is, why isn't everyone doing this?
There's an awful lot of resistance from the junk food companies that make huge profits off of schools at the present time. They don't want to get kicked out of the school system. They want to be there to addict the children for life. The soft drink companies especially boast about how they're contributing to America's education. But in fact, what they're doing is they're draining money from the community rather than contributing money to the community, because the soft drink companies it's the children in the community who are getting the money from their parents. And instead of that money going directly to education, the soft drink companies are taking a cut of it and, walking away rich as a consequence.
We just banned soda in our school district. And the sugar here shows you how much sugar a student will drink in a week of just soda. Forget about the rest of the food they eat. And some of these companies are really opposing the ban for reasons of that we would lose revenue. And it's not about money. It's not about economics. It's about health.
Oh, the McDonald's Texas Homestyle Burger Meal. That's a local specialty. So it's kind of like a Big and Tasty, but only comes with then you know what? I need the McDonald's Texas Homestyle Burger Meal, please. Oh, yes, I would. Do a lot of people supersize it? Yeah, like say you ask 5 people, how many of those 5 do it?
Actually, I get mostly all of them.
Mostly all of them? So you're batting about 100%. She's that good. Deborah's that good. So first meal inside the restaurant that I went in to get, and they asked me to supersize it. We're gonna keep a little tabs. See how many times they asked me to supersize it here in Texas. Because Texas out of the top 15 fattest cities in America, Texas has 5. Here we are, Houston, Texas, fattest city in America. Getting my first breakfast.
When it comes to the topic of obesity, many people are quick to point the finger at various foods and food companies. But the Grocery Manufacturers of America, a Washington, D.C.-based lobby group whose mission is to advance the interests of the food, beverage, and consumer products industry, are quick to shift the focus away from the companies they represent and to remind everyone that there's more at work here than just eating poorly.
We believe very strongly in our industry and in other industries. I think you'll find there's a growing consensus that the solution lies in good education. You have to get good information to parents so that they can teach their children better exercise and nutrition habits, and so that they can lead the healthy lifestyles. We don't teach physical education in schools anymore.
In the U.S., only one state requires mandatory physical education for grades K through 12. It's also one of the fattest, Illinois. Phil Lawler is the phys ed teacher at Madison Junior High School, home of the Soaring Warhawks, the snack-ridden school lunches we saw earlier, and one of the most well-executed physical education programs in the country. Supported mostly by fundraising and parent involvement, Lawler has created a role model for instructors and school districts nationwide.
When's the last time you've ever heard of a science class fundraising to get to their labs? Eventually, society has to step up to the plate and say, this is important, we should have daily physical education and equip it properly. Well, we have to say our greatest strength is a resource of our young people. That's our future. And boy, in the way we're treating our resources right now, we're running into some serious problems with that. See, I've always said we've never had health care in this country. We've only had sick care. I think daily physical education is the only place out there that's really offering a solution.
Well, let's start with music. You are going to begin traveling through general space. You will go back to your spot, and I will tell you a body shape. Watch out for other. Round. Good job.
How many days a week do the kids here at this school get to go to the gym?
Once.
1 day a week?
1 day a week for 45 minutes.
Is that enough?
No, nowhere close. Not when the Surgeon General recommends that at minimum you need 30 minutes of physical activity a day to maintain your weight and a healthy well-being. So once a week is nowhere close.
In 2001, President Bush announced his presidency with sweeping education reform. The No Child Left Behind Act would now hold states accountable for not having students who met minimum education requirements. Apparently, we were not only the fattest nation in the world, but we were quickly becoming the stupidest.
They may be sending a very difficult message for schools. And one of the reasons recess is being cut back in elementary schools, as I said earlier, that's being cut out so we can prepare for the tests. And something I've said to a couple of groups, it's very interesting. We can end up with youngsters who can read but who are fat.
So they're fat readers, quote unquote. And more and more we put mandates on the school to be very myopic in their focus.
Look at its athleticism,
Because
man.
all these other areas where they should be devoting time and energy, including phys ed, nutrition, health, these are all the things being cut out.
Who in here can tell me what a calorie is?
Something you should watch.
Something you should watch. Yeah, you got that right.
Is it the fat that goes through your
What's a calorie?
Oh, Jesus. Calorie is an increment of
Energy.
That's a good question.
Most of us know what a calorie actually is.
Oh, wait. Is a calorie some part of fat? Like,
Something that builds up the fat in your body. Calories are not good.
This amount of. See, I don't know. I want to say it's amount of calories in a calorie. I don't know.
That never came to mind what calories are. I just eat when I'm hungry and that's it. So if you can tell me what a calorie is, go ahead.
Calorie is a measure of the energy content of food, and a calorie, the kind that you usually see when you see the caloric content on food labels, 1 calorie is the amount of energy that's needed to raise the temperature of a liter of water by 1 degree centigrade.
Well said. Can I get a bacon, egg, and cheese McGriddle?
Look at that. I haven't walked a half mile a day since we've been here. No wonder everything's bigger in Texas.
If you're inside, stay there. The blizzard of 2003 isn't over yet.
I got my lunch. Got my dinner. Never had to leave the house.
I'm not going to completely become vegan just because you want me to.
I'm not saying you should do it because I want you to. I'm saying you need to think about what you believe is a system that is corrupt and immoral and wrong and hurtful. But you're going to be a part of it. Where is the disconnect there? Why don't you make that choice?
Why don't I make a choice to not eat meat?
Yes.
Like it. Because I like meat.
It tastes good.
I like bacon. I love pork chops. Ham is the greatest thing
Heroin
ever.
is awesome. I'm sure it's
Heroin
great.
and ham are in completely different categories. I'm sorry, but ham and heroin are not the same thing. They're not. They're not. I can be strung out on ham for days and be okay. And I am strung out on ham.
It's hard for me to watch him go through this. I gotta tell you. I'm worried about his health. He's exhausted by the end of the day. Just so tired. Gets home really late from work. And now he gets all jacked up on sugar and caffeine and then he crashes. And then when we do have sex, I gotta tell you, he's not quite as energetic as he used to be. I have to be on top. Otherwise, he gets tired easily. I think the saturated fats are starting to impede the blood flow to his penis, and he's having a hard time getting it up. He does, totally. It's still good, but it's like definitely a big difference. There's definitely a difference. I can tell.
I feel horrible today. My headache's coming back again. Feels like somebody yanking on the tendons behind my eyes. My body officially hates me.
All the vitamins that you see here, vitamin E, thiamine, riboflavin, niacin, and so on, are all under 50% of what you need. You're getting quite a lot of carbohydrates, and I know clearly that those are all refined carbohydrates because those are coming from the buns, biscuits, hash browns, okay? And the sugar, I mean, let's not forget the most refined carbohydrate of all, which is coming from your milkshakes and your Coke.
In fact, there are only 7 items on the McDonald's menu that contain no sugar whatsoever. French fries, chicken McNuggets, hash browns, sausage, Diet Coke, coffee, and iced tea. Everything else, even the salads, contain sugar.
I'm telling you, 202.
Yeah, you lost a pound.
Oh, thank God. Muscle weighs more than fat, so no, you might have lost some muscle mass and gained some fat mass.
I lost a pound. Let's go get something to eat. I was feeling bad in the car, feeling like shit. Really. I was feeling really, really sick and unhappy. Started eating. Feel great. Feel really good now. I feel so good, it's crazy. Isn't that right, baby?
Yeah, you're crazy, Alex.
(150/90). The headaches might even be hypertensive headaches, but they're probably not. They're probably related to blood sugar. You might be in this hyperinsulinemic state. 150/100. Total cholesterol was 165 before. Now it's 225. A liver that's inflamed in any way or sick in any way will leak some of its enzymes out to the blood. So this is very non-specific, but it means the liver is sick. The likely cause of your liver sickness is a fatty liver. The liver is not like a pate. OT was originally 21.
Leaving God, though. That's why I fuck with it.
That motherfucker threw shit crumpets at your ass. How you feel about that shit, bro?
You shut your ass up. Red boy, shut your ass up. Go ahead, Uncle Fine. Ain't nobody listen to Red boy. Red boy is a demon. He's a demon. I tweet down there. Stand on business. We like tweet. Everybody follow Purple Ring. Tweet down there. Tweet. We rocking. That motherfucker right there. That's why I say tweet. Come right, go ahead, Uncle Fine. Like, listen to that goddamn Red boy. And tweet as a Christian.
I just want to know, is this shit over or the subliminal tweets gonna stop? Like, I wasn't in the room to hear it, but we move on and they're moving on from this?
No.
That's what I was trying to get back to, Uncle Fine. Because we left. We wanted to get closer, and then friends got to talking down everything else. So I was trying to bring it back to that, Uncle Fine.
Shut up.
I'm just afraid there'll be something that's totally irreversible, that there'll be some damage done. But,
Yeah. I don't know.
so, do they think that once you change your habits, that's going to correct itself?
Yeah, they think that everything should get back on track once this is done. Your liver, and I've been doing some reading, your liver is very resilient. Your liver heals itself. So.
Well, if you need a portion of my liver, honey, you can have it. I'll give that part of my liver for you.
Thanks.
There's a drug that is used in emergency rooms called naloxone. It's used for heroin overdose. A guy comes in, overdose on heroin, comatose, he's going to die. You inject him with this drug, and it blocks the opiate receptors in the brain. Heroin doesn't work, he wakes up. If I give that same drug to a real chocolate addict, a person just shoveling it in, you find the most amazing thing. They lose much of their interest in chocolate. They take a bite, they set it back down. In other words, it's not taste and mouthfeel. It's a drug effect of the food within the brain that keeps us coming back again and again.
But it's interesting you're saying that your mood goes up once you start eating.
Yeah, lately, every time I eat, I feel 100% better.
Huh. It seems like you're starting to get addicted to it now.
Some coke, have some weed. You know me, I'm your friend, your main boy, the infant. I'm your pusher.
McDonald's calls people who eat their food at least once a week heavy users. I'm not kidding. 72% of the people who eat at McDonald's are heavy users. They also have another category, the super heavy user. These people eat their food 3, 4, 5 times a week and up. 22% of the people who eat at McDonald's are super heavy users.
If you look at the menu at a fast food restaurant, they use all of the addicting components. They'll take a slab of
Just
bacon,
gotta look
cover
around.
it with cheese.
Whether or not it's
Cheese, of
right
course,
for
which is
everyone to go
filled with
run their own deal.
morphine,
That I'm not quite sure.
opiates that are found in the cheese protein. And then they serve it with a sugary soda, which has the addictive powers of sugar, with plenty of added caffeine. Now, you might be a 12-year-old kid, your brain is no match for that combination.
In 2002, McDonald's France took out a full-page ad in a French magazine in which a nutritionist stated, "There is no reason to go to McDonald's more than once a week." McDonald's corporate headquarters in the U.S. freaked out, saying that this is only one opinion, and that the vast majority of nutrition professionals say that McDonald's food can be a part of a healthy diet. So, we thought we'd randomly call some nutritionists to see what their opinions were when it came to eating fast food.
How often do you think that people should eat fast food?
Ideally, never.
Rare to never.
The less, the better. Zero is the best, and hopefully no more often than once a month.
If you are stranded on a deserted island, or if we get bombed with anthrax and that's the only food available, that's the only time you should eat fast food.
We called 100 nutritionists all over America, and the results were not on track with the vast majority McDonald's talked about. Only 2 out of the 100 said you should eat fast food 2 times a week or more. 28 said once a week to once or twice a month, and 45 said you should never eat it. 95 of them agreed that it is a major contributor to the obesity epidemic sweeping America.
Okay.
Hi, Morgan. How are you? Chris Bennett from Health. Unfortunately, I have to tell you that Health is going to have to close its doors effective immediately. I'm sorry to have to tell you that over the phone. We're all sort of surprised, but we will proceed as before, just not at the Integrated Health Center. Okay, Morgan. Thanks, and I will talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Apparently, we don't put much value on health in America anymore. In fact, each year we spend over $30 billion on diet products and weight loss programs, 2.5 times what we spend on fitness and health. There are pills, drinks, bars. You can lose weight while you sleep, while you watch TV, and while eating everything you want, always pushing the newest way to stay thin without exercise. Some people, however, feel that they have tried everything and see only one remaining option as their last hope for health.
I'm diabetic. 80% of people don't have to take insulin or anymore after this. Plus, some have hypertension. Hopefully, correct that. Use my high blood pressure. Yeah.
This is Bruce Howlett. In a few minutes, his stomach will be surgically reduced to the size of a small apple in a gastric bypass operation.
People with hypertension or obese, about 75% of them will get rid of their hypertensive medications.
Doctors Adam Naiman and Carl Geisler will be performing the operation. Together, they have done more than 500 gastric bypass surgeries, and with their tandem technique, they're setting the industry standard, completing the procedure in less than 30 minutes and sending patients home the following day.
We have established now that the only procedure that really cures diabetes is obesity surgery.
Went blind for a week.
Just went, it was one day out of the blue, went blind.
I went to work, got to work, drove to work that night, got to work there, couldn't read the charts, and I had to call my supervisor to tell him I couldn't work because I couldn't see what I was doing, and I had to call my wife, had her get a ride to work and take me home. And then once I stopped drinking from diet soda, I was just looking at my sugar back normal. I was fortunate enough my eyesight came back and didn't do that much damage to it.
I think it's human nature to seek a drastic solution only when you're faced with a drastic problem.
Because this is a half gallon. That means you were drinking probably about 2 gallons of soda a day.
It wasn't unusual for a 2-week time. We'd buy like 52 liters of soda water.
52 liters every 2 weeks.
And then probably they've had to pick him up a couple extra. He drinks more than I do.
Yeah.
I'll go through about one of those a day.
Some days I go through 3 or 4 2 liters.
A lot of us don't realize the social stigma that these people face on a daily basis.
1, 2, 3.
felt like I was having heart palpitations. Came up and just try to get my breath back. I want to finish, but don't think more about that later. Your EKG is normal. Deep breath. And listen, I don't have a ready explanation for your chest pain. Would you at least consider taking aspirin once a day now that you're on this ridiculous diet?
Maybe. I'll think about it.
Why would you even think about it? Why would you just do it? It's really, you saw these numbers, right? These numbers are absolutely outrageous. Okay, for the first time, we're seeing uric acid elevated. So you're giving yourself hyperuricemia, and the danger of hyperuricemia is gout, kidney stones. The results for your liver are obscene beyond anything I would have thought. Yeah, truly. That movie, Death in Las Vegas, Nicolas Cage. I mean, that pickled his liver during the course of a few weeks in Las Vegas, right? I would never thought that you could do the same thing with a high-fat diet. Yeah. My advice to you as a physician is that you've got to stop pickling your liver. Okay, and you're kicking it while it's down now. Now it's down, and you're kicking it further. If you're an alcoholic, I'd say you're saying you're going to die. Keep drinking, you'll die. The pain starts to radiate to your jaw, down your arm. That's life-threatening, and immediately so. So I need to hear about that. We need to call 911. All right?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, sweetheart. How are you? I'm worried about you.
Yeah.
I had no idea this was going to be such a dangerous experiment.
Yeah. I don't think anybody did. The doctor didn't even think it was going to be this drastic. He's floored by it.
Yeah.
And he doesn't know what will happen. He says he said that if I am feeling bad or feeling anything to page him, he'll immediately wherever I am.
Sweetheart.
Yeah.
I love you so much, and I don't want you to be hurt.
Yeah, me either.
So I'll say, if you start to get nauseous, you start vomiting, your eyes turn yellow, you have got to go to the emergency room, no matter where you are.
Okay.
If you're, again, if you're not keeping food down or anything, you're feeling sick to your stomach, it looks like your liver function has to get worse.
My suggestion would be to stop the diet. Okay. And go back to eating a lower fat diet. Recheck the blood test in a couple of weeks.
Nobody needs to be partisan about this issue. We need fixes, we need remedies, we need support.
How much influence on government legislators does the food industry have?
Well, the food industry is an enormous business in the United States. Therefore, it employs very expensive and well-paid lobbyists. And those lobbyists are in Washington for two purposes. Number one, to make sure that no government agency ever says, eat less of the company's products. Number two, that the government never passes legislation that is unfavorable. And I guess the third one is to encourage the government to pass favorable legislation.
The GMA is one of those lobbies.
You're going to see us do what we do best, and that is market appropriately, finance education programs, as we're doing in great abundance, getting good information out to parents so we can solve problems. That's what we do. We think that is a responsible, important role to play. We're not police, we're not regulators. We provide a safe, affordable abundance of food like the world has never seen.
The food industry and the broadcasters are extremely powerful lobbies, and they outgun us.
The industry has stepped up to the plate. We're going to do more. We want to do more. We recognize
We have a role to play. We're part of the solution. We're part of the problem. And we are also a part of the solution.
Did everyone hear what he just said? We're part of the problem. The lobbyists for Coke, Heinz, Smuckers, Kellogg's, Nestle, Kraft, Hershey, Sara Lee, Cadbury, General Mills, Seagram, Welch's, Wise, Anheuser-Busch, Birdseye, Lance, Campbell's, Carvel, Mars, Ocean Spray, Hormel, Dannon, and Pepsi said we're part of the problem. I think we're making some headway.
Yeah, good meeting, Eli.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to somebody about scheduling an interview with Jim Cantalupo.
I can take the information, have somebody get back to you. Good morning, Eli.
Good morning. I wanted to speak to someone about scheduling an interview.
I can take the information, have somebody get back to you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
One more time.
What you do? I said it. What were you doing? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
It's a republic.
Oh, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, justice for all.
Liberty for all. Liberty.
I'm so sorry.
What's the Big Mac slogan? You know, 2 all beef patties.
Special lettuce cheese because I need that as sexy.
You know that.
McDonald's, we're glad you're here.
I hope you got fat. I hope you got fat. 'Cause if you got, you need fat. Just see me come back. I hope you got fat. Hey, I don't care.
Could I get a large vanilla shake, please?
I'm sorry, so we don't have any shake right now.
No shakes.
No.
When will you have shakes, you think? Guess that's never.
At the end of this month, I'll have eaten as much McDonald's as most nutritionists say you're supposed to eat in 8 years.
Eli, this is Sheila.
Yes, Sheila, it's Morgan Spurlock calling. I'm trying to reach Lisa Howard.
Okay, Morgan. I will let her know. Hi, this is Lisa Howard. I'm not able to take your call right now. If you leave me a message, I'll get back to you soon.
Lisa, it's Morgan Spurlock calling. I just wanted to follow up on the email that I sent to you close to the end of the day, and I didn't know when she was going to be taking off.
Sure, I'll put another message on her desk. Lisa Howard.
Hi, Lisa, it's Morgan Spurlock calling.
Hi, Morgan. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Okay.
Good. So you got my email?
Yes, I got your email.
Okay.
Circulating it around.
Okay.
Don't have an answer for you.
Any idea when you think you might?
Probably in the next day or two.
Oh, man. Walking up the stairs is starting to get really difficult. By the time I get to the top, it's really pathetic. Oh, man.
I've got Morgan's detox diet all ready to go. The biggest thing is taking the crap out, putting good stuff in. Really focusing on nutrient-dense food, organic, seasonal, fresh food. Making sure that I'm getting as many cleansing vegetables into his diet as possible.
Yummy, 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 I got love in my tummy and I feel like I'm loving you. Love you such a sweet thing, there's nothing you can think of, just what I'm gonna do. To kiss your fingers, love, I love it so. We're sharing a portion, yeah, we're splitting.
I love you dearly, but you are tormenting, man. You're sick. I can't believe that tomorrow I'm going to get up and not have to go eat McDonald's. Unbelievable. It just keeps getting bigger.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy.
210
I'm going to say 210. Right on the money. We went from 185.5 to 194. A week later to 203. Then down to 202. And now 8 pounds during the last week for 210. I think we know the damage that can be done.
Lisa Howard, it's Morgan Spurlock calling.
I don't know how many times we've called her now, but this has got to be the 15th time.
Lisa Howard, Morgan Spurlock calling from New York. Please call me if you get this message. We'd still like to schedule an interview with someone from McDonald's. Please call me when you get this. Let's talk about what's possible.
You're not talking to anybody, and you'll like it that way.
After 6 months of deliberation, Judge Robert Sweet dismissed the lawsuit against McDonald's. The big reason? The 2 girls failed to show that eating McDonald's food was what caused their injuries. Interesting. In only 30 days of eating nothing but McDonald's, I gained 24.5 pounds. My liver turned to fat, and my cholesterol shot up 65 points. My body fat percentage went from 11 to 18%, still below the national average of 22% for men and 30% for women. I nearly doubled my risk of coronary heart disease, making myself twice as likely to have heart failure. I felt depressed and exhausted most of the time, my mood swung on a dime, and my sex life was non-existent. I craved this food more and more when I ate it, and got massive headaches when I didn't. In my final blood test, many of my body functions showed signs of improvement, but the doctors were less than optimistic.
I'm very, very much doubt that these numbers will return to normal. Although it did drop, it was a small drop.
I did definitely. I know that you could probably develop coronary heart disease.
Inflammation and hardening of the liver.
Should people eat fast food?
No, you know, this answer is no. It certainly needs to be very restricted and balanced with overall a healthy diet and overall a lot of exercise. And there's no reason whatsoever why fast food has to be so disgusting. Fast food can be nutritious.
It's a cheap form of food, and it does keep you full for a while, so you get your money's worth. But unfortunately, you cause some major harm to your heart, your liver, your blood.
I wouldn't suggest you continue the diet for a year to check this out. I don't think it's appropriate or healthy, especially with what you're up to
For a year. Right. So shouldn't eat this food for a year?
No, I don't think so.
You know, we see people who like go on an alcohol binge and their numbers go up like crazy. But to go on, you know, a Mac attack, and they've got numbers to show that it attacks your liver too. I wouldn't have even thought about this, but it makes sense. Now that we have the data, it definitely makes sense.
Still, the impact of this initial lawsuit is being seen far and wide. School districts in New York, Texas, and San Francisco have banned sugary soft drinks in schools, and all natural healthy options are popping up everywhere. McDonald's joined right in, sponsoring events that showed how health conscious they've become, and creating a new line of premium salads. At the same time, however, they also masterminded one of their fattest sandwiches to date, the McGriddle, a pancake-wrapped creation that won my heart in Texas, but can pack as much fat as a Big Mac and have more sugar than a pack of McDonald's Lane cookies. In fact, their new premium ranch chicken salad with dressing delivers more calories than a Big Mac and 51 grams of fat, 79% of your daily fat intake. Over the course of my McDiet, I consumed 30 pounds of sugar from their food. That's a pound a day. On top of that, I also took in 12 pounds of fat. Now I know what you're saying. You're saying nobody's supposed to eat this food 3 times a day. No wonder all this stuff happened to you. But the scary part is, there are people who eat this food regularly. Some people even eat it every day. So while my experiment may have been a little extreme, it's not that crazy. But here is a crazy idea. Why not do away with your supersize options? Who needs 42 ounces of Coke, a half pound of fries? And why not give me a choice besides French fries or French fries? That would be a great start. But why should these companies want to change? Their loyalty isn't to you, it's to the stockholders. The bottom line, they're a business, no matter what they say. And by selling you unhealthy food, they make millions. And no company wants to stop doing that. If this ever-growing paradigm is going to shift, it's up to you. But if you decide to keep living this way, go ahead. Over time, you may find yourself getting as sick as I did. And you may wind up here. Or here. I guess the big question is, who do you want to see go first? You or them?
Right now you have the urge to eat something. But it's true, if you still want to eat, then you're probably really hungry. Think about what I'm saying.
FAT, that is me, but I didn't used to be. I was hot, I was hungry, I was loose, I was free. Then I waited in the line for some burgers and some fries. Supersized, that'd be nice. Take a bite and close your eyes. Round two, what do? I could barely walk around. Jenny Craig, Richard Simmons, but I still love to pound. Hamburgers, Coca-Cola, getting gas from too much soda. Double, chunky. Hope this meal is never over. The world is round, and so am I. Big boys, big girls with real big thighs. Supersize the American way. Throw it down all day, every day. Supersize the American way. Get it fat, get it broke, either way you're gonna pay. Supersize me. Supersize me. Supersize me. Supersize me. Now I can't get out of bed, so I have to order in. I'm a triple fatty, and I have a triple chin. Who's to blame? Call the lawyer, try to settle out of court. Get some cash, spend it fast, cause I'm staring at my port. Cause it's sad and it's lonely. Ham and cheese with bologna, large pie, stuffed crust, a doggy bag is for a phony. I have lost the motivation to inhibit the sensation. Bottle up the frustration. Birthday cake, I stick my face in. Turkey club with double bacon. It's got healthy connotations. Fast food is overtaken and it's supersized the nation. Supersize the American way. Throw it down all day, every day. Supersize the American way. Get it fat, get it broke, either way you're gonna pay. Supersize me. Supersize me. Supersize me.
Are you a West Side of that gangster? Look at this road.
If I can keep
I've
up
never
this
seen.
progress, I'll have 25 pounds. 25 pounds. That's a lot of weight.
Okay, well, we're not doing all that. Okay, we do a lot. We'll do a lot. But I don't. Why? Why not?
Kentucky fried just right. Chicken nugget dipping twice. Biggie fries, enchilada, Philly cheese. Drive-through diet, back on weight. Cardiac, heart attack, back on track. Feel so fat, slim fast, slim slow. Touching toes, finger licking, hit the border. Pull right up and place your order. It's your way, right away. You deserve a break today. Supersize the American way. Throw it down all day, every day. Supersize the American way. Get it fat, get it broke, either way you're gonna pay. Supersize me. Supersize me.
Put something in your mouth.
I'm gonna bet this West Side gangster is just a pig.
Supersize me.
What do you mean 50 cents for extra cheese?
Supersize me.
I come here all the time. Look a brother up.
Supersize me.
Ooh, I'm a babe.
Supersize me.
All you can eat all day.
Supersize me.
Is that the biggest size you got?
Supersize me.
I said I wanted supersize.
Supersize me.
Can I
The
get
biggest gangster ever?
Supersize me.
Of all
for $1?
time.
I'll take it.
Supersize me.
All I need is 3
Biggest
more.
gangster.
Supersize me.
And another set of hands.
Supersize me.
That's a pretty good idea.
Wait, the sign. The sign said free refills.
Ain't never been such a pimp like a pimp.
Right, we got one patient ready to come up. Step their way to this patient.
So, like, how would I even begin to decide which kind to choose?
Like, it depends on your level of tolerance. If you're a first-time patient, you've never tried it before, you might want to go with something a little bit lighter. It'll give you more like body high. Just go with something that can give you the feel how it's going to be. Like the purples are more of a like if you have problems sleeping and back pains at night, you're real uncomfortable. The purples will put you to sleep. The real strong and more potent ones. That the kush too. So the $45 mix, those are the ones that you know you're gonna get feeling good.
I feel hard just thinking about it.
Maybe Scarlet Duke is part of the West Side.
I'm going to bring out your next comic now.
Pacheco.
Very funny. He's been on VH1. You've seen him on a lot of days. Give it up for Mr. Doug Benson.
I saw that movie, Supersize Me, when I was high. It's that is fucked up, you know, because the premise of that movie is that it's bad to eat a lot of McDonald's, and I'm sitting there all high, like thinking, well, I could go for a hot apple or a Frenchie at this point. Hook me up, man. And he's just gorging it all on himself, and then throwing up, and it's disgusting, that movie. If that's a movie, if eating McDonald's for 30 days is a movie, and people are willing to pay to see it, I've got a movie. I'm going to smoke pot every day for 30 days. Try to remember to film it. And my movie's going to be called Super High Me. Or Business as Usual. I haven't decided yet on the title. So that started out as a joke in my act, and then a filmmaker, I'm using the term loosely, saw me say that, and we had a discussion, and we're really fucking doing it.
Doug Benson, stand-up comedian, noted pot smoker. In fact, High Times magazine recently named Doug the #2 pot comic in the country. But that doesn't put Doug Benson above the law. So how can this be possible? In 1996, the citizens of California passed Proposition 215, which allows patients to use cannabis for medical purposes if they get a recommendation from their doctor. Common uses for medical cannabis include chronic pain, HIV/AIDS, depression, nausea, or a medical condition your doctor thinks is appropriate. Keep in mind, the effects of marijuana vary with every user. This is the story of just one patient. And despite years of marijuana use, even the #2 pot comic in the country has no idea what's going to happen when he gets super high.
I'm not getting high every day for 30 days yet, because there's a catch. I have to not get high for 30 days before getting high for 30 days to show how awful it is when I can't get high at all, to contrast with how awesome the next 30 days are going to be. So I have to not smoke for 30 days, and that's going to start at the beginning of August. Yeah. Yo. I should be asleep, but I'm awake still. Roll with the beat, this, that, damn deal. Couldn't help stay up and got down some stuff.
So how do you feel first day?
So far, so good.
Boy, that hat made me want to smoke pot. Everything reminds me of pot. Now that I can't have it. Traffic lights. When they're green. I may be hospitalized, I think.
Really?
I think so.
Are you saying that to be funny, or you really believe that?
I really believe that.
Why do you believe you'll be hospitalized?
It's going to be nasty. Smoking all day, every day for 30 days? I've never smoked like that. I smoke a lot of pot, but I've never like day and night for every day for 30 days. So I'm a little scared. But how awesome would it be if it fucking killed me? That Spurlock movie would be the best movie ever made if he just died at one point during it. Fucking Grizzly Man style.
Supposedly, your depression is going to kick in today. It's going to kick in. So they said take this test.
Right, but the only answer I can give is rarely.
Well, no, you would examine
because it's only
we're going to do it. Right, that's okay. But you're also it's how you felt over the past week, even though you were smoking. Right? Now we're going to go and we're going to take the same test in another week, and that'll be when you're not smoking.
I just don't. I'm not on board with this one. Because I spent the last week some days smoking, some days not, and I barely remember what happened. So this is day 2, and I'm doing great. So far, it's fucking not a problem. I can totally not smoke pot for 2 days. I'm just writing rarely on every one of these.
That's taking it real seriously.
Well, I can't even begin. I spent the weekend getting fucking crazy high all weekend. I can't remember.
Well, did you feel fearful at all during the last 7 days?
I don't remember. Maybe, like if I saw a cop coming or something, or I don't know.
Did you have any crying spells?
No.
Okay. Did you feel hopeful about the future?
I might have. And I mean, these are mostly feelings that I don't have ever. Over the course of the 2 30-day periods, we're going to do lots of tests, like IQ tests and lung capacity and just a bunch of tests. And one of them is going to be, they're going to check my sperm count. And by they, I'm hoping it's a doctor. And this is not a guy with a lot of plastic cups that he's not using. And they're going to check my sperm count. And so my first sperm check is coming up in 3 days on Thursday. And the thing about getting your sperm checked is you can't masturbate or ejaculate into a lady or whatever your thing is for 3 days. 3 days it started today that I can't. So I'm like so much more upset that I can't masturbate for 3 days than I can smoke pot for 30. Because I'm not looking at pot on the internet every day.
It was just almost as funny as when you're high. Honestly, I could tell if they could. Untrained eye couldn't tell, but I could tell. It was still good, though. It was still very good.
I'm glad you still liked it.
The prohibition against marijuana began in 1937. Since then, in order to obtain your medicine, you had to visit a guy. But with the passing of Proposition 215, California citizens are allowed to open up retail shops known as dispensaries to legally sell cannabis to qualified patients. To repeat that for the stoners showing up late, in California, you can legally buy pot in a store, like you're buying beer or cookies.
Right now, it's just a free-for-all.
It's Wild West.
Wild West. And I'm Jesse James, I guess.
It's really stressful. Me being in this for about a year now. Man, when I started, it was like 4 of us. First time patient, come on in. Yeah, come on in. Hey, how's it going, Chief? Can I get your ID? Yes, sir. What are you looking for? Indica sativa? Hybrid? Okay, indica dominant? I mean, what you got? Pain type of thing, or you just want the head to be up?
These are 2 jokes that I've written since I stopped getting high 3 days ago. Just to show you where I'm at and how important marijuana is to what I do. Why isn't there a mildew removal product called Don't? See, that's not too bad.
That's pretty good.
I haven't lost it. And here's the other one. The new slogan for Old Navy. Have you seen the new commercials? It's no longer like old TV stars being stupid. Now it's like trying to be matrixy. And the slogan is "Get your fash on." Get your fash on. Get your fash on. Which was probably, I was thinking, was probably a rejected slogan for fascism. When they were sitting around coming up with slogans for fascism to try to get it off the ground. They were probably like, somebody's like, how about get your fash on? Get out of here. That's stupid. We've decided to go with fascism. Watch what happens.
There's a lot of people who smoke a lot of pot have had quite a lot of success. But I don't think one precludes the other. Just a different path, as they say.
What's your opinion about medical marijuana? I'm just curious.
What's my opinion about medical marijuana? Well, there is no such thing as medical marijuana. In the 70s, the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws failed in their attempts to legalize marijuana for recreational purposes, much to my chagrin in college, because I did smoke, I did inhale, and I ate brownies. So then what they did was very intelligently, they rewrapped their argument. They repackaged it as a medical argument. Because cannabinoids, like THC and other stuff, they do have some value medically, but not at all what the activists are saying they have. Right. When I wear my hat as a private citizen, I think our war on drugs has completely failed, that marijuana should be legal for recreational purposes, and that's my private citizen hat. But when you come to me and I'm wearing my little tie-in stethoscope and playing doctor here, do I ever ask a patient to inhale the crude combustion products of a dried plant that I have no idea what else is in it, and I also don't know what strength you're getting? Is it good shit? Is it bad shit? Is it, is it stuff that you grow on your own, you got from Mexico, or did you get BC bud from Colombia? What's in it?
Okay, go ahead. Whoa. Keep going, even though you think there's nothing there. Okay, that's fine. Relax.
I need you to turn your head toward either wall, doesn't matter which. Give me a nice hard coffee.
What's the turn the head to the side part about?
So you don't want my hand?
Yeah, exactly.
And grab your balls, and I want you to cough in my face.
So, to cut to the chase, you have not got your second.
Keep going, even though you think there's nothing there.
What's the turn the head to the side part about?
So you don't want my hand?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna grab your balls and I'll let you off my face.
So, to cut to the chase, you have not, after 17 years of doing this, you haven't done any permanent damage that I can tell.
Good morning. Hi. We have your date. How's your test?
Cheers.
Hey. All right. Well, thank you.
Yes.
Well, so you're doing this film, and you stopped using both alcohol and pot. I was wondering, as you look back on it, what do you like about pot? What does it do for you when you smoke?
It just, the simplest explanation I can give is it just makes everything more fun. It just makes my brain work differently. Yeah, it seems like it strangely gives me a longer attention span. So it's been 6 days and I'm doing okay. It's not. I don't think it's as addictive as some people think. Like I only think about smoking pot constantly. It's the only time I think about it. I'm starting to learn to, making this movie is forcing me to learn to actually be interested in people and ask a question after they answer the first question.
Well, isn't it mostly
follow-up?
Asking you questions?
Well, no, we go around. We've been spending a lot of time, in dispensaries and, with people that are advocates for pot, and of which I normally am not that interested in. I just want to smoke it.
Right.
So, welcome to the Benson Interruption, everybody.
But I also have not had a drink in over a month, and that is fucking. You don't have to tell me. It's the worst.
Somebody in the audience, when you said that you stopped drinking, actually said, he loves to drink. She was really concerned that you were going to
See, it's true. And I want you to understand that is a fucking sacrifice. That is what I'm giving up. Because the smoking, it's not a sacrifice. Because I've never said, oh, I used to have so many awesome times with my friends smoking.
Remember that party where we had cigarettes?
Hey, remember that time?
Oh, we had too many cigarettes that night.
Boy, I
I
smoked
can't
so
remember
much.
what happened. I smoked so many cigarettes.
Boy, we had such a great time. Yeah, I'm just gonna wine with some friends. We're gonna get a couple packs of cigarettes and probably just go out on a porch.
So we're driving out to the valley to find out about, apparently in North Hollywood, there's a rogue cop who shows up at dispensaries and shuts them down.
I think what's happening right now up in North Hollywood is that we have a local police officer who is confused and perhaps hostile to medical cannabis, and he has sort of set it about as his mission to close the dispensaries. And that's unfortunate because what we're seeing now is sort of a breakdown in due process.
I'm just curious about what a rogue cop is. Is it just one guy who just puts his uniform on at home and looks in the mirror and says, be careful out there, and goes around shutting things down? Do you think a rogue cop's going to show up while we're in there?
No. This is Don Duncan.
Hey, how you doing?
Doug Benson. He's the hero
Nice to
of our
meet you.
movie.
Oh, great.
So to speak.
It looks like this Mr. Smith is just went renegade, man. A real thing. This is a real business license. This is what we do. And of course, the first 2 months, they thought that, okay, black dude's about to come here and open up a dope shop. That I could feel it, okay? But when it didn't turn out to be that, actually, this guy's an ex-scientist and he master's degree, blah, blah, blah. And he's not turning into this. And actually, it's pretty damn good because we got a free security guard that patrols the whole parking lot. Then I was cool. Then 6 months passed, everything's cool. People think that medicinal cannabis, when you use that word, you're just talking about straight marijuana. Half of the patients that come through here can't smoke because they are because they're in here for some smoke-related type of, deal. So I have all types of pills, and this is lip balm, man. This is chapstick, and it does the job. It works. I have an older gentleman who swears by this topical spray. You put it in, boom, you spray it on, and it actually works. There's a lot of different ways of getting THC into your system, and it's not all about smoking.
Driving to Sacramento, dog refuses to sit in the passenger seat. Sits behind me, so I'll be verified in his little fucking super stone me.
It's called Miss Daisy style.
He goes, I say, just don't fire up in my car. You know, if you want to, we'll pull over, we'll fucking, and we drive up to Sacramento, and but stoners are all like 4-year-olds. I see him back there, and he starts firing it up. And I'm like, I can see you through the rearview mirror. But stoners are, like I said, 4-year-olds. So he's like, no one can see me. Fucking idiot. And I'm like, I smell fire and smoke and marijuana and everything. And he's like, I'll blow it out the window. So he rolls down the window and blows it out. Now, bear in mind, we're on the 5 going 80. So he blows it out. And it all comes fucking pouring back in. I'm like, you goddamn dumb stoner. And I'm like, sorry, it was almost 420 or whatever it's fucking.
My mom called me today and left me a message saying she lost or broke her glasses, so she needs new glasses. So that's the main reason why I want to go to the post office today, because I feel bad that she's sitting around without glasses until she gets a check from me. Yeah, I pay for pretty much everything.
See, that's the thing. I'm very torn. I said I wasn't going to do your documentary, but here I am. I'm very torn about pot. So I wish that I could smoke pot like twice a year. I'm serious.
Why can't you do it twice a year? Why do you say you wish you could?
I got 2 kids. I don't have access to it. Every time I think about buying some, I'm like, how? What?
The last time you did my show at UCB, you started talking about how ridiculous it is for a grown man to still be smoking pot and still be. You were like, come on, it's time to grow up, and that's what you do. Yeah, see, you still feel that way.
What do you want?
And it was funny.
It's sad. I don't think you actually smoke pot.
I'm
you smoke oregano. No.
Look at me. I'm on day 10 of not smoking, and I'm fine.
You feel great?
Well, no, I don't feel great. I still like to do it. But
really? Would you?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna.
Well, you're gonna do it.
I have to.
And you're gonna do it every day.
I'm gonna do it a lot. Then I might not like it anymore after that.
No, I think you won't like it after a few days.
People say pot smokers are lazy. I disagree. I'm a multitasking pot smoker. Yeah, just the other day I was walking down the street. That's one. Stoned 2 things at once. Mother effers. All right, I'll take that second one back. I was walking down the street. I was putting eye drops in my eyes. I was talking on my cell phone, and I was getting hit by a car. Making shit happen on Santa Monica Boulevard. It's so fucking weird when people are just standing right in front of you while you're doing comedy and just standing there like this. Yeah, I heard you. Good one. Never had people just standing there. What's next? Any pot smokers here tonight? Any pot smokers in the house? Yeah, always in the shitty seats. Because they got here late. First of all, dude, congratulations on getting out of the house or hotel room. You did it, man. Congratulations, bravo. Because I know what it's like. You're sitting in your room, you're like, let's go to the comedy show. Fuck it, we got a TV right here. I was in a show called the Marijuana Logs. And for those of you who don't know what that is, it's like the vagina monologues, but with pot instead of vaginas. Sometimes people are offended. They come up to me and they're like, are you making fun of vaginas? Do you have a problem with vaginas? I'm like, no, I have a problem with your weird voice, but we love vaginas at the Marijuana Logs. We want vaginas in the seats, especially vaginas that smoke marijuana, which I saw once in Indonesia. Cost me $6 and a chicken. And a lifetime of regret, because I can't get that image out of my head. Plus, she wouldn't pass the shit. That is rude. That is rude to bogart a joint with your vagina. Don't do it, fellas. It's like my two favorite things keeping me from enjoying my two favorite things. Because you can't have sex with a vagina that has fire in it. You can't smoke that joint through her asshole. Oh, did you see the sign outside? It says adult material will be covered. My name is Doug Benson, and I'm about to get super high. Wow, I think I found the perfect place to fart. I think pot's illegal there, over there, but it's legal over there, that way. I think. Or it might be the other way around. Yeah, pot is legal over that way and illegal that way. I'm pretty sure. I went on the, what do you call it today? The parasailing over the Lake Tahoe. That was sweet. If you guys get a chance to do it, go for it. I don't really have any jokes about it yet. As soon as I brought it up, I was like, why the fuck are you talking about this? You have nothing funny to say about it other than promoting the activity. Because it was really good. But I was up there like 1,200 feet going, man, I should have fucking smoked a bowl before doing this, because smoking pot makes everything more fun.
So, are you ready? We've got 25 minutes. Begin. You think you're funnier when you're sober?
I swear nothing's changed.
Really?
Other than I'm having a little less fun.
Doug makes us smoke so much pot that he buys his rolling paper at Costco.
Looks brighter and shinier. I think. Glowy. Yeah, you're glowy.
Well, that's because of the baby.
It's either sober or bright.
That's because I'm pregnant. Every day it's a joy. Now that my baby's coming. I recently saw a dog in the cage, and hang on, there's more. And the cage had a sign on it that said, I bite. And I was like, that is good to know, doggy. But that's not the most important thing about you. You should make a sign that says, I make signs.
I'm going to test your memory, and I want you to say these words back to me after I say all three. It's 3 words.
Okay.
Boat, cucumber,
wire?
Just say it back to me.
I like to put a question mark at the end.
There, yeah, you can always put a question mark at the end of anything you like. Now, I'm going to show you certain things. I want you to actually name them. What do you call this thing?
Fancy.
Nah,
watch.
What do you call this thing?
Pen.
There.
I can't wait to take this when I'm high.
Now, remember those 3 words I asked you before, or told you before? I'd like you to tell me.
See, I knew it.
Tell me back. It was only 3 words.
I know. Boat and cucumber.
There. The 3rd word.
I know. Boat, cucumber. I don't know the 3rd one.
That's 2 out of 3. It was wire.
Wire.
Okay.
No wonder. Repeat this after me, Graham. Boat, cucumber, wire.
Boat, cucumber, wire.
All right. You're good too.
I'm good? Yeah. I'm not a stoner.
Your lungs got better.
How much better?
3% in 23 days.
So I'm at 93%? You're 92?
So, which is actually, that's not insubstantial. I mean, I can't tell you if it's statistically significant, but it's not. See that memory test? I knew I was 89% from 3 weeks ago. So what 3 words did he tell you?
Told me wire, bacon, and some other one.
You did worse than I did. And he doesn't smoke pot ever.
Jim.
Well, hey, Jim. I was hoping that was you, but I'm not psychic.
Well, we'll find out.
We'll find out how psychic I am.
I have the exact same deck over there. We're going to flip a card up, and you're going to guess which one of the cards we're flipping up. And to my knowledge, there has never been a test done before which compares psychic ability before and after the influence of marijuana.
It's groundbreaking, yeah.
It's groundbreaking research. First card, everybody see the first card, and Doug, what is your guess?
Triangle.
First guess is triangle. What's your guess?
It's actually
the guess. So that's it. We only got one. Is that right? The whole thing. One hit out of 25. Wow. That's
you're negative psychic.
You're spectacularly not psychic.
Exactly, unpsychic.
Yeah.
What allegedly has happened is that a DEA agent tried to get in without his proper credentials, and the security guard did what he's paid to do, which is to say, no, I don't think so, get out of here. It was led by John Smith again. The same guy who's been told to stop doing this, the city council reconvenes and we put together an ordinance. He feels he's Rambo again. And next thing you know, NBC showed up, KTLA showed up. The DEA is still inside. There you go. There you go. Yeah. The great John Smith. Yeah. Boom. This is California, baby. We voted this in. You're not welcome. And we ain't going anywhere. Go away. Hey, there you go. Yeah. Go away. That's right. Yeah, there. Yo, it's fine. Yeah, you just innovation. You just innovation. Hey. You didn't expect this. We have no department employees involved in this. Are they really DEA? They're real DEA officers, agents, yes. John Smith's not up there? We have no department employees involved in this incident.
So John Smith's not in it?
No. And he's not up there either? Are you saying John Smith isn't up there? I know John Smith, Officer Smith. He's not there.
Doesn't the police or any law enforcement official that wants to invade our space have to have a warrant to do so? You won't comment on whether or not they have a warrant.
I'm not going to comment.
They don't have a warrant.
Okay. This has been going on at the 9th hour. Word is that the DEA locksmiths that were here that we ran away are going to probably be coming back. The issues that they're having is they need to get into the safe, apparently. That's upstairs. And we also have word that, yeah, they do have a search warrant, but guess what? There's no signature on it.
Who signed the warrant? What judge signed the warrant?
You have the right to know. This is why we waited all night, because we knew this was going to happen. But that's okay. We have it on film. Go bust the meth lab, you pussies. Go up the street near your job, man.
Their job is not in the state of California. Their job is to get the hell out of the state of California.
Yep.
So isn't marijuana legal in California? Well, it is. but the law is not recognized by the federal government. To explain, the 10th Amendment to the Bill of Rights says that states have the right to govern themselves with regard to powers not granted or prohibited by the Constitution. In the last century, many issues have challenged this amendment, including abortion, gay marriage, and gambling. As of today, federal anti-drug laws are in direct conflict with laws in California and several other states that allow patients legal access to medical marijuana.
Bye, Space Needle. So, can I interest you in some assorted nuts?
Well, the whole idea was that I would help facilitate the growth of so much marijuana that the DEA and all the agencies of the United States would never be able to destroy it at the rate I would help create it. And that ultimately I, one man, would neutralize the work of the entire DEA with their multi-billion-dollar budget.
You know, he calls himself the Prince of Pot, but he may become the Prince of Federal Prison.
I just was watching 60 Minutes, and there was like a whole story about Mark Emery. Yeah, and how they want to, you know, extradite him and all that. The guy, I would love to interview that guy.
See, because I have this idea that none of this is any good unless you have to face temptation. I'm just saying there's no virtue without temptation. So I just make sure really fine beefy bud. Well, I say even that's giving into a little bit of it right there, eh? So I'm corrupting you just by being in the proximity. Just to let you know, I've seen more grow rooms than anybody else alive in Canada, I think 400 or so, and been arrested 22 times, jailed 17 times, raided 6 times, all for pot, nothing unsavory. You know, I, if anything, have a good reason never to have to use drugs, and typically I only experiment with the psychedelics once every 6 months or a year and smoke pot, right? And I don't believe I have any drug dependencies, and having treated drug addicts, I can see what. By the way, do you know what? Of the 65 people I treated, 60 of them did not have their biological father in their life for all or part of their childhood. And that, I found, was the most key fundamental component of every single drug addict almost, is that their biological father was not there for a lot of their prepubescent life. I found that pot made me more patient, made me a more creative lover and a creative writer. But if you smoke pot, you get more expansive. Explanations get longer. We paid for the Supreme Court challenge in Canada. They got the Supreme Court to try and make pot legal. We lost 6-3, right? Everybody wants to fuck. As soon as you discover it, let me drink your thing. Don't worry, my cold sores aren't contagious. The thing about pot, I remember, for example, when I shot a puck through a window, I found that it was a lot easier to raise kids after a joint. A lot of people live in inner cities. You know, we should enrich our community with more money, more weed, more everything, right? Are you in the performance industry? Are you out of Los Angeles?
I'm a stand-up comedian. Holy crap, I feel like I went through some sort of marijuana gauntlet.
I noticed that smoking. How did they not be around?
The UCB guys have it. Go find him.
I'm not talking to that cult.
Walsh and Besser and
I'll call Walsh.
And Hubel. Hubel's probably got some. And this dude that Bushes has got some. He's totally smoking. Or he's making a selfie. I'm a friend of Doug Benson's. I've never smoked pot in my life. Okay. They're great dude. Just never did it. Yeah. Never. I've been drunk once, 7th grade. But I've been taking antidepressants for 12 years. Okay. So I do have a lid on it. Oh, and I've killed 6 hookers. I'm not saying I'm a saint. We all have we all self-medicate.
Are you up to 6?
You know what else is a treat? Cookies made by Famous Amos. You guys had those Famous Amos cookies? Oh my God, they're delicious. So good. When I was a little kid, we couldn't afford those. That's right, we had to eat the knockoff brand. We had to eat cookies made by Heinous Anus. I'll tell you what, I didn't care. I didn't give a damn. Even though I was 5 years old, I ate them up. One after the other. Because everything tastes great when you're stoned. Let me ask you guys quick question. Are there any pot smokers here today? Any pot smokers at all?
In your last hours of how urgent, how I don't feel any urgency at all. So does that beg the question that maybe your whole existence is a mistake?
Yeah, it's a lie.
Shut up! Shut up, it's my toast. Anyway, Doug,
Yes. For many more years of sobriety. No, I'm just going to start smoking tomorrow.
Okay, well, that's cool.
We've got the volcano. We're ready for me to medicate. Start this thing. But I noticed it's 4 o'clock, and I thought we got to start at 4:20. I got to take my first hit at 4:20. But that's how I am. Like I'm excited about getting high, but I can wait until the cooler time to do it.
You said this thing was easy. So what you do is you input your herbs, whether that be lavender or rosewood, whatever you're using as an aromatic. Place it in the grinder. Grind your plant material. Oh my God. Yeah, so you grind your plant material.
Right.
Which you
So don't spill it. Jesus! Alex! Good Lord. There's my weed all over the floor now. Now I'm going to be smoking the dust. Look at that.
We're not going to put that in.
That's like an old roach on the ground.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you should go on my parties too. Yeah, knock more shit on the floor though.
Set to go.
Alright.
And don't,
I just really resort to smoking.
I'm telling you, I think this is so much better.
420. I know it's much better for me, but it's like a pain in the ass.
Just push in on it. That's a huge rip.
Right?
Let me love you like I never did. Let me love you now. Let me hold you like I never did before. And you won't be afraid when I call.
There's sensitive. The green. Good job.
I like it. I like all of it. Wait, I'm about to talk about something I don't like. You fucked me up. You made me you're like, these aren't the droids you're looking for. I'm like, I like it now. I like anti-pot ads. That doesn't make any sense at all. I hate them. I hate anti-pot ads because they come on late at night when I'm sitting at home trying to relax, smoke a joint, watch some televised entertainment. So the commercial comes on with a big heavy message like, just tell grandma that you couldn't pick her up because you got high. I'm watching that, I'm thinking, good idea. I've been lying to grandma for years about my pot smoking problem. Now I can finally tell her the truth. Call her up, Grandma, I can't pick you up. I've been using my new vaporizer.
Wow. This is from the health center. I don't know this. Do I
How
do
does he
this?
feel about it? No, just hit it like in the
I just
floor of
second.
a movie. Let's say.
Yeah. 3 minutes.
Exactly.
It's ready.
Drag it.
the carcinogens.
It's health nut. It's like vegan.
Yeah, it's like California's.
Oh, duh.
We're extracting.
Not your cat.
We're extracting. I don't have a cat.
You excited that this place is reopened?
Well, I think, it's only fair. My practice is focused on criminal defense. So it's unfortunate that you use the word criminal defense in the same sentence as, dealing with patients because it criminalizes. They had to, basically start from scratch again. Their computers were all taken away. All the patient records were taken away.
Oh, they had to get everything together.
Oh, everything had to start. The product was taken.
And how are they able to reopen? What had to happen for them to get to this point?
They're abiding by the laws here. I mean, there's a state law in place here. They're not committing any kind of crimes here.
Can I get a gram of the Platinum OG Kush? Maybe a Kush bar and a Maui Wowie. A chocolate peanut butter sandwich, a Kush bar, and a Maui Wowie. Cucumber wire.
Well, hello, Doug. Hello. So today is your first week of being back on pot. So how are you doing?
Great. It's kind of a little bit back to normal.
It seems like it's fairly important for you to communicate to me that marijuana doesn't change you very much. Like you really want me to hear that message.
Yeah, it probably sounds defensive too, a little bit. Like, I'm the same guy. Either way.
Would you mind if I smoked pot before our sessions? Really? I'm just asking how you would feel if I were to do it.
I guess it would depend on how it changes you. Who knows? You might seem more interested in me if you were high, which would make me like it more. I don't know.
I was wondering how much you felt I was interested in you.
I seem interested enough, but that's the thing about it is that's your job is to seem interested.
This is why I wouldn't ever pay a therapist because they fucking make you go crazy. He says to me, he goes, would you like it if I smoke pot sometime before our session? And then when you start that kind of conversation with a therapist, it just becomes him going, well, do you want me to think that you think that I want you to be high while I'm high during this? It gets very convoluted, and I was already fucking high, and I'm pretty sure that he wasn't.
But here's the thing. I find this place that's like right next to my home, and they're doing it on religion. They're distributing pot as a religious movement.
So you don't need to
You don't even need a license. You just go in and buy it. Okay, got to be serious. This is church. Start for church.
And in Revelation, it talks about a plant for the healing of all nations, which cannabis is. So we're selling weed for the Lord on Hollywood Boulevard. All right, welcome to Temple 420 services today. Everyone, Doug Benson was on last Comic Standing, and we invited him to come the other evening to our comedy. He wasn't sure because he doesn't fully believe in God, so he's here to come to the services and check out Temple 420, our 420 services.
Said it so matter of fact, and he doesn't believe in God. So everybody, there's going to be punch, and
there'll be punch. It's punch too, right? With the truth. If you've never been to our temple before, we'll just let you know we're a Judeo-Christian temple. You happen to be on Saturday, so we have the Old Testament Jewy thing going on. You come back tomorrow, you got the New Testament, all right? So feel free to come back any day. Services are always at 4:20.
I'd like to tell you a joke, so I don't think any of the material up here today has been aimed at you specifically. I think you'd really enjoy this joke. Why did the little strawberry cry? Because his mother was in a jam. Come on. And then they put weed in it and everybody got really high. So anyway, so this guy has services every Saturday and Sunday at 4:20. Right? And we went today and I brought like 3 or 4 friends, and then there were some children running around and a couple other dudes. And there was a whole service built around why, since the Lord is good and we love the Lord, weed.
That's real nice.
I already see a star is going to be the first one. I'm already feeling it.
Doug, what's your guess?
I'm going to guess star.
First guess is star. Second card, holding it up.
I'm going to guess square.
Square. Third guess, hold it up.
Triangle.
Fourth guess, hold it up.
Circle.
7 right this time. The first time you got 1 right, so you've done 7 times better. However, since you only got 7 out of 25, there's no evidence of psychic ability.
How about medical prostitution? Because that's something that I would be interested in, and I don't smoke pot, and I'll join your fight if you'll join mine.
I'll join your fight. That's an awesome fight. We're gonna fight prostitutes. I'm having trouble following this. I smoke a lot of pot, but
medical prostitution. Just for I realize prostitution is illegal.
Yeah.
But I need it for medical purposes.
I think marijuana is a much more victimless crime than prostitution, because unfortunately the women that do the prostituting got there somehow. That's probably terrible.
And you should talk to the guy that you have to know to get the prostitute.
That guy
is way worse than your guy.
My guy is never. I've never had a dealer slap me around.
Not yet.
Tell me to wait in the car.
Welcome to Minneapolis.
Thanks. What's the proper way to address you, Senator?
Senator John, or I don't care, whatever you wish.
Senator John. I believe you're the first politician that's been willing to speak on camera about this subject.
I was co-author of several medical marijuana bills just because I had seen and talked to enough people who were using it for medical purposes. But, I probably perfect example of one who never tried a cigarette, never smoked a joint, hasn't done so and don't intend to do so. And I just think that the idea that government is going to step in there and tell every doctor and every patient, no matter how hard they're hurting, that we're not going to let you do this because we have this other fear that's nothing related to what you're doing. If you talk with somebody who's suffering and this makes a difference. I don't care what fear you have. It seems to me that you got to try and do the right thing.
People that need marijuana, they're not doing it because it's fun, it's enjoyable, it's exciting. It's something that no other medication whether prescribable or not, can deliver what marijuana does and can provide me with quality of life.
Well, the first time I tried it when I was actually 17. I didn't try any earlier than that, and it's the first time I went through chemotherapy was when I was 17, and it was actually my mom and my best friend at the time got me a little bag and said, "Do it," and it has helped tremendously, like with anxiety, with pain, with everything.
Personally, I look at you guys and I say you don't need it, right? But I'm not a doctor, okay? If you went to a doctor and a doctor has sat down with you and he's willing to put his license on the line to say that you guys need it, nobody else can tell you whether you need it or not just because you don't look like you need it. You know, the only reason people accept me for using it is because they see me in a chair.
Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C. There's a commercial on now that's the absolute worst one, where a young teenage girl, is melting into a couch. She's physically melting. Have you seen it? Her body is transforming. She's like, she's melting, and there's a girl sitting next to her who goes, "She smokes pot." This is what she's been like ever since she started smoking pot. This is all we ever do. Okay, first of all, the girl who doesn't smoke pot, not exactly the most fucking sparkling personality in the world. How much of a loser do you have to be the person that's more boring than the stoner and has nothing better to do than sit and watch the stoner melt and not even fucking call 911? Or even 411 to say, "I've got some interesting information." So the girl's melting into the couch. Pick up where we left off. The girl's melting. And as a pot smoker, I'm not deterred. I'm watching that commercial going, how do I get a hold of some of that weed? That is some amazing shit that I would like to try. I've been smoking the can't find my keys weed. And somewhere in the world there is some melting into the couch shit. That would be an incredible ride. Plus, if I melted into the couch, maybe I'd find my keys. It would be a win-win situation.
So this is what one guy gave me last night. This really nice fellow said he heard me on the radio yesterday morning, and he and his girlfriend were like, "We have to go see him." This I got from someone else who does not want to be named, and this one I got from someone, yet a third party who doesn't want to be named. We just made a blend of all three and enjoyed it for our day at Mall of America.
Last time I was here in beautiful Minneapolis, I went to go get my flight out on Sunday, and I'm walking around the terminal. I can't find my gate. Hours go by. Hours. And then I finally realized I'm at Mall of America. I wrote that joke today when I was high at Mall of America.
This is the brownie portion of the exam. You may begin.
We're going to sit here and not try.
how have you been feeling? What has your mood been like in the last week?
Mostly good.
Would you describe your mood as euphoric?
Yeah, that's a good word for it.
Anybody want to come up here and get high with Doug? Come on up. As you get high, anyone in the audience who did want to come up here and get high with Doug, get high in the audience. Wow. And try to get the person next to you high.
Well, here, this is already packed, so.
Oh, you're going to get her high.
I'll just get her high. I don't give a shit. No, you don't. There's no car for it. Let's do it.
That's America, someone down now.
America. Yeah. You're welcome very much.
Okay, so. Yeah, Doug's a little more about it. That's a pretty big hit there. You may have your sensibilities offended right now, but you are not being made to smoke dope. We've got a pretty good ventilation system. It's mostly going up upstairs. They'll be completely high. We vent right into the apartments above. So,
I'm allergic to weed. The idea of the piece is that myself and Rob Riggle are officers, undercover officers. Everybody laughing it up in comedy. Yeah, people smoking grass. You guys, what's that? Oh shit! What is this? Oh shit! Everybody know what this is? Grass! That's grass. That's a pound of grass. That's a pound
Do
of
this at
grass.
Thanksgiving.
Street value, $2
Everybody.
million. $2 million.
Look at
Big any problem. What's the number one reason for divorce? Marijuana. Abortion. Marijuana. Volcanoes. Marijuana. Who caused Hurricane Katrina? Marijuana. Why do people become Jewish? So, well, anyway, welcome to Amsterdam. Thank you. I love it. Isn't it awesome? It's really great. I usually describe it as the countercultural vision of downtown redevelopment for Oakland.
My name's Richard Lee, and I'm the owner of the Bulldog Coffee Shop, the Amsterdam Gift Shop, and the publisher of the Amsterdam News. This was the first place, so it's matured, and things are, this is the first municipality to issue permits. So I think it's a lot more mature than the other places that are just now getting clubs in the first place. You try to figure out the overall cannabis market.
Analysts rank cannabis as the #1 cash crop in America, well above cotton, wheat, and tobacco, with California responsible for 1/3 of the entire country's cannabis supply. In 2006 alone, estimated sales from California cannabis exceeded $12 billion. If taxed, these sales could have easily generated over $1 billion in government revenue.
It's like it would be like the new lottery for California.
Exactly. That's what I think it's going to be. Eventually, it's going to be a lot like gambling. SR-71 is the first stealth airplane. So we like to think of ourselves as a stealth coffee shop flying below the federal radar.
We have our medium over here on our second page. Just keep out one medium at a time. Just usually medium and high grade. We've got our prices right here next to the weights. You kind of know what you're working with. We keep out 3 high grades at a time. You can always feel free to take them out, smell them, squeeze them, whatever helps you make a decision.
Let me ask you, you going to smoke a spliff, man? All right. Do we have any marijuana smokers here in the park today? Any law enforcement officers here in the park today? I asked those in the wrong order.
I'm a gardener and landscaper, so I like to help AIDS and cancer patients grow their own medicine, to keep the price down, and to just decentralize the whole economy. Well, Oaksterdam is basically a private joke that a few AIDS patients used to chuckle about when the first marijuana club came here. Most of those people are now dead. Most of the original patients from Oaksterdam have died.
It's called indole-free butyric acid. It's basically it's a hormone. What it does is it softens up the plant tissue and it sort of sterilizes it at the same time. And what'll happen is after a few days, the tissue is soft and little roots will push out, and it becomes its own little plant.
Here, these were taken on the 15th. Today's the 22nd, so in 7 days, we've created life. So you see the difference between indica over there and sativa here.
This one's indica?
Right. See short, squat, big fat leaves. This tall, more branchy, thinner leaf. This is actually a hybrid. It's not pure sativa. If it was pure sativa, it'd be even thinner and lankier.
The worst movie to see when you're high, the worst one ever, I think, is a motion picture called Super High Me. What the fuck? I just fucked up my own joke. Super Size Me. Forget. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
That's why I'm looking short.
Marijuana Peace gives a lot of things. This is Dennis Perone, founder of the Medical Marijuana Club movement, and many things. Oh, right. April 14th, 1994. I'll never forget this day. Because the day before, you called us all up and said, we're going to get arrested tomorrow.
The chief of police had called me that day.
Right.
Said he was going in, busting us. I said, look, chief, you can come in, you can bust us. But you remember Stonewall? These people are going to fight back. They're not just going to lay down. In the end, we knew we'd win. And it's a good thing that we wrote it for the people. Because it doesn't have it's got a lot of holes in it, they say. You know, they say it's very loosely worded.
Pioneer law.
You know, they say almost anybody can get it with this law. Don't vote for it, but it was done in the name of my dead friend, my dead brothers and sisters who died of AIDS. Out of all that pain, all that sorrow, something good would happen. It had to be the sum of their life that the world changed.
You know, a lot of comedians work really hard on their jokes, but what I've been doing is smoking a lot of pot. So I've been high probably about 22 hours. No, more like 18 hours a day. I probably get sober during the middle of the night for a few hours. And it's probably going to prove nothing. And weird laughs in the audience. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ah! This guy's living in a cartoon world. He's got a cartoon apartment. Ha ha! Muir Woods, north of San Francisco, home of the mighty redwood. Let's enjoy it together, shall we? They really took the treat out of Rice Krispie treat. This thing tastes horrible.
Express yourself.
Fuck this First Amendment area. I know this guy who has a dog that can talk. You can ask the dog. You can ask serious. You can ask the dog anything you want, and then it'll answer it talking. style. So I go, what's the thing on top of the house? And the dog goes, roof. I'm like, okay, who's the greatest baseball player of all time? And the dog goes, roof. I'm like, okay, that's good. Name a tourist attraction in the San Francisco area. Wharf. And then I'm like, be more specific. Fisherman's Wharf. This is day 23 of a project that I'm working on called Super High Me. I am smoking pot all day, every day for 30 days, starting from when I wake up in the morning to when I go to bed at night. And it has been awesome.
I think, you know what? I think this month that you weren't stoned, I think you have a pot gland in your body now, and it just releases pot when you go without. You have, it's like a camel hump, and you don't see it. And so the whole fucking movie, you're just stoned. It's just super high me for 60 goddamn days. But you're not, what it is I'm going to spend a month not, smoking it. I'm just going to get it from my gland in my neck, where I keep extra pot in case of an apocalypse.
And how great it is the last scene of the movie is that it bursts out of my head.
And it looks like Tommy Chong. A little, you grow another Tommy Chong.
Yeah, I was in your head, man. What the fuck, man? You're not gonna room for a dude in your head, man. That was fucking cringe, man. Got any weed?
Like, do you have any plans to make that leap to having a doctor give you the thing so you can just go into dispensaries and buy amazing weed?
I know my name's on some list somewhere.
That's true.
Right?
Some people think we haven't been able to really track down.
I don't know if there is a list that exists, but up here it seems like there would be.
But, wouldn't they just pencil your name in if they ever see you anywhere doing anything?
Well, that's true, yeah.
You're pretty open about it.
But I don't have a ton of material about it. But I did say I smoked pot on Conan, so that's probably not the smartest thing. People watch that, right?
Fans love Conan. Let me ask you this. How do you feel about marijuana in a pill?
So what's this, like Cocoa Krispies? That are full of weed?
Cucumber boat wire. We're going to do that mini mental status thing. But what's, cucumber boat wire? Oh no, this time it's completely different. See, I know you'd review the tape, so basically I changed it all completely around. I've been obsessed with cucumber boat wire since it happened. Excellent. Because nobody remembers. But if it's still 3 words, I'm going to be aware enough to be able to get it right, even though I'm medicated. Yes, you are medicated. Yes, you are. It's true, I'm medicated. You sound more medicated than you did last time. This is a questionnaire about pot that I devised for this movie to just ask random people, see how much they know about pot and the situation with pot in America today. Here we go. East Bay, first question. What percentage of Americans smoke pot?
80%.
Excellent guess. It's 99%. Very close, though. Do you smoke pot?
Not recently.
Yes. No, about 4 or 5 times a year. No.
Well, it depends on when you're
I'm going to write you down as a yes.
No.
occasionally.
Occasionally.
No.
Yes, I do.
Do you smoke pot?
Yes.
Welcome to the majority.
Okay, 3 words. Cab, avocado, brick.
Cab, avocado, brick.
Perfect. Now, count back from 100, subtracting 7. So start with 100. Tell me what's 100. Come on.
93, 82,
Okay.
73.
Right. Keep going.
64. Do you think pot is addictive?
Yes.
Well, you're wrong. I quit smoking pot for 30 days, and now I'm smoking pot again. So you're wrong. Do I seem high to you right now? Well, you're wrong. I'm totally high right now. This is an important one at this juncture. At what age do you think it's okay for kids to start getting high?
7, 14, 18.
18.
As soon as you can use the lighter.
18.
15.
I think they need to talk to their parents.
27, actually. 27.
Okay, what are those 3 words that we talked about before?
Cab, avocado, brick.
Scored! Excellent. All right. We got 24 this time. And last time, you got 27. So, over 22 is still normal, but you barely got it. Cab, avocado, brick, you were just waiting for that. You're actually, it's interesting, your mathematical functions completely are gone. I mean, you really, the serial 7s, you kind of completely got yourself.
Serial 7. See, that's what I did is I switched it to serial 9s part way for some reason. What's the chemical name for the active ingredient in pot? No, it's an apple. Oh wait, that's the answer to the next one. What's the best fruit to turn into a pipe?
An apple.
Apple, yes. What do you charge for an 8?
The good stuff and the bad stuff.
I got you. Say hello to Officer Benson. Have you ever been high at work? If so, what do you do? If not, why not? You can take the 5th. How many, or take an 8th, how many presidents?
You know, in terms of physical harm at this stage of the game, Zippo. Do you feel, though, living like this is sustainable? In other words, for your career, you know, smoking.
I think I could get away with it, but then I don't intend to. Because I thought I'd be sick of smoking pot at the end of this 30 days, and it turns out I'm not. It's been great, but I've been having people drive me around it.
Ready to go, however, we're going to introduce the green tag item at the base of the stairs. Please wait for it here in the jet bridge on the right-hand side without causing a traffic jam. Have a great afternoon.
My name is Doug Benson, and I am super high. California's medical marijuana state. So I got my license. I got a fucking license to smoke pot. I didn't have to do a test or anything. I just had to go, it hurts me in my back. Here you go. I'm a doctor. Here you go. And I'm like, $200. And now I have a license that says I can smoke pot. No one here has that. Not in Idaho. But you should. Because this place is awesome. Bless you. You guys are allergic to the truth. And I'm standing on my own jacket.
I'm scared. It's scary to be in a state that isn't cool with it. I mean, not that California, it's legal on a state level, but on the federal level, it's still illegal. So a Fed could sweep in and fucking be like, no.
Pharmacy is being raided right now, as of about 3 minutes ago. Call me back.
But ultimately, it comes down to the federal government to decide what is and is not legal. Marijuana is illegal in any form under federal law. Federal drug agents raided 11 medical marijuana outlets today in LA County. The DEA agents swooped down on LA clinics because federal authorities don't recognize California's law that allows medical use of marijuana.
Yesterday, DEA agents provided search warrants that went to 11 facilities here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, they're locked up the road. People are getting off. I'm gonna get off.
Let's go.
They took all of the medication and patient records in all of these facilities. The climate of fear is very real.
I said, please don't tear me down. I'm just not standing up. Made some big mistakes. I wanna get fucked up just like I used to do with my daddy president. I will break all the rules, so I will have no regrets. Yes, I am president now. Believe it or don't go more. Better achieve it. Politics and fame. Fame and disaster. Let's go to war. I'll show you the master. No, these puppet strings are heartbreak.
I'm waiting for a sheriff to use medical marijuana. I'm not going to say it won't happen because if it's needed, it's needed. Yeah, if it's needed, it's needed. That's why I keep fighting. I think all right. You believe in what you're doing? I'm not going to let
So we are not supporting this action today. The city of West Hollywood believes that we have a handle on these facilities. We have regulations in place. Most of the sheriff's department to ensure that we operate in intent and spirit of Proposition 215.
We can't tell the federal government has the right. We can't stop them. We don't have the legal authority.
Have the sheriff's
by the state. The state law is being broken here by the federal agents right now. These guys should be enforcing California state law. Period.
They're not shutting us all down, and we will reopen because in California, the biggest trees in the world grow from little seeds. I'm just a little seed. All these people that were behind us earlier are little seeds. This movement will not be shot down. But you know, I've been a patient for almost 11 or 12 years. When I crawled up those stairs in San Francisco and ran into Dennis Perron, who opened that first spot, and he said, Richard, I'm sending the guy to Los Angeles. Would you help him? I didn't know what I was getting myself into, but I'm a proud American patriot, and I will continue fighting for medical marijuana.
So it's 4:20, on day 30 on.
Doug Benson, it's over.
Oh, it's just starting. Well, you know how going into this thing, I thought that by day 30 I would be so sick of pot and being high and just be dying to be done with it, at least take a break for a little while, you know. But I'm sitting here, it's 4:20, and I'm about to light joint number 2.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have to now. You're off the clock. So
I totally don't have to. It's personal choice now. Roll some more joints. You guys are here on day 30. This is day 30 of getting high all day, every day. From the second I wake up in the morning until I go to sleep at night. And I got to wake and bake. That's how I start. And then I don't have a rhyme for the end of the day, but... What's that? Is the program intervention. Now, are we playing Jeopardy or something? Where the question is the answer? Because that was worded really strangely. It would have been cool if I had an intervention, man. I guess you could try to do one now, but this is the last day. Kind of fucked up timing. Stop what you're doing. Like, that's like if the guy in Super Size Me was like, on day 30, I can't do it. Well, you already did a lot of damage. So this is day 30, and I gotta say, honestly, it's a fantastic way to live. I recommend you all become stand-up comics who don't have anything really that you have to do during the day. And at night you can get away with acting like a buffoon in front of nice people who just want an old-fashioned intervention. And finally, do you think sick people who feel better when they smoke pot should be able to do so in the privacy of their own homes while not operating heavy machinery and possibly watching a Project Runway marathon on Bravo? Yes, Joe is right. Thank you, Joe. You're awesome, man. You've been great. Thank you very much for coming out. I hope to see you again.
Well, I smoke it weed, man. Plant that big old seed, son. I smoke it strain there is in town. From a super sticky green to the headache makes it brown. I smoke it strain there is around. Well, I smoke it till I'm dead, cause it feels good in my head. I smoked a lot in Western Caroline. I swear that orange crush, so sweet it'll make you blush. You're feeling good with your illegal smile. I smoke it weed, man, plant that big old seed, son. I smoke it strain there is in town. From a super sticky green to the headache makes it brown. I smoke it strain there is around. When I visit the pharmacy, see my good friend Mike, I say, oh boy, I got 40 different strains. And I smoked them all, volcano to the brain. I think I can remember all the names. Got the buff, kiss your bubble gum, blueberry, Saturday, Alaskan, thunderfuck. EK47 and the OG Kush. You got the purple and herb granddaddy, mothership, and the orange crush. G13 and little balls of hash. You got the buff, kiss your bubble gum, blueberry, Saturday, Alaskan, thunderfuck. EK47 and the OG Kush. You got the purple and herb granddaddy, mothership, and the orange crush. G13 and little balls of hash. Yeah, I smoke it weed, man. Plant that big old seed, son. I smoke it strain there is in town. From the super sticky green to the headache makes it brown. I smoke it strain there is around. Some people call it dope. Some think it smells like burning rope. I tell you, it relieves my mind. Just to know We're a compassionate state. I think it's time to medicate. We have the blowfish, bubblegum, blueberry, Saturday, Alaskan, thunderfuck. AK-47 and the OG Kush. You got the purple and her granddad, mothership and the orange crush. G13 and little balls of hash. I smoke it weed, man. Plant that big old seed, son. I smoke it string there is in town. From Rusty Green to the Hank Mix Brown. I smoke it string there is around. From Rusty Green to the Hank Mix Brown. I smoke it string there is around. Yeah, I smoke it string there is around. Yeah, I smoke it string there is around. Yeah, I smoke it string there is around.
Look at this is lettuce right here.
Thank you.